Chapter 1522. Xianying City. Great Zhen's invasion of the great evil world began. Yin Chuan, Zombie Yin Chuan, and Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan gathered in Heaven Pavilion. The three of them looked at a small box at the same time. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, "This is the box that Baihuang gave us before he died. I've finally cracked the restrictions on it by using the Baihuang family's 10300 restrictions." "Grandpa." A trace of sadness flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes. "Open it," Zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan nodded. Crack, crack, crack. Gently the small box opened. There was a green seed and a jade slip in the box. Jade slip? Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Yin Chuan reached out and picked up the jade slip to read the information about Baihuang that might be in it. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan and Zombie Yin Chuan looked at the seed strangely. "What a dense seed. I can't see through it even with my silver eyes?" Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan said in surprise. On the other side, Yin Chuan had already read the jade slip. "Little Bai Yi, did you see the seed I left for you? Remember, keep it by your side at all times. It's with me. Don't be sad. I don't regret my death. I've divined the secrets of heaven and touched fate. No one can save me. I've divined the future. There will be countless dangers in the future. I've also divined you. I'm very happy. There will be countless doubts in the future. Don't be confused by outsiders. Remember, believe in yourself. You must believe in yourself. Also, I've heard you say that there is a large amount of antimatter in Hongjuan's Purple Cloud Palace. Antimatter is a variable. If you enter it again, you must absorb it into your body and into your destiny to avoid fate's prying. There are countless living beings in the world. Although fate controls the world, it can't take care of everything. Only the peerless powerhouses will be the focus of fate. Fate seems to be awake. The sudden rise of a powerhouse can attract his prying. However, antimatter can weaken fate's prying. The more you absorb into your body, the better. Also, be careful of Hongjun. There wasn't much content in the jade slip, but every sentence was sincere. It was pointing out the way for Yin Chuan. Even at death's door, it was thinking about Yin Chuan's future. "I will, Grandpa." Yin Chuan's eyes reddened. "Quang." Zombie Yin Chuan took out the heaven-burying coffin. Rumble. Inside the coffin, countless antimatter formed a vortex. Yin Chuan in his human form and Yin Chuan in his zombie form instantly stepped into the vortex. Immediately, the billowing antimatter vortex surged into their bodies. Boom. The great emperor's altar appeared again, and some of the antimatter that had just entered his body was pushed out again. "The great emperor's altar repels antimatter? Same as last time?" Zombie Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yintang Yin Chuan looked at the two of them and said, "The last time we returned from Earth, it was for this reason that we stopped absorbing antimatter. Do you want to continue now?" "Continue, I believe in Grandpa," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Boom. Yin Chuan in his human form and Yin Chuan in his zombie form forcefully absorbed antimatter into their bodies. Even if their bodies were repelling it, they still forcefully absorbed it. Underworld, North Outer Continent, Chujiang Palace entrance. Boom. Zhongshan suddenly descended. The entrance of Chujiang Palace opened. An ice god was waiting with a group of subordinates. "Realm Lord Zhong, Master is waiting in the palace, please," Ice God said. Zhongshan nodded and stepped into Chujiang Palace. Chujiang Palace wasn't an ordinary palace. Once they entered, it was as if they had walked into a new world. It was vast and boundless. There was a space door behind him. Behind the space door, it was like two different worlds. There was a bright sun in the sky, shining down on the earth. Zhongshan looked at this scene with slight surprise and flew into the sky at the same time. The world was vast and boundless. However, Zhongshan's eyesight was extremely powerful. Soon he saw the same space door. There were a total of 10. Yinluo Palace, Chujiang Palace, City Palace. The 10 palaces of North Outer Continent all lead to this space? Zhongshan was surprised. Ice God nodded. "Realm Lord Zhong, please." Zhongshan looked at the direction Ice God was pointing at. In a pavilion on a mountain peak in the distance, Ancestor Nether River was sitting in the pavilion, drinking tea and looking over with a smile. Ancestor Nether River, long time no see, Zhongshan said solemnly. In the past, he had met with Ying in the Great Thousand World. Transcending with strength. Not bad. Ancestor Nether River exclaimed in admiration. Yang Realm, South Outer Continent 10,000 Lotus Sea. In a palace. Lotus God sat cross-legged on a white lotus. In front of her was White Tiger Emperor, who was imprisoned by Lotus God. Lotus God, what are you trying to do? If you want the Great Emperor altar, I will give it to you. White Tiger Emperor said with grief and indignation. Because I have transcended, I cannot refine the Great Emperor altar. Lotus God said lightly. Ah, if that's the case, then let me go. I will submit to you. White Tiger Emperor said. Lotus God shook his head. Although I cannot refine the Great Emperor altar, I can refine you, Lotus God said in a deep voice. Ah, no. White Tiger Emperor exclaimed. You have no choice. Lotus God's eyes turned cold. Boom. Billowing power rushed towards White Tiger Emperor. Ah! White Tiger Emperor suddenly screamed as his body started to distort violently. The coarse face of the White Tiger Great Emperor gradually transformed into the face of the Lotus Goddess. Outer South Continent. Bai Qi led an army and charged towards an evil demon camp. The evil demons in the camp had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse. Centaur race? Kill them. My Bai Qi's army was built by killing. Use the blood of the enemy to refine my blood soul. Bai Qi shouted. Boom! The golden body of the path of slaughter appeared. Like a meat grinder, it charged towards the evil demons. Roar! The army charged forward. In other directions, Jin Diyu Meng Tian and Wang Jian all turned into killing gods as they led the army to kill. A group of war gods was like a sharp knife, piercing into the enemy. Yifeng was at the back, watching the battle at all times. Outside the Thousand Lotuses Sea, the evil demon leaders' faces were extremely ugly. Invading the great evil world? What a sinister Yin Chuan! Tiangang said in a deep voice. Yes, Yin Chuan can mobilize the power of Great Evil World from the expansion of Great Evil World's territory. East High Priest said in a deep voice. It seems that Yin Chuan is really not going to find any more allies. South High Priest said with a trace of surprise. Everyone, follow me to destroy the Great Evil World's generals. East High Priest said in a deep voice. Okay. The group of fiend leaders responded and quickly charged forward. Chapter 1523. Battle of the Southern Continent. Countless evil demons were gathered from the various tribes of the Great Evil World and entered the battlefield. A group of peerless experts also entered the battlefield. The East High Priest, South High Priest, West High Priest and North High Priest. The appearance of the four High Priests immediately changed the atmosphere of the battlefield. Meng Tian and the others were immediately obstructed. However, there were also experts from the Foreign Affairs Department, Dongfang Jingji faction, and the other experts in the army, blocking a portion of the evil demons. However, there were too many experts in the Great Evil World. The ferocious Great Jin army was finally stopped. Until Yin Chuan arrived. On Meng Tian's battlefield, the South High Priest held his scepter and led a large number of evil demons to attack. Meng Tian retreated in defeat. Roar! The evil demons roared wantonly, becoming fiercer as they fought. Boom! A strong wind blew, and Yin Chuan suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. It's the Emperor! The Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The Emperor is here! Boys, follow me and kill! Roar! With just Yin Chuan's appearance, the soldiers of Dezhun who had been defeated immediately roared and charged forward. What? Yin Chuan? Shouldn't you wait for the Lord to come out? The South High Priest's expression changed. According to the usual practice of the Yun dynasty, the Emperor usually did not make a move. He would only come out in the final duel between the kings. If Yin Chuan wanted to challenge the Lotus deity, he should have looked for the Lotus deity. He was just like Meng Tian, a general of two forces. How could Yin Chuan lower himself to participate in the battle? Wait for the Lotus god. Heh, this time it's just Jun who wants to take revenge on him. Nan High Priest? Since you're here, warm up with me, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he drew the jade larch sword in his hand and shot it over. Immediately, sword lights filled the sky and surged towards the South High Priest. Boom! The South High Priest blocked, but Yin Chuan's sword energy was too strong. After one clash, the South High Priest flew back. Yin Chuan didn't go for the kill either. Instead, he ruthlessly suppressed the Southern High Priest, causing him to be battered and exhausted. For a time, the evil demon army lost their morale, and they retreated in panic. In the distance, when the Eastern High Priest saw Yin Chuan coming, he suddenly quivered. How could Yin Chuan participate in the battle? Kill! Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Shing! A sword light shot out, and High Priest Nan's right arm was immediately cut in two. Ah! High Priest Nan threw away his scepter and looked at Yin Chuan in horror. Boom! Turning around, High Priest Nan shot into the distance. Swish! Yin Chuan chased after him. Nan High Priest led Yin Chuan into the battlefield of the devil leaders. Yin Chuan didn't care. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Kong Huangtian's will fight. Boom! With Yin Chuan taking action, the morale of De Zhen's army soared like never before, and the army advanced even faster. The soldiers at the front were opening up new territories, while the civil officials at the back were in charge of cities. The army advanced. Yin Chuan didn't know exhaustion and kept fighting with the evil demons. The number of demon leaders increased. East High Priest, South High Priest, West High Priest, North High Priest, and all kinds of peerless experts. Yin Chuan's Jade Emperor's sword had already been dyed red. It was unstoppable as it fought against the crowd. Boom! 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 After a demon leader was killed, another demon took its place. But Yin Chuan's battle seemed to be getting fiercer and fiercer. Outside the myriad lotuses sea, the Nether King and Tiangang looked from afar. That's not right. Yin Chuan is practicing his sword. Tiangang's expression changed. That seems to be the case. The Nether King nodded. An expert at the side asked in confusion, sword training? Just like the previous time around the southeast continent. The more he fought, the stronger Yin Chuan became. Previously, during the battle, Yin Chuan broke through to the 15th heavenly layer. The current Yin Chuan wants to imitate the previous time? Tiangang's expression sank. But if this continues, Yin Chuan won't be able to take it. He has already fought against 18 15th heavenly layer experts. He won't be able to hold on any longer. No. Tiangang was getting more and more worried. From afar, more and more peerless experts entered Yin Chuan's battlefield. Yin Chuan's sword danced faster and faster. However, the consumption of energy was also huge. Boom! Suddenly, the Great Emperor's sacrificial altar appeared beneath Yin Chuan's feet. The moment the Great Emperor's sacrificial altar appeared, energy surged into Yin Chuan's body. The Great Emperor's sacrificial altar had the ability to repair everything. Yin Chuan's consumption was rapidly recovering. Boom! Yin Chuan fought against 20 peerless experts. What should we do? Yin Chuan's sword is getting sharper and sharper. Yin Chuan seems to be born for battle. We can't stop. We can't hold on any longer. We have to hold on even if we can't. The Lord will come out of seclusion soon. The group of evil demon experts roared anxiously. Yin Chuan fought more and more bravely. The fighting heavenly meridian appeared behind him, which was inherited from Kong Huangtian. Yin Chuan was getting more and more proficient in using it. Occasionally, when he was in danger, the Xing heavenly meridian would appear. The heavenly meridian that he had robbed from the great emperor of Ziwei was getting more and more handy. Boom! With a single sword strike, 20 peerless experts were knocked away by Yin Chuan's sword. Yin Chuan crazily charged towards the southern high priest. Ah! With one sword, the high priest was split in half. However, at this moment, more peerless experts rushed in. Boom! The number of evil demon experts didn't decrease, but increased instead. Countless powerhouses followed Yin Chuan's battle and headed towards the myriad lotus domain. With the help of countless civil officials, the army behind him quickly expanded the borders of the Great Zhen. Rumble. The battle continued for 2 months. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been exhausted to death. However, the Great Emperor's sacrificial altar kept replenishing all of Yin Chuan's exhaustion, including his energy. Countless evil demons were killed and were exhausted. However, Yin Chuan's energy was getting stronger. Yin Chuan even felt like he was about to break through again. The great evil world was dead for a moment. Countless evil demons had ugly expressions. In the past, the great evil world was the strongest world. However, now that Yin Chuan had killed his way in, it was like no one was there. Countless evil demons had ugly expressions on their faces. Kill, kill, kill. Yin Chuan continued to push into the battlefield. Countless evil demons gathered in the 10,000 Lotus Sea, looking anxious. Until 3 days later, creak, the 10,000 Lotus Palace suddenly opened. The Lord has come out of seclusion. The Lord has come out of seclusion. Cheers erupted outside the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The evil demon experts fighting in the distance were overjoyed when they saw the 10,000 Lotus Palace open. All of them felt wronged. The Lord had finally come out of seclusion. Boom. The evil demons that were sent flying by Yin Chuan did not have any thoughts of revenge. Instead, they quickly fled toward the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The evil demons that were blocking Yin Chuan immediately scattered. Yin Chuan held his sword and suddenly stopped. He looked at the entrance of the 10,000 Lotus Palace in the distance. The Lotus Goddess, dressed in a white robe, slowly walked out of the 10,000 Lotus Palace. "Welcome back, Lord," countless evil demons said respectfully. The Lotus Goddess looked indifferent as she slowly walked to the square outside the palace. Her eyes were cold as she looked at Yin Chuan, who was full of fighting spirit. "Yin Chuan, how dare you?" the Lotus Goddess suddenly shouted. In the distance, Yin Chuan held the Jade Emperor sword in his hand and did not back down. "Lotus God, you have offended the great Jin Empire many times and killed my close friend. Today, I will behead you and suppress your soul. I will avenge the great Jin Empire's humiliation and comfort the spirit of Tongtian," Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Chapter 1524. Lotus Goddess, you've offended the great Jin sect many times and killed my close friend. Today, I'm here to behead you and suppress your divine soul. I'll avenge the great Jin sect's humiliation and comfort the spirit of Tongtian. In the distance, Lotus deity stared coldly at Yin Chuan. Comfort the spirit of Tongtian? Tongtian is already dead. What can you do? This is not Dejun's celestial realm. How dare you make me your enemy? This is Dejun's celestial realm. People of Dejun, listen up. Raise your right hand and borrow my power to suppress Lotus deity, Yin Chuan shouted. Boom. There was no need for the golden dragon. The loud sound instantly spread throughout the world. Within Dejun's celestial realm, Yin Chuan could instantly spread his voice across the world if he wanted to. Roar. In the sky above Xianying, in the sea of providence clouds, a golden dragon roared. It seemed to have crossed time and space and rushed towards Yin Chuan. Boom, boom, boom. The rolling power followed the golden dragon and rushed towards Yin Chuan at the border of Dejun. In just a short while. Boom. The power of the people in the world rushed into Yin Chuan's body. Kaka. Stepping on the two great emperor altars, Yin Chuan's feet suddenly became a sea of blood. 3 heavenly veins were erected and hundreds of heavenly Dao surrounded Yin Chuan. The rolling power spread, and the surrounding void trembled. Yin Chuan didn't dare to be careless in front of Lotus deity. At the same time, in the netherworld, people of Dejun, raise your right hand and borrow my power to suppress Lotus deity. Boom! The voice of the netherworld spread across the world. Countless people quickly raised their right hand, and the rolling power rushed towards Yin Chuan. In the world of the living, Yin Chuan's power surged in his fighting spirit sword. Lotus deity glared at him. Humph! A great emperor altar suddenly appeared under Lotus deity's feet. A fierce aura spread out. At this moment, almost all the peerless elites in the world of the living looked over. Outside North Continent Immortal Palace, Zhongshan and Jianeo stood together. Great Emperor's altar? Isn't the great monarch's altar repelling transcendence? Zhongshan frowned. However, the great emperor's altar beneath the feet of the southern continent's Lotus god overturned this fact. When the Lotus god stepped out of the great emperor's altar, monstrous energy surged out from her body. Boom! The Lotus deity charged straight at Yin Chuan. Suddenly the Lotus deity punched out. Roar! He punched out, and the fist aura formed the shape of a huge white tiger. The white tiger tore through the void and pounced on Yin Chuan from afar. Before the fist arrived, the fist aura had already reached the blood sea. The blood sea instantly churned up huge waves. The ferocious tiger roared into the sky. Yin Chuan, in his human form, did not dare to be careless. Suddenly he used the Hand of Tao. Under the full power of the Hand of Tao, its might was incomparably domineering. A fist energy and a tiger energy collided fiercely. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The void for thousands of miles was shattered. A giant black hole sucked in everything around it. The territory below was immediately torn apart by the aftershock. The power of the Lotus God was too great. It was so great that even Yin Chuan, who was in human form, was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. Boom! Yin Chuan steadied himself. The Lotus deity stood in the distance with a disdainful look on her face. "That's all you got?" the Lotus deity said coldly. The Lotus deity punched again. Her body was surrounded by dazzling starlight. The white tiger star and hundreds of stars in the western continent of the netherworld suddenly lit up. The power of the stars surged into the Lotus deity's body. Again, the Lotus deity shouted. She punched again. Roar! 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 This time, it wasn't just one ferocious tiger fist, but hundreds of ferocious tiger fists surrounding it. The ferocious attack was like 100 tigers galloping. They roared and charged at Yin Chuan fiercely. The void was torn apart wherever the tigers passed. Under the fierce attack, almost all the overlords in the southern continent felt a chill in their hearts. With just a glance, one could feel the devastation of the boundless power. The void around Yin Chuan had been sealed. There was no way to escape. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold as a ferocious look flashed across his face. Break! Break! Yin Chuan's two thunderous roars came from heaven and earth. Boom! Yin Chuan's fist energy charged. This time it wasn't one but two. In an instant, the zombie Yin Chuan was already in front of him. The two Yin Chuans were the same opponent for the first time. Yin Chuan's fist energy was powerful. The zombie Yin Chuan's dragon bone wings were spread out. They contained the power of the world, and were even more powerful. Boom! The two punches were aimed at the 100 tigers. The collision was several times more powerful than before. The void in the surrounding thousands of miles exploded and swallowed everything. The territory below instantly cracked into countless pieces. The surrounding sea was filled with tsunamis. Rumble! As the void was mended, the scene of the attack was gradually revealed. It was blocked. The two Yin Chuans worked together to block the Lotus Goddess's powerful tiger attack. Countless experts in all directions revealed looks of shock and horror. How long had it been? And the Yin Chuan was already able to fight the Lotus Goddess. The overlord of the 10,000 Lotus Seas overlord was shocked by the ferocious power. The Lotus Goddess looked at the two opponents coldly. The human Yin Chuan and the zombie Yin Chuan looked at each other. Whoosh! The human Yin Chuan immediately flew away from the battlefield. The Lotus Goddess's eyes widened. Boom! The zombie Yin Chuan immediately stood in front of the Lotus Goddess. "Let me deal with you," the zombie Yin Chuan said. "Just you alone? You're not enough," the Lotus Goddess said coldly. "Why don't you try?" the zombie Yin Chuan said. Boom! The black dragon great path suddenly appeared. The zombie Yin Chuan did not hesitate, and quickly merged with the great path. Roar! The zombie Yin Chuan turned into a huge black dragon, carrying the world-suppressing bronze coffin. As it swam, it glared at the Lotus Goddess. The zombie Yin Chuan was originally a 16th-tier overlord. With the Great Emperor's altar, the Jiangchen body, and the Black Dragon Great Path. Together with the power of the world, the Black Dragon's power was no weaker than that of Great Emperor Ziwei. As the power surged, the Lotus Goddess had to be on guard and be careful. The human Yin Chuan held a long sword in his hand and rushed toward the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he was above the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Yin Chuan's arrival immediately caused the group of Abyss Devils to panic. No, how is this possible? How can Yin Chuan be so powerful? He's here. The demons were panicking. They could still remember Yin Chuan's massacre. Now, Yin Chuan had mobilized the power of the world. Yin Chuan was even stronger. What should they do now? Everyone was panicking. Another series of footsteps could be heard coming from the 1,000 Lotus Palace. The Nether King turned his head. Master? The Nether King said in surprise. All the demons looked over and were pleasantly surprised. The Lotus Goddess? Another Lotus Goddess? Another Lotus Goddess walked out from the 10,000 Lotus Palace. Could it be that the Lotus Goddess also had the power of a clone? I understand now. The Lord from before was refining the White Tiger Emperor's clone. The Nether King's expression changed as he analyzed the situation. In midair, the human Yin Chuan looked at the Lotus Goddess coldly. The Lotus Goddess also looked at Yin Chuan coldly. Yin Chuan, I didn't expect you to develop so quickly. Welcome, Master, the demons shouted happily. The Lotus Goddess looked at her subordinates. Finally she saw the Nether King. Nether King, I will borrow the power of the world. You will fight Yin Chuan. The Lotus Goddess said coldly. Ah, me. The Nether King's expression changed. The surrounding demons were shocked. Father and son fighting. Chapter 1525. Nether King, I will lend you the power of a world. You will fight with Yin Chuan. Lotus Goddess said coldly. Ah, me. Nether King's face changed. The surrounding devils were shocked. Father and son fighting? Tiangang's face changed. My lord, Nether King is Yin Chuan's son. If I lend the power of a world to Nether King, what if he betrays me? Tiangang, I, Nether King, will only respect the Lord. Nether King scolded. The other devil leaders were also worried. Nether King, what do you think? Lotus Goddess looked at Nether King again and ignored Tiangang's advice. Yes, Nether King. Nether King said seriously. Lotus Goddess nodded. She waved her hand. Whoosh. On the Million Lotus Sea, the countless lotuses suddenly trembled. Devils of the great evil world, I will use the Lotus Goddess. Lotus Goddess said. Wung. Lotus Goddess's voice spread across the entire great evil world. In an instant, countless devils knelt down and chanted Lotus Goddess's name in their hearts. Boom! Waves of energy surged out from the bodies of the devils and disappeared into the sky. Just like how Yin Chuan could mobilize the power of the people, Lotus Goddess could also mobilize the power of the living and dead spirits in the entire great evil world. Boom! The Million Lotus Sea absorbed endless energy. Lotus Goddess waved her hand, and the lotuses faced Nether King. Rumble! Waves of energy surged into Nether King's body. In an instant, Nether King's aura surged. Roar! Nether King roared. His hair was disheveled as he took a step forward and charged towards Yin Chuan. Below Yin Chuan's feet was a sea of blood. Below Nether King's feet was a sea of black. It was like ink covering the sky. Boom! The sea of blood and the sea of black collided. Both sides created huge waves. Yin Chuan vs Nether King. Both of them stepped on the huge waves and looked at each other coldly. In the 10,000 Lotus Sea, the Lotus God looked solemn. I understand. Master's intention is to let the Nether King make a move. The Nether King is Yin Chuan's son. If Yin Chuan attacks, he will definitely not use his full strength. Also, we can test the Nether King's loyalty. Astral's eyes brightened. Ah, could it be that Master is able to take back the power of an entire realm at any time? That's right. The Lord will definitely be able to withdraw the power of an entire realm at any time. The demons were overjoyed as they looked at the battle in the distance with bright eyes. The 10,000 Lotus Sea is the main hub of the great evil world. As long as the 10,000 Lotus Sea exists, I can mobilize the power of an entire world at any time. All of you, swear to protect the 10,000 Lotus Sea with your lives. The Lotus Goddess said to the demons in a deep voice. Don't worry, Master. The group of demons shouted. There were countless spectators all over the world. Outer North Continent Immortal Palace. Zhongshan and Jianao squinted their eyes when they saw the Outer South Continent. A battle between father and son? He Zhongshan, this is rather similar to how you were in the past. Jianao smiled faintly. It's different. In the past, when I conquered the world, my son and I merely put on a show to deceive the world. Yin Chuan and the Netherworld King are different, Zhongshan said in a low voice. Oh, the Netherworld King is indeed Yin Chuan's son. However, the Netherworld King wasn't putting on a show. He was being controlled. The world's third most powerful divine ability, soul control. Zhongshan said in a low voice. Soul control? That's right. He's completely under control. The Netherworld King is only loyal to the Lotus Goddess. He doesn't recognize his own family. The Lotus Goddess is truly scheming. She's using the Netherworld King to fight Yin Chuan? Heh. Zhongshan said in a low voice. Jianao looked into the distance and fell silent. Ring Northeast Continent Dongfang Sect. The Nether King let out a long roar as he took out a long sword and stabbed it towards Yin Chuan. Boom! The vast black sea swept over. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of pain. The Jade Emperor's sword was drawn. Boom! The two swords collided with a loud bang. The two swords collided, and the void instantly shattered into countless pieces. Wherever the sword passed, the two's Blood Sea and Black Sea exploded. The ferocious power clashed, and the countless demons in the 10,000 Lotus Sea panicked. This power was too strong. A group of demons even thought that if they were to face it, they would definitely be finished. The ground around them was shaking. The Lotus Goddess protected the 10,000 Lotus Sea and looked coldly at the battle in the distance. The Lotus Goddess's face was gloomy, and no one could tell what she was thinking. Unfilial son, Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Two swords flew out from beside him. They were the Grand Emperor's sword and the Emperor's sword. So what if you're an unfilial son? Ha 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 ha, power of 10,000 devils, break for me! The King of Hell shouted, and monstrous black flames rushed into the sky. Chapter 1526. So what if you're an unfilial son? Ha 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 ha, power of 10,000 demons, break for me! The Nether King roared, and black flames shot up to the sky. The power of one world was overwhelming. The Nether King swung his sword, and hundreds of sword auras charged towards the three Emperor swords. Roar! Every sword aura from the Nether King seemed to have turned into a peerless demon, and they hit the three Emperor swords fiercely. Rumble! The void was shattered. Suddenly, the three Emperor swords were knocked back. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. The power of one world was so strong. He waved his hand. Rumble! The cypress tree suddenly spun up, and countless stars shone in the yin and yang worlds. The stars in the sky shone brightly, and the power of the stars surged into Yin Chuan's palm. Yin Chuan waved his hand. Rumble! The universe in the palm was unleashed, and countless stars surrounded the entire Black Sea. Great sky of nothingness arcane art. The rolling stars connected the stars in the sky, and the terrifying power of the stars was quickly gathered. All the stars in the shallow star layer were under Yin Chuan's control. Rumble! Under the power of the stars, the Nether King's Black Sea could not move. The power rushed towards the Nether King, as if it was rapidly squeezing the Nether King inside. Crack, crack, crack. The Nether King's body emitted a crisp sound, and the Black Sea below was quickly melting. The Nether King's face sank. Countless experts looked at Yin Chuan in shock, as he mobilized the power of the stars. Great sky of nothingness arcane art. Invincible East's face sank, and he looked up at the shining stars in the sky. The cypress tree, the totem of the Bai clan, is in the first world. Zhongshan frowned. Million Lotus Sea. Trapped. Tian Gang asked solemnly. This is the power of one world. Another demon exclaimed. Lotus God's eyes were cold, and she was waiting for something. The Nether King, who was controlled by the terrifying power, looked ferocious. The power of one world increased. The Underworld King roared, and countless vines shot out from his body. As soon as the vines appeared, they were dyed black by the power of a world, and they quickly grew longer and thicker. Boom! In an instant, countless vines burst out in all directions. The powerful force of the explosion tore through the void one by one. Countless vines took root in the space, surrounded by the astral power. The vines were so strong that they stopped the astral power. Ka 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 ka. Countless ear-piercing noises came from the sea of star power. However, the countless stars were stuck, unable to move at all. Instantly, the pressure on the Nether King decreased. However, the Nether King could only control countless vines with all his strength. He couldn't free his hands. In the air, Yin Chuan controlled the great heavenly void arcana technique to draw upon the power of the stars in the sky. However, at this moment, he was stuck by countless vines and was unable to continue operating. Yin Chuan's gaze was cold. Is this the vine demon that I gave you back then? Ha ha ha. You got caught in your own trap, didn't you? Back then, you didn't even unlock the true power of the Vine Demon, and you gave it to me. Today, I'll use the Vine Demon to defeat you. The Nether King laughed. Unfilial son. Yin Chuan's gaze turned cold. Back then, he had given the Vine Demon to his son because he loved his son very much. Who would have thought that his unfilial son would turn around and attack him today? Yin Chuan, you've used up all your tricks, right? Do you think you can defeat my master? The Nether King shouted coldly. Humph. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Boom. He stretched out his hand of Tao, and a huge white energy palm shot toward the Nether King. Break. The Nether King shouted, and the vines surged toward the hand of Tao. Boom. Countless vines were instantly shattered. The white energy palm landed in front of the Nether King. The Nether King used countless vines to block the astral power, but he couldn't move his body at all. Boom. The hand of Tao grabbed the Nether King and pressed against his body. What? The Nether King's expression changed. Boom. The hand of Tao grabbed the Nether King, and a crystal-like light figure appeared from his body. Birth chart. Yin Chuan has the Nether King's birth chart? The expressions of the demons in the 10,000 Lotus Sea changed. The outcome of the battle was certain. Yin Chuan had won. As long as Yin Chuan exerted some force, he could crush the Nether King's birth chart. Was the Nether King dead? The Nether King's expression was extremely ugly. He had lost. His birth chart was controlled. Was he going to die? The Lotus Goddess stared at the sky. Yin Chuan would kill his son? Would Yin Chuan kill his son? Countless powerhouses widened their eyes. Even the ministers of Great Zhen were in a dilemma. They didn't know what to do. Kill. But he was the son of a Tharch after all. Yin Chuan stared at the Nether King with a complicated expression. For a moment, it seemed like he couldn't do it. The Nether King's expression was ugly. Let me ask you again. Do you really not respect me as your father? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, that's impossible. I only respect you, my lord. The Nether King said stubbornly. Divine power deprived the power of a realm. Yin Chuan shouted at the Nether King. Boom. The Nether King's body suddenly trembled. He couldn't resist at all when his birth chart was crushed. An endless black force was about to surge out of the Nether King's body. Ah! The Nether King screamed in pain. The power of a realm? Deprive? The demons immediately panicked. Wouldn't it be terrible if his birth chart was taken away? Buzz! The Lotus Goddess suddenly disappeared. Yin Chuan activated his astral power, the hand of Tao, and the deprived divine power. However, he was also restrained by the power, and couldn't move quickly. The Lotus Goddess arrived in front of the Nether King in an instant. The power of a realm was instantly stripped out of the Nether King's body. It was about to be taken away by Yin Chuan, but the Lotus Goddess was too fast. In an instant, the power of a realm was integrated, and she rushed toward Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan used the deprived divine power to pull the power to himself. In an instant, the Lotus Goddess rushed over with the power. It was so fast that ordinary people couldn't see what was going on. Boom! The Lotus Goddess had already arrived in front of Yin Chuan. She thrust her palm into Yin Chuan's body. Unfilial son! Yin Chuan shouted angrily. He exerted force in his hand. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the Nether King's birth chart. Ah! Countless cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed. The Nether King's birth chart was broken? Yin Chuan crushed it with his own hands. The Nether King was finished. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that the Lotus Goddess had arrived in front of Yin Chuan, and thrust her palm into Yin Chuan's chest. It was as if she was going to take Yin Chuan's birth chart. Explode! Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Yin Chuan suddenly exploded. The destructive explosion, the explosion of countless astral powers, the explosion of the heavenly Tao, and the explosion of the blood sea rushed towards the proud Lotus Goddess. Boom! Even someone as strong as the Lotus Goddess was instantly sent flying. She was shocked. Yin Chuan blew himself up. In the distance, the Nether King was deprived of the power of a world. He instantly withered. Yin Chuan crushed his birth chart. At this moment, blood flowed out from his 7 orifices as he fell. The impact of Yin Chuan's explosion sent the Nether King's dying body into the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Boom! He fell into the 10,000 Lotus Sea. At this moment, the demons looked at the Nether King with complicated expressions. Even Tiangang had a complicated expression. They had always suspected that the Nether King was Yin Chuan's spy. However, now that the Nether King's birth chart was crushed by Yin Chuan, it was clear that the Nether King was loyal to the Lotus Goddess. The demons reached out and pulled the Nether King to the front of the 10,000 Lotus Palace. "Thank you, everyone," the Nether King said sorrowfully. In the distance, Yin Chuan's self-destruction caused countless experts in the world to be shocked. However, Yin Chuan's broken body quickly recovered and returned to its previous state. However, Yin Chuan no longer had blood-red hair. Instead, he had long green hair. "Yin Chuan didn't die?" Jianao said in surprise. "Explosion and recovery?" Yin Chuan refined the exploding beast. "This is the exploding beast's ability," Zhongshan said in a deep voice. "Self-explosion and recovery? Isn't such an ability invincible?" "No, the exploding beast has a flaw. After the explosion, it needs time to recover. Just like just now, if the Lotus Goddess reacted and destroyed all of Yin Chuan's flesh before he recovered, Yin Chuan wouldn't be able to recover. Therefore, this ability isn't invincible," Zhongshan said in a deep voice. In the distance, Yin Chuan recovered and looked at the Lotus Goddess coldly. "Lotus Goddess, you finally made your move," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. "Ha ha ha ha. Yin Chuan, you can really do it? That's your son," the Lotus Goddess sneered. "He's just an unfilial son," Yin Chuan said coldly. The Lotus Goddess turned her head and looked at the Nether King in the 10,000 Lotus Sea. "Master," the Nether King said weakly as blood flowed from his 7 orifices. The Lotus Goddess said in a deep voice, "Although I'm very confident in my mind control ability, after controlling you, I have a strange feeling in my heart. Therefore I trust Tiangang more in these years. Master, I'm loyal to you. I won't regret it even if I die," the Nether King said sorrowfully. "Now I believe you," the Lotus Goddess said in a deep voice. "Thank you, Master," the Nether King said bitterly in the 10,000 Lotus Sea. "After you die, I'll let the demons give you a grand funeral," the Lotus Goddess said in a deep voice. "Yes," the demons answered. At this moment, the demons were no longer jealous. The Nether King's ability was obvious to all. Even Tiangang was often jealous, but the Lotus Goddess didn't believe him. At this moment all their resentment was gone. In the distance, the battle between Yin Chuan and the Lotus Goddess continued. Divine ability deprive. Yin Chuan reached out to grab the Lotus Goddess again. A colorful light rushed toward the Lotus Goddess and connected the two. Yin Chuan used all his strength to activate the deprived divine ability, wanting to deprive the Lotus Goddess of the power of one realm. Divine ability, mind control. The Lotus Goddess waved her hand. Boom! The Lotus Goddess emitted countless black lights. Not only did the black lights block the deprived divine light, but they also seemed to pollute the deprived divine light and attacked Yin Chuan. Mind control. The Lotus Goddess wanted to control Yin Chuan's mind. The two divine abilities clashed. The third and fifth divine abilities in the world clashed. The deprived divine ability gradually lost its advantage. It was about to be defeated by the third divine ability. The black light had already spread to Yin Chuan. Once it entered Yin Chuan's body, Yin Chuan would be controlled by the divine ability. The Lotus Goddess revealed a trace of excitement. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Divine ability parasitism. Huff. Boom. The black light rushed toward Yin Chuan's body, but Yin Chuan's body seemed to shrink. He followed the black light and rushed toward the Lotus Goddess. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan disappeared. What? The Lotus Goddess's face changed. The black light dissipated, but Yin Chuan was no longer in the world. Where's Yin Chuan? Countless experts were shocked. Yin Chuan was gone. Even Zhongshan, Dongfang Bubi, Jianao, and the others' faces darkened. Suddenly Yin Chuan was gone? Where did he go? Chapter 1527. The Lotus God waved her hand and searched for Yin Chuan with the power of an entire realm. But Yin Chuan had really disappeared. Whoosh! She searched everywhere. But there was no trace of Yin Chuan. Why did he suddenly disappear? Yin Chuan, come out! the lotus god shouted. But then, the lotus god's right hand suddenly turned into a claw and went straight for her chest. Rip! The lotus god tore a huge piece of flesh from her chest. Blood splattered everywhere. What? Countless overlords were shocked. The lotus god tore a piece of her own flesh? She hurt herself. Countless cultivators in the world stared at the lotus god. This scene was too strange, wasn't it? The lotus goddess was also shocked by this self-mutilation. She tore a piece of her own flesh? What's going on? That wasn't her doing. How could she hurt herself? But the piece of flesh on her right hand told her that it was all real. Did she lose control? Divine power, parasitism? The lotus god suddenly remembered what Yin Chuan said before he disappeared. Parasitism? Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan, it's you? The lotus god suddenly exclaimed. Yin Chuan had parasitized her body. How is that possible? You want to control me? The lotus god exclaimed. Sure enough, some of her black hair had turned blue. A strange divine power. Parasitism? Get out! The lotus god shouted angrily. But since Yin Chuan was a parasite, how could he leave her body? Whoosh! Her right hand went for her chest again. Clang! The lotus god quickly blocked it with her left hand. The lotus god was shocked and angry. Bastard! But Yin Chuan didn't care. He kept controlling the lotus god's body. Her right hand, left foot, right foot. The lotus god's body was constantly under Yin Chuan's control. The divine power made the lotus god feel cold. It wasn't that the divine power was scary. After all, no matter how powerful the divine power was, it could be avoided. What was scary was that the divine power had successfully taken effect on her. Who? Lotus deity quickly flew back to the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Boom! Around the 10,000 Lotus Sea. 10,000 Lotus Sea released a huge barrier that enveloped the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Master! All the demons cried out in shock. Get out of the way! Lotus goddess shouted angrily. Boom! The demon was sent flying by the lotus god. Yin Chuan, do you want me to give up my physical body and enter my consciousness to fight you? Lotus goddess asked coldly. Yin Chuan had entered his body, but the lotus deity was unable to attack him. At this moment, Yin Chuan, look, it's Yin Chuan. All of a sudden, Tiangang cried out in alarm. Outside the protective barrier of the 10,000 Lotus Sea, another white-clothed Yin Chuan appeared. The white-robed Yin Chuan's silver eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. His silver eyes swept over, and a soul-stirring power gushed forth. The group of devils cried out in shock. The third Yin Chuan? The lotus goddess's expression was extremely ugly. With a wave of his hand, boom! The lotus goddess released the barrier of the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Bastard Yin Chuan, you can still use my power? The lotus goddess's expression changed. She quickly waved her hand, and the barrier that had just been released sealed the 10,000 Lotus Sea again. Master, that silver-eyed Yin Chuan wants to destroy the 10,000 Lotus Sea? Tiangang's expression darkened. The lotus goddess's expression changed. She finally understood that Yin Chuan's goal was to destroy the 10,000 Lotus Sea first, then deal with her. With her around, no one would be able to break the barrier formed by the power of a realm. However, it was different now. Yin Chuan in the human body could help her break the barrier. Bastard Yin Chuan, come out! The lotus goddess shouted angrily and hit her left hand that had lost control. Boom! The lotus goddess's hands collided. Both of them were injured, but she spat out another ray of white light. Whoosh! The barrier disappeared again. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan waved his hand. Boom! 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared, and a terrifying power rushed toward the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Bastard! The lotus goddess's expression changed. She waved her hand again, and the barrier appeared again. Boom! The power of 3,000 heavenly Tao collided with the barrier. But the barrier only rippled a little. No, I can't stay here any longer. The lotus goddess's expression changed drastically. Master! The demons shouted. I have to deal with the parasitic Yin Chuan. This barrier uses the power of a realm. Even an ordinary 17th level heaven would find it difficult to break it. That Yin Chuan won't be able to break it. Stay here and wait for me to return. The lotus goddess said in a deep voice. Yes, the group of demons replied. Boom! The lotus goddess rushed out of the barrier and rushed into Wuji. Because the Lotus Goddess stayed here, sometimes her power would go out of control. Boom! The Lotus Goddess entered Wuji. Standing in the void, the Lotus Goddess's expression turned cold. Humph! With a cold snort, the Lotus Goddess stopped moving, and her consciousness entered her body. Whoosh! The Lotus Goddess's consciousness was like a vast grassland. On the grassland, a green-haired Yin Chuan stood in it. Suddenly, the Lotus Goddess's consciousness condensed into a body and appeared on the grassland. Parasitic. Good. Yin Chuan, I was fooled by you. The Lotus Goddess looked coldly at Yin Chuan opposite her. In this consciousness world, you can't use the power of a realm. Wait for me to destroy you. Yin Chuan snorted and stabbed the long sword in his hand toward the Lotus Goddess. Boom! In the Lotus Goddess's consciousness world, Yin Chuan and the Lotus Goddess fought. Outside the Million Lotuses Sea, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan crashed into the barrier several times, but he couldn't break it open. The demons looked at the sky in shock. When they saw that the silver-eyed Yin Chuan couldn't break the barrier, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were relieved. On the other side, the Nether King's spiritual essence leaked out. He was on the verge of death, and his fate chart was shattered. Tiangang, put me in the 10,000 Lotus Palace. I want to pray for the Lord before I die. The Nether King said weakly. The demons turned their heads and looked at him. Their expressions were complicated. Tiangang's expression was even worse. He was a little embarrassed. He didn't believe that the Nether King was loyal to the Lord. Now it seemed that he was overthinking. Okay. Tiangang reached out and brought the Nether King into the 10,000 Lotus Palace. The Nether King knelt in front of the Lotus Goddess's throne. The demons had complicated expressions. Everyone go and guard against Yin Chuan. Don't worry about me. The Nether King smiled bitterly. The demons looked at each other, nodded, and stepped out of the palace. Although they sympathized with the Nether King, they didn't have any relationship with him. Hence they didn't care. Clang! The door of the palace slammed shut, leaving the Nether King alone. At this moment, the Nether King took out a small hat from his palm. Golden crow nest? Heh. Although the Nether King was extremely weak, he smiled. Whoosh! Instantly, figures appeared from the small hat. At the front was Meow, Emoyushi, and the others. Meow, you're finally out. Meow shouted. Dong En. Emoyushi quickly grabbed the weak Nether King. Mother, it's finally done. I finally gained the Lotus Goddess's trust. Cough. Cough. The Nether King said weakly. Don't say anything. Mother is here to save you. Your father is also proud of you. Emoyushi said immediately. N. The Nether King said proudly. Heavenly Fate Reincarnation. Boom. The power of reincarnation was controlled by Emoyushi. It quickly entered the Nether King's body and repaired his fate. When a fate was broken, it wouldn't dissipate completely. It was rare for it to be repaired. But it didn't mean that it couldn't be repaired. In the past, the Snake Emperor of the Great Jin Snake race also had his fate broken. In the past, the Great Jin Queen Zizi's fate was damaged by Gue Guzi. In the end, Yin Chuan and Emoyushi killed Gue Rulai and obtained the Heavenly Fate Reincarnation. They also saved Zizi. It was the same now. Although the Nether King's fate was broken, with his mother Emoyushi around, it could be repaired. Rumble. Soon, the Nether King's fate was repaired. Crack. 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 The Nether King's body crackled as his fate was restored. My son, is it done? Emoyushi asked worriedly. The Nether King clenched his fist and said excitedly. It's done, it's done. Meow. What are you and your father doing? I'm confused. Meow looked at the Nether King in shock. Wasn't the Nether King controlled? How could he be fine? The Nether King waved his hand, and a vine appeared in his palm. It's a vine demon, the Nether King said confidently. Vine demon? Meow looked at the vine demon with her eyes wide open. It's a vine demon. The vine demon is a peerless divine weapon. It already has spirituality and is one with me. Sometimes it can even be my substitute. When the Lotus God used mind control on me, the vine demon replaced me. The vine demon was controlled, but I wasn't. Although the vine demon and I are one, it's different. The Nether King smiled. Every time the Lotus God used mind control to send a message, the vine demon would receive it, and I would receive it. That's why I could hide it. The Nether King said in a deep voice. Meow. You liar. So you pretended to be controlled by the Lotus God from the beginning? Meow said in shock. The Nether King smiled. When I was young, my father taught me with all his heart. I naturally knew how to do many things. Back then, I knew that the Lotus God and my father hated each other. So, when the vine demon was controlled, I made a prompt decision to hide it from the Lotus God. Child, it's been hard on you. Mou, she said gently. It's still considered a success, haha. The Nether King laughed. Meow, then how did Yin Chuan know? He even lent me the black gold nest, and secretly gave it to you during the battle just now. Meow did not understand. During the collision of the four realms, I rushed into Xianyang with a group of evil demons. At that time, it was my mother who was fighting with me. At that time, I secretly sent a letter to her. So, that's how we connected. The Nether King said. Meow, you guys really know how to act. Meow said. I had no choice. Although the Lotus God used mind control, she was still worried about me. I was unable to gain the Lotus God's absolute trust, so I used this trick. In the end, the Lotus God believed me. The Nether King said in a deep voice. But you were in so much danger just now. Meow said. Danger and benefits coexist. My father taught me a long time ago. This is the core of the Lotus God. Next, it's up to us. Mother, did my father tell me anything? The Nether King looked at Moushi. Moushi smiled bitterly. This was because Moushi realized that this son was closer to his father. As a mother, she was a little jealous. However, Moushi was not too conflicted. After all, when Yin Chuan was young, she was not by his side. It was Yin Chuan who brought him up bit by bit. These people were all prepared by your father. Moushi pointed at the unfamiliar faces behind her. Chapter 1528. These people were prepared by your father. Moushi pointed to a group of unfamiliar faces behind her. Yen Dong, and showed a look of surprise. Because the cultivation of this group of people was too low. They were only ordinary earth immortals. Outside. Boom! Silver-eyed Yin Chuan once again attacked the bounded domain. But the bounded domain was too powerful, and could not be broken. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan looked coldly at the inside of the bounded domain. Ha 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 ha, break Yin Chuan, break. A devil leader laughed. 10,000 lotuses see is fine. Yin Chuan will die. No matter how many Yin Chuan you have. Tiangang also laughed. Some of the devils clamored with silver-eyed Yin Chuan, while others were extremely calm. Quang! The door of 10,000 lotuses palace opened. Everyone was slightly stunned, but they did not care. He was just a dying man. Eastern High Priest, Lord of Hell, called weakly from inside the palace. Eastern High Priest frowned, and looked at Lord of Hell. Oh, Lord of Hell is about to die. There is one thing I want to tell you. Lord of Hell said weakly. Oh! Eastern High Priest frowned. Before the four realms were united, a treasure appeared in the eastern continent of the great evil world. The Lord ordered a strict investigation, but there was no result. That day I happened to be at the Ice Thunder Peak or. Lord of Hell said weakly. But when he said this, Eastern High Priest's face changed. Oh, I remember, that person is you, ha ha ha. Eastern High Priest laughed, but his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Everyone looked curiously. Everyone, you continue to guard the bounded domain to prevent Yin Chuan from rushing in. Lord of Hell is about to die. I will make a sacrifice for him, so that he will not die so painfully. Eastern High Priest said immediately. Everyone outside the palace was slightly puzzled, but in the end they did not take it seriously. Quang! Eastern High Priest quickly walked into 10,000 Lotuses' palace, and closed the door. His face was ferocious. Lord of Hell, what do you mean? Do you want to report me? Eastern High Priest looked cold. The Lord has never been stingy with heavenly treasures, but the Lord hates it when people deceive him. Eastern High Priest, you have deceived the Lord and coveted the heavenly treasure. Nether King said weakly. The Eastern High Priest looked ferocious. Hey, who else knows besides you? The Nether King pointed at the door. The Eastern High Priest turned his head subconsciously. He saw a gray-robed man standing at the entrance of the hall. Why was there suddenly another person? Fortunately, His cultivation was not high. Earth Immortal? The Earth Immortal suddenly opened his arms wide. What are you doing? East High Priest was puzzled. Exchange! The Earth Immortal suddenly shouted. Boom! A blue light connected the Eastern High Priest and the Earth Immortal, and suddenly the two people were fixed. Ah! East High Priest's face changed. Boom! In an instant, the Eastern High Priest was able to move again, but at a glance, he was standing opposite him. When he looked at his body, he realized that he had become an Earth Immortal. What's going on? Eastern High Priest suddenly exclaimed. Boom! The Nether King reached out and restrained the Eastern High Priest. What? You are actually fine, didn't your fate shatter? The Eastern High Priest exclaimed. He saw a small hat not far away. A group of people suddenly appeared. My fate is already good. The Nether King smiled coldly. How can it be? The Eastern High Priest exclaimed. First, take him into the black gold nest. The Nether King said in a deep voice. Exchange beasts. Is it an exchange of beasts? Eastern High Priest suddenly understood everything. The Earth Immortal who exchanged his body was not a cultivator at all, but the world's sixth god king. He had been exchanged. No matter how the Eastern High Priest shouted, he was only an Earth Immortal now. How could he resist? Soon, the exchanged Eastern High Priest was taken into the black gold nest. Meow exchange beasts, how did Yin Chuan create so many? Meow was surprised. Father created them? The Nether King also looked at Mo-Yushi. Mo-Yushi nodded. Your father went to a place and brought back a large amount of antimatter. He used the antimatter to create the exchange beasts. Ha, that's great. The Nether King laughed. Outside, the group of demons looked at the silver-eyed Yin Chuan. That pair of silver eyes seemed to be able to see through their souls. Even if their cultivation was high, they still felt a chill in their hearts. Boom! The door of the Thousand Lotus Palace opened again. Western High Priest, Northern High Priest, come here. The Eastern High Priest said. The group of demons revealed a strange expression. What's wrong? The Nether King is about to die. He has something to give us. The Eastern High Priest said. Oh. The demons were surprised. The Western High Priest and Northern High Priest immediately walked over. They had a good relationship with the Eastern High Priest. Now that there were benefits, they naturally nodded without hesitation. Kwang. The door of the palace closed again. At this moment, the demons outside the palace were in an uproar. What is it? Could it be the treasure of the Nether King? The demons were envious. At the same time they were jealous. Why did the Nether King give it to the three high priests and not to them? Kwang. The door of the palace opened again. The Eastern High Priest, Western High Priest and Northern High Priest looked at the demons. Eight-armed Naga, four-faced Demon King, three-eyed Demon Dragon, Giant Bat King, come in. This treasure needs to be taken by everyone, the Eastern High Priest said. Coming. The four Demon Kings were overjoyed. They ignored the curiosity of the demons and quickly entered the palace. Boom! The door of the palace closed again. What kind of treasure is it? That's right. Only 7 peerless experts can obtain it. What is it? The demons scratched their ears and cheeks, and their eyes turned red from jealousy. Although they did not see it, they knew that it needed so many experts to take it. It was obvious how important the treasure was. But why did they get a share but not them? Tian Gang and the other experts were anxious and expectant. They even felt like barging in. Kwang. The door of the palace opened again. The demons in the palace had bitter expressions. How is it? What treasure is it? The demons outside the palace shouted. The Western High Priest sighed softly and said, the treasure is too important. We still cannot unseal it. We need 8 more people. The 8 of you come and help. Ah, all right. The 8 demons that were pointed out were pleasantly surprised. Wait, what is it? The other demons shouted like a swarm of bees. However, the demons in the palace did not care. The 8 demons that came in later naturally ignored the cries of those behind them. Kwang. The doors of the palace closed again. The demons outside the palace no longer cared about silver-eyed Yin Chuan. A treasure that can only be opened by 15 peerless experts? Could it be the treasure of the first epic's exceptional experts? It must be. The Nether King is so lucky. How did he get the first epic's treasure? Why are you not letting me in? As everyone clamored, the doors of the palace opened again. The demons outside went crazy. You still can't open it, right? I'll do it. I'll help. Everyone shouted. As expected, they still couldn't open it. The Eastern High Priest chose another dozen people. Time after time, he called for people to enter the palace, but the number of peerless experts outside the palace decreased. However, after the last call, only Tiangang was left outside the palace. I'll help you. Tiangang shouted and wanted to enter the palace. No, the Nether King said I can't let you in. You have harmed him too much in the past. The Eastern High Priest said. Tiangang's face froze. The group of demons glared at Tiangang, not letting him in. After all, there was a treasure to be divided. Everyone's attitude changed. Tiangang was helpless and could only wait. Tiangang might be strong, but he was not strong enough to fight against all the demons. Kwang. The doors of the palace closed, leaving Tiangang alone outside the palace. Inside the palace, the exchange of beasts was done quickly. Although some demons were alerted, they were surrounded by the exchange of beasts. They were immediately restrained. In the blink of an eye, all the demons were controlled. Meow, why don't you let Tiangang in? Meow was puzzled. He is a transcending realm expert. He shouldn't be able to exchange. The Nether King shook his head. Oh, Meow nodded. Outside the palace, Tiangang looked at the palace, and then looked at the silver-eyed Yinchuan outside. Tiangang, are you willing to join my Great Jin? The silver-eyed Yinchuan said solemnly. Ha ha ha, Great Jin is about to be destroyed. You still want to recruit me? Tiangang said with disdain. The silver-eyed Yinchuan stared coldly at Tiangang, and did not persuade him anymore. The rational Yinchuan was not good at persuading people to surrender. Kwang. At this moment, the Thousand Lotus Palace opened again. Tiangang immediately turned his head, and a trace of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Tiangang knew how valuable the treasures of the First Era were. Both he and the Lotus God relied on the treasures of the First Era to transcend. He had lost the Sword of Force. It would be great if he had another treasure from the First Era. Now that the palace was opened, would the demons be able to succeed? Tiangang hoped that the demons would ask him for help. However, it was different this time. Tiangang saw the Nether King. Aren't you going to die? Tiangang exclaimed. You are the one who is going to die. The Nether King was in a good mood as he slowly stepped out of the palace. Did he look like someone who was going to die? What's going on? Tiangang was puzzled. Immediately after, the East High Priest, West High Priest, North High Priest, and a group of demons walked out. At this moment, the demons were standing behind the Nether King, as if they were listening to his orders. East High Priest, West High Priest, what's with your eyes? Why are you showing hostility to me? Tiangang looked at the demons in surprise. Each and every one of them looked at him with hostility. Tiangang wasn't the only one who was puzzled. All the experts in the world who saw this were puzzled. Isn't the Nether King about to die? Why are those demons following behind the Nether King? Countless people looked over in confusion. The Nether King smiled coldly at Tiangang. Tiangang, a wise man submits to circumstances. Didn't you hear Yendi's words just now? The Nether King smiled faintly. Yinchuan's words? Tiangang suddenly turned his head to look at Yinchuan, who was outside the barrier. What do you mean? You betrayed the Lord? Tiangang's face changed. The Nether King didn't mind and smiled coldly. At this moment, Tiangang felt that something was wrong. You guys are crazy. Why aren't you guys capturing the Nether King? He betrayed the Lord. Tiangang exclaimed. I said before that a wise man submits to circumstances. Have you forgotten? They have all submitted to Emperor Dejun. The Nether King said faintly. Buzz. Tiangang felt a roar in his head. Impossible. Impossible. Did you all betray His Majesty? No, I must be dreaming. Tiangang exclaimed. He was about to collapse. This isn't real? How can this be real? Everyone betrayed the Lotus God and joined Yinchuan? This is impossible. The scene in front of him completely overturned Tiangang's view of the world. Take him down. The Nether King shouted coldly. Boom. The demons immediately pounced on Tiangang. Chapter 1529. In Wuji, the Lotus God's main body stood quietly in the void. Wuji was constantly destroying the Lotus God's body. However, the Lotus God had already transcended, and the destroyed parts were quickly recovering. The Lotus God did not move, but his consciousness entered his body and fought with the parasitic Yin Chuan. On a grassland, the human Yin Chuan had long green hair. He held the Jade Emperor's sword and pointed it at the Lotus God. However, there were 10 Lotus Gods surrounding Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, this is my sea of consciousness. I can do whatever I want. Indeed, the original bodies can't use some methods here. But at the same time, the original bodies can use other methods. Right now there are 10 original bodies, and each body of consciousness has the same strength. It won't weaken as the number increases. This is the power of consciousness. The Lotus God coldly snorted. Boom! The human Yin Chuan slashed with his sword. Instantly, a beam of sword energy shot towards one of the Lotus Gods. Boom! A group of Lotus Gods charged towards Yin Chuan. Although the Lotus Gods were powerful, they were only at the 15th level of the martial heaven. Although they had various techniques, they were only on par with Yin Chuan. Boom! 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 His long hair danced in the wind. Yin Chuan entered Kong Huangtian's will mode again. Fight, fight, fight. Yin Chuan moved his body. His sword moved at an unprecedented speed and clashed with the Lotus Gods again and again. The more they fought, the faster and stronger they became. Yin Chuan gradually entered a selfless state. However, the Lotus God frowned. Whoosh! Another 5 Lotus Gods charged towards Yin Chuan. Boom! Although Yin Chuan was slightly suppressed, he quickly adapted. As he adapted, Yin Chuan's will to fight grew stronger and stronger. Rumble! On the other side, the zombie Yin Chuan turned into a black dragon and fought the Lotus God's avatar. The Lotus God's avatar was formed by the White Tiger Great Emperor. It had the Great Emperor's altar and absorbed the power of the stars. It was already at the 16th level of the martial heaven. The black dragon roared and clashed with the Lotus God's avatar again and again. Roar! Boom! The dragon's tail collided with the avatar. The Lotus God's avatar retreated. Yin Chuan, if you didn't come, I wouldn't know that you're so strong, the Lotus God said fiercely. Boom! The dragon's avatar's feet. Under the tremendous force, the Lotus platform immediately flipped over, and a crack appeared on the Lotus platform. Dragon subduing! The Lotus deity shouted. She took advantage of this opportunity to attack. Boom! A huge lotus seat pressed down on the dragon's head, making it unable to move. Ha ha ha! The Lotus God laughed. World suppression! The black dragon roared. Boom! The world-suppressing coffin appeared above the Lotus God's head. The Lotus God's expression changed, and he raised his other hand. Boom! Crack! The world-suppressing coffin was too powerful. Countless antimatter surrounded it and broke the Lotus God's palm. What coffin? The Lotus God was shocked. Roar! The black dragon broke free from the Lotus God's avatar and rushed toward the Lotus God. He opened his mouth and tried to swallow the Lotus God. The Lotus God's expression changed, and he wanted to retreat. Buzz! 9 world-suppressing coffins appeared in the void and slammed into the Lotus God. Boom! The Lotus God was slammed into the black dragon's mouth. Bastard! The Lotus God shouted. Bang! The dragon's mouth closed. The Lotus God was swallowed by the black dragon. In the dragon's stomach, the Lotus God was suddenly swallowed. Her expression changed drastically. Watch me break your dragon's stomach. Boom! The black dragon's body made a loud sound. What a tough body! The Lotus God exclaimed from the black dragon's stomach. Rumble! The black dragon suddenly spiraled up and closed his eyes, as if he was refining the Lotus God's avatar. Boom! 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 The black dragon's stomach kept making loud noises. Roar! The black dragon opened his mouth and swallowed the world-suppressing coffin. Boom! Another loud noise came from the black dragon's stomach. The world-suppressing coffin entered his stomach and suppressed the Lotus God. Antimatter? How can there be so much antimatter in your body? Where did it come from? The Lotus God's avatar exclaimed. The black dragon ignored him and closed his eyes to refine the lotus god. Ah! The lotus god's avatar cried out in pain. Rumble! After a loud noise, the black dragon's stomach stopped making any more noises. The lotus god's avatar had been refined. Buzz! Below the black dragon, another great emperor altar suddenly appeared beside the original great emperor altar. The white tiger emperor's great emperor altar had been refined by the black dragon. Buzz! The black dragon opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out. First world, southern outer continent, Million Lotus Sea. Take him down! The Nether King shouted. Boom! The group of demons immediately charged toward Tiangang. Crazy, are all of you crazy? Tiangang exclaimed. Light of destruction! The Eastern High Priest shouted. The scepter in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance. An array of black light shot toward Tiangang. Boom! Tiangang was sent flying by the impact. The surrounding evil demons also pounced forward. In the blink of an eye, Tiangang was surrounded by a group of experts. Boom! The battle started, and the entire Million Lotus Sea started to rumble. In the outside world, the peerless experts of various domains were at a loss. The scene in front of them was too shocking. All the demons suddenly started to fight Tiangang? How could this be? The Northern High Priest stood beside the Nether King. The Nether King waved his hand. The Northern High Priest held his scepter and shot out a ray of light toward the Million Lotus Sea. Boom! Under the huge force, the void around the Million Lotus Sea trembled. The huge explosion instantly destroyed a part of the Lotus Sea. But soon, the Lotus Sea recovered. But the lotus flowers were no longer as beautiful as before. What are you doing? Northern High Priest, are you going to destroy the Million Lotus Sea? Tiangang exclaimed. At this moment, not only the North High Priest, but the other demons also joined in the project of destroying the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Boom! 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 The group of evil demons had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. They destroyed the countless lotuses in a frenzy. As the lotuses were destroyed, ripples spread out in all directions. You bunch of lunatics, crazy! All of you are crazy! Tiangang roared. However, Tiangang couldn't stop them at all. He was trapped by a few demons, and in the midst of a bitter battle, he was instantly injured. Rumble! The 10,000 Lotus Sea was destroyed and reborn again and again, but it became more and more damaged until some parts could no longer be restored. For a moment, the entire great evil world was filled with rumbling sounds. Countless evil demons trembled in fear. He looked at the sky in horror, not knowing what had happened. In the great evil world, there were many giant statues of the Lotus God. They were placed all over the world. The statues were majestic and gave off a magnificent light. Endless demons would often pay their respects, offering their power of will. These powers of will were connected to the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The Lotus God also used these statues to communicate with the demons in the world. The power of life in the great evil world was gathered in the statues, and then connected to the 10,000 Lotus Sea for the Lotus God to use. As the 10,000 Lotus Sea continued to be destroyed, the countless Lotus God statues in the great evil world were also damaged. Ka. Cracks appeared on the statues, and countless evil demons in the great evil world were alarmed. What's going on? There are cracks on the Lotus God statues. The Lotus God statues are damaged. I can't contact the statues. The entire great evil world was filled with panic. At the 10,000 Lotus Sea, evil demons were constantly destroying it. The barrier outside suddenly exploded, and silver-eyed Yen Chuan appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Boom! Silver-eyed Yen Chuan opened the 3,000 heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao circulated, and the power of turbulence was crazily destroying the 10,000 Lotus Sea. No, it was melting the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The 10,000 Lotus Sea was connected to the power of a world. At this moment, the power of a world was seized by silver-eyed Yen Chuan. As it melted, it turned into endless power, and gathered in the giant eye on the 3,000 heavenly Tao. Boom! The rolling power filled silver-eyed Yen Chuan's 3,000 heavenly Tao. On the other side, Tiangang was furious. Yen Chuan, bastard, how can you submit to Yen Chuan? Tiangang's eyes were red. How could this be? You, the Lotus God won't let you go. Tiangang roared. Boom. Finally, one of the Lotus God statues collapsed. Boom. 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 After the first statue collapsed, the Lotus God statues in the great evil world collapsed one after another. More and more of them collapsed. The collapse of the statues meant that the Lotus God's control over the great evil world was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, there was no control at all. Tiangang was so shocked that his body trembled. Some of the peerless experts in the world were dumbfounded at this moment. They couldn't understand this sudden and intense change. How did the offensive and defensive positions change in the blink of an eye? Did the Lotus God lose the power of a world? In Wuxia, the Lotus God's consciousness was fighting Yin Chuan. Boom. Boom. The more Yin Chuan fought, the more ferocious he became. Are you trying to break through? The Lotus God's expression changed. 20 Lotus God consciousnesses collided with Yin Chuan. Break! Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Wherever the longsword went, the sky was filled with peacock feathers. The 20 Lotus God consciousnesses were sent flying. At this moment, Yin Chuan's body also let out a loud sound. Buzz! Rolling power surged from Yin Chuan's body, and he stood there motionless in an instant. 16 levels of heaven? The Lotus God consciousness's expressions changed. Suddenly, the Lotus God looked up. What? Zombie Yin Chuan swallowed my clone? Cried the Lotus God in shock. But it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, the Lotus God's expression changed. Something happened to the 10,000 Lotus Sea? How is that possible? Did Jiangchen and Zhongshan interfere? How could something have happened to the 10,000 Lotus Sea? The great evil world was his foundation. If he were to lose the great evil world, his strength would definitely drop by a huge chunk. Not far away, the human Yin Chuan had just broken through to the 16th level of heaven and was in the process of consolidating it. The Lotus God's expression was unsightly. No, this can't go on. Explode! The Lotus God shouted. Boom! The Lotus God resolutely self-detonated. Buzz! The Lotus God exploded, exposing Yin Chuan. Although the Lotus God did not refine the exploding beasts, the Lotus God itself was immortal. After it self-destructed, it quickly recovered not far away. Gradually, it condensed into its original form, but it was slightly weaker. Yin Chuan. The Lotus God's expression twisted. Buzz! Suddenly another figure shot over. Zombie Yin Chuan suddenly appeared beside the human Yin Chuan. You! The Lotus God's expression was filled with hatred. However, she was more concerned about the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Boom! The Lotus God didn't hesitate. She entered heaven and earth and charged straight for the 10,000 Lotus Sea. She was so fast that the entire world was filled with an ear-piercing sound. The stars shook. The suppressed astral vault was overjoyed to see the Lotus God return. Before he could speak, the Eastern High Priest roared. Master! Astral Vault betrayed you and colluded with Yin Chuan to destroy the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The Lotus God was still in space when she heard the Eastern High Priest shout. Pfft! Astral Vault spat out a mouthful of blood at the shamelessness of the Eastern High Priest. I didn't! Cried Astral Vault indignantly. Master! Astral Vault betrayed you and colluded with Yin Chuan to destroy the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Astral Vault's expression darkened. He wanted to cry. Chapter 1530. The Lotus Goddess was still above the starry sky, and saw the destruction of the 10,000 Lotus Sea below. It was a mess. Countless statues in the great evil world had collapsed. The faith of the great evil world was lost, and the world was in chaos. The 10,000 Lotus Sea was destroyed, and she lost the power of a world. The barrier outside the 10,000 Lotus Sea was broken. That barrier was able to stop a 17th heavenly layer powerhouse. Who? Zhongshan? Jiangchen? The Lotus God's face was filled with rage. Master, Tiangang betrayed you and colluded with Yin Chuan to destroy the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The Eastern High Priest's voice suddenly sounded. Tiangang? How could it be? The Lotus Goddess didn't believe it at first. After all, Tiangang was brought up by her, and he couldn't betray her. However, the last bit of reason he had was washed away by his endless rage. Colluding with Yin Chuan? Could it be? The Eastern High Priest was also loyal to her, and he wouldn't lie to her. I didn't. Tiangang's angry voice sounded. On one side was the Eastern High Priest, and on the other side was Tiangang. Who should she believe? What happened? Master, Tiangang betrayed you and colluded with Yin Chuan to destroy the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The demons shouted almost simultaneously. If it was just the Eastern High Priest, the Lotus Goddess wouldn't believe it completely. But now, almost all the demons were insisting on Tiangang. How could it be fake? If one demon killed Tiangang, it could be considered a personal grudge. But now, everyone was accusing Tiangang. How could Tiangang be innocent? Evil creature, how dare you betray me? The Lotus Goddess roared and hit Tiangang with her palm. Master, no, I didn't. Tiangang shouted in horror. However, the Lotus God instantly arrived below and struck out a palm towards Tiangang. Master, no. Tiangang screamed and faced the sky helplessly. Boom! The original area of the 10,000 Lotus Sea exploded. In Wuji, the human Yin Chuan closed his eyes, and divine flames rushed out of his body, but they were quickly extinguished by the surrounding Wuji. Yin Chuan didn't care. The zombie Yin Chuan guarded the human Yin Chuan. After a while, the human Yin Chuan opened his eyes. Buzz! Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with 2 rays of 16-colored light. Kong Huangtian's will is truly powerful. If it wasn't for his will, I don't know when I would be able to break through to the 16th heavenly layer. Yin Chuan sighed. Zombie Yin Chuan sighed as well. The two of them looked at the sky. Let's go back, it's not over yet, Zombie Yin Chuan said. Boom! The two of them did not hesitate to head inside. In the blink of an eye, they had passed through the heavenly demon region and entered the starry sky. As soon as he entered the starry sky, he saw a group of demons besieging the Lotus Goddess. Lotus Goddess heavily injured Celestial Dipper with one palm. As their anger subsided, the group of evil demons attacked the Lotus Goddess at the same time. The Nether King understood that even though he had framed Tiangang once, he couldn't hide it for long. Soon, the Lotus Goddess would come back to her senses. He had to give her the heaviest blow before she regained her senses. The group of demons attacked the Lotus Goddess almost simultaneously. What? What are you doing? The Lotus Goddess's expression suddenly changed. Unfortunately, it was too late. Energy sabers, energy swords, energy fists, and various other forms of energy swarmed over. Boom! Standing at the center, even the injured Tiangang felt a chill run down his spine. Transcendents could not die, but that did not mean they could not be injured. Even if they were injured to the point of death, they could still be reborn. However, they would be extremely weak after being reborn. It might even take a long time for them to be reborn. It was no different from a seal. At this moment, the group of demons crazily attacked the Lotus Goddess. Her expression darkened. Great Lotus, bloom the world! The Lotus Goddess shouted. A white lotus suddenly appeared under the Lotus Goddess's feet. The moment the lotus appeared, it instantly enveloped the Lotus Goddess and Tiangang. Slowly the lotus bloomed. Rays of white divine light shot out, charging at the group of demons. Boom! The space within 100,000 miles shattered. The Lotus Goddess used a single white lotus to block almost all the demons' attacks. The group of demons was instantly sent flying. The Lotus Goddess was so angry that her entire body trembled. The group of demons had actually betrayed her. All of them? For a moment, the Lotus Goddess did not even attack again. The space quickly mended. In the sky, the two Yin Chuan quickly rushed down. Soon Yin Chuan arrived below. Boom! They brought 2 gusts of wind, and the space around them was completely restored. The 3 Yin Chuan stood side by side in midair. The Nether King, Moyushi Miao, and the other demons were already standing behind the 3 Yin Chuan. The Lotus Goddess used a white lotus to protect herself. At this moment, countless experts in the world were puzzled. After all, the previous battle had been too chaotic. Many experts could not understand what had happened. What had just happened? The demons had rebelled? The Lotus Goddess's gaze swept across the group of demons. You actually betrayed me, the Lotus Goddess said in a low voice. My lord, they are all crazy. And that Nether King is not dead at all. He is fine. Everything is fake. It's all Yin Chuan's show. Tiangang said with grief and indignation. After being hit by the Lotus Goddess, Tian Gang felt like his bones were about to fall apart. His entire body was in pain. Great Lotus? It seems that this is the treasure that helped you transcend. The first epic's Dharma treasure? The human Yin Chuan stood at the front and said in a low voice. Great Lotus? The first epic's Dharma treasure? However, the Lotus Goddess was still brooding. Why? East High Priest, West High Priest, why did you betray me? The Lotus Goddess asked in a low voice. Can't you tell? The Nether King smiled coldly. You are really fine? You can even repair your birth chart. It's you, Mo-Yushi? The Lotus Goddess's eyes suddenly turned cold. Mo-Yushi smiled coldly and ignored the Lotus Goddess. Her husband and son were here. Mo-Yushi did not want to be in the limelight. The Lotus Goddess only glanced at Mo-Yushi before looking at the East High Priest and the others. Your eyes are not right. You are no longer yourself. You want to exchange beasts. The Lotus Goddess's expression suddenly changed. The human Yin Chuan looked at the sky at this moment. His blood-red hair instantly fluttered, and the blood sea appeared again. The cypress tree soared into the sky, and the stars in the sky instantly lit up. The stars in the shallow star layer lit up. Soon, the giant stars in the deep star layer lit up one after another. In the west of the netherworld, the White Tiger Emperor's giant star was instantly controlled by Yin Chuan. Countless stars gradually revolved around Yin Chuan's palm. Universe in the palm. You want to deal with me? You are not enough. The Lotus Goddess said coldly. Lotus Goddess, you have already lost the power of a world. Is the current you not enough? Just with this great lotus? You think too highly of yourself. Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yin Chuan waved his right hand and surging astral power rushed toward the Lotus Goddess. 10,000 lotuses bloom again. The Lotus Goddess shouted softly. The great lotus under her feet suddenly emitted countless rays of white light. Wherever the white light passed, white lotuses bloomed. Heavenly Tao cycle. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! The 3,000 heavenly Tao appeared. The surging white lotuses were instantly melted by the countless turbulent flows of energy, and were quickly absorbed. The Lotus Goddess stood in the middle of the white lotuses. For a moment, her defense was invincible. Bang! Zombie Yin Chuan charged toward the Lotus Goddess. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of her. The dragon bone wings on his back reappeared, and he punched at the Lotus Goddess. How dare you be so presumptuous? The Lotus Goddess shouted angrily. She punched at Zombie Yin Chuan. Boom! The two fists collided. The Lotus Goddess had the Great Lotus, and her defense was invincible. As long as the Lotus Goddess did not attack, Zombie Yin Chuan would not be able to break through her defense. Yu Shi Dong and Miao, all of you leave first. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Okay. Mo-Yushi and the others nodded. Everyone quickly left the area, where the 3,000 heavenly Tao had been established. After all, they could not interfere. Only the three Yin Chuan were left to face the Lotus Goddess and Tian Gang in the Great Lotus. Lotus Goddess, you've lost the power of a realm. You're no longer my opponent. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a low voice. I have the Great Lotus. Even if you're at the 17th level of heaven, you can't break it. The Lotus Goddess shouted. It's okay. I have the Heavenly Tao cycle. I can slowly wear down your Great Lotus. Let's see if you can hold on. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan said coldly. Rumble. The turbulent flow of energy continued to dissolve the power of the Great Lotus. The Lotus Goddess's face darkened. Righteous chi of heaven and earth, Lotus suppress. The Lotus Goddess shouted. With a wave of her hand, the Great Lotus under her feet flew up and charged toward Yin Chuan and the others. Suppress. Mine is the real suppress. Suppress. Zombie Yin Chuan took out the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Boom! The Great Lotus and the world-suppressing bronze coffin collided. The force of the collision was instantly disintegrated by the Heavenly Tao cycle. The two collided and were evenly matched. What kind of coffin is this? How can it block the Great Lotus? The Lotus Goddess asked in surprise. The world-suppressing bronze coffin I refined carries the flame of hope. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Flame of hope. This coffin is the hope of the common people. As long as the hope is not extinguished, the coffin will not be destroyed. Break. Zombie Yin Chuan suppressed the Great Lotus with another coffin. Boom! The coffin and lotus collided, but they were still unable to break through the lotus's defense. The first epic's great lotus is indeed a treasure, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yin Chuan and the others could not do anything to the lotus goddess, but the lotus goddess was also very anxious. My lord, let's leave first, Tiangang shouted. All right. The lotus goddess nodded. She controlled the great lotus and shot it in a direction. Suppress! Boom! The world-suppressing bronze coffin blocked the great lotus. It did not allow the great lotus to leave. Boom! 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 After colliding again and again, the great lotus could not leave at all. It could only let the heavenly Tao cycle continuously melt its power. The surging power was absorbed. As long as the great lotus released its aura, it would be completely absorbed. For 3 whole days, the lotus goddess could not leave. My lord, Tiangang was anxious. The lotus goddess looked at Tiangang, and her eyes darkened. Because of you, I can't become one with the great lotus. Get out! What? My lord, don't abandon me! Tiangang exclaimed. However, the lotus goddess did not care at all. She stretched out her palm and struck Tiangang out. No! Tiangang exclaimed. He was sent flying. The moment Tiangang was sent flying, a gap suddenly appeared in the defense. Yin Chuan's universe and palm suddenly reached for the lotus goddess. Divine power, deprive! Yin Chuan shouted. Deprive? He wanted to deprive the great lotus. The lotus goddess's expression changed drastically. Her body swayed, and the great lotus avoided the divine power. Whoosh! The great lotus avoided the deprived divine power, but the lotus goddess disappeared from the great lotus and entered the universe in palm. What? The lotus goddess exclaimed. She realized that she was already in Yin Chuan's palm. I'm not depriving the great lotus, but you. Yin Chuan smiled coldly. Chapter 1531. I'm not robbing the lotus of air. I'm robbing you. Yin Chuan sneered. In Yin Chuan's palm, the lotus god stood in a vast universe with a shocked expression. Stars move! Yin Chuan shouted. Rumble! The stars in the sky surged towards Yin Chuan's palm. It was as if billions of stars were crashing into the lotus god. Boom! The lotus god charged forward again. Yin Chuan, Yin Chuan! The lotus god roared. Was it over? Lotus of air! The lotus god roared. In the outside world, the lotus of air bloomed with dazzling white light, as if it was going to travel through time and space to where the lotus god was. Heavenly Tao cycle. Yin Chuan activated it again. Boom! The turbulent energy rushed towards the lotus of air. The lotus of air that was about to travel through time and space was instantly stopped. Not far away, Tiangang looked at this scene in a daze. Tiangang's heart turned gloomy. He had always been loyal to the lotus god. Even when he was at the end of the road, he was still loyal. Who would have thought that he would be abandoned by the lotus god? When the lotus god pushed him out of the lotus of air, Tiangang's faith collapsed. Bang! The zombie Yin Chuan kicked him out. Immediately, the Nether King led a group of evil demons to capture Tiangang. Why? Why? Tiangang was still brooding. Tiangang, you saw it yourself. The lotus god that you were loyal to abandoned you without hesitation in this life and death situation. The Nether King laughed. Don't say it, don't say it. Tiangang was sad. The lotus god isn't your only choice. Come to my great celestial world. The Nether King tried to persuade him again. At the same time, in the great evil world's underworld, a dark aura suddenly filled the air. Wherever the dark aura reached, the evil demons and dead spirits of the great evil world would fall asleep. Plop, plop, plop. One by one, the demons suddenly fell to the ground. Countless demons stood up in shock. What's going on? Why did the people on the city wall suddenly fall asleep? Ah, what kind of yin qi is that? Why did they all fall asleep when the yin qi passed by? Look at that bird in the sky, it's falling down. Father, I'm sleepy. I'm tired too. Wherever the dark energy passed, one territory after another fell into a deep sleep, and one continent after another fell into a deep sleep. Without any resistance, the lowest level abyssals were the first to fall asleep. Some of the higher level abyssals and undead spirits could only hold on for a short, while before falling asleep once more. Sleep, sleep, sleep. The entire underworld of the Great Vile Realm fell into a deep slumber. The common people, dead spirits, and even the trees suddenly drooped down, all of them falling asleep. Even the wind, snow, and rain stopped. Not long after, the entire great evil underworld fell silent. All of them fell asleep. And this drowsiness was not only limited to the netherworld, but it was also spreading to the mortal realm. The world of the great evil, the world of the living, was gradually falling into a slumber. From afar, it spread to the southern outer continent. Southern outer continent. The lotus deity was trapped in Yin Chuan's palm. Lotus of great Qi. The lotus deity cried out in grief and indignation. But how could Yin Chuan let him have his way? Boom! The 3,000 heavenly Tao destroyed a petal of the lotus of great Qi. The petal immediately turned into a surging aura that rushed in all directions. Rumble! The 3,000 heavenly Tao quickly digested it and gathered its power into a huge eye in the clouds above. The huge eye closed and accumulated endless power. Yin Chuan, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to refine and disintegrate the lotus of great Qi? The lotus deity exclaimed. That's right. Yin Chuan said indifferently. That's a treasure of the first era. It's from the first era. You're actually wasting it so recklessly. You're actually going to disintegrate it. The lotus deity exclaimed. The first era? The experts of the first era might be about to ascend and return. The lotus of great Qi will still be taken away by the great Qi supremacy. Why can't I use it for myself? You might think that it's a waste, but I don't think so. Yin Chuan said sullenly. Boom! The surging astral power crashed into the lotus deity again. The lotus deity was severely injured, his flesh lacerated. You can't kill me. I have an undying body. The lotus deity roared. Kill you? Naturally, I know that you have an undying body. However, you are already in my palm. Do you think you can escape? I'm going to use the astral power in the sky to wear down your strength. Then, I'll suppress you and make you unable to wake up for eternity. You can wake up when everything in the world is over. Yin Chuan said sullenly. Wait until everything in the world is over? The lotus deity suddenly quivered. The lotus deity naturally understood what Yin Chuan was talking about. Fate. Wasn't the ultimate goal of all the heroes of the world rising to fight against fate? If they lost, all life in the world would cease to exist. If they woke up then, everything would be gone. What was the point of that? No, you can't do that. You can't. The lotus deity roared. It's not up to you. Yin Chuan said coldly. Boom. Boom. The astral power was mobilized. The two worlds of Yin and Yang let out deafening sounds of collisions. In front of the Taiji Palace in the western continent, Wu Jiong looked at Yin Chuan in the distance with a complicated look of jealousy on his face. First Emperor? Wu Jiong said jealously. Once upon a time, he was so domineering in the sealed world. When he first found out that Yin Chuan was the reincarnation of Emperor Qin on Earth, he was shocked. Later, when he saw Yin Chuan's power, he immediately lost his respect. For a long time, Wu Jiong even looked down on Yin Chuan. Until Dezhun continued to rise, Yin Chuan became stronger and stronger. Every time he saw Yin Chuan, his strength would skyrocket. Until now, the lotus deity had entered the great Zhou dynasty. Even the strongest sect master of heaven had been defeated by him. The great Zhou dynasty was his home ground. Such a powerful lotus deity was now Yin Chuan's prisoner. And Yin Chuan had entered the lotus deity's home ground and turned the entire great evil world upside down. The lotus deity had been defeated. How could he have been defeated so thoroughly? Yin Chuan? Qin Heaven Realm? Wu Jiong's eyes were filled with jealousy. The North Continent. In front of the Immortal Hall, Zhongshan and Jianao looked at Yin Chuan. Ha ha ha, good. Zhongshan praised. Almost. Jianao nodded. What? You want to challenge Yin Chuan? Zhongshan smiled. I'm almost there. Wait for me to sharpen my sword. I'll go to Xianying to challenge Yin Chuan. Jianao said solemnly. Zhongshan looked at Jianao and finally nodded. All right, I'll wait for your shocking battle. Jianao nodded. Around the northeast continent, Dongfang Bubi stood in the pavilion. His gaze crossed the various territories and stared directly at Yin Chuan's universe in palm. Dongfang Bubi stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the lotus deity in Yin Chuan's palm that was constantly being worn down and frowned slightly. He furrowed his brows, as if he was making a difficult choice. Sigh. Dongfang Bubi sighed slightly. The South Continent. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan was digesting the lotus deity. Although the giant eye above the 3,000 heavenly Daos did not open, one could already feel its terrifying power nearby. The lotus deity peeled off petal by petal and quickly melted. In Yin Chuan's palm, the lotus deity was getting weaker and weaker. Roar! The lotus deity roared unwillingly. Looking at every battle of the four realms, the lotus deity sadly realized that she seemed to be the punching bag of the world's powerhouses. She was defeated time and time again. From Jiangchen to the Golden Great Emperor, from Zhongshan to Fuxi, she was always defeated. Even now, facing Yin Chuan, whom she used to look down on, she was utterly defeated. Bitterness, unwillingness, resentment. But there was nothing she could do. Her power gradually disappeared. At this moment, Zombie Yin Chuan's face darkened. Whoosh. Zombie Yin Chuan stepped out of the range of the 3,000 heavenly Daos and looked towards the south. Plop, plop. In the various continents of the great evil world, after waves of black gas spread, cultivators fell asleep one by one. More and more people fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky and spread in all directions. Over there, what's going on over there? My soldiers, what's going on? Not good. There were countless shouts, but without exception, all of them fell asleep. Is this corpse energy? Jiangchen. Zombie Yin Chuan's expression changed. At this moment, the black gas had spread to the vicinity. Countless cultivators fell asleep quickly. Father! The Nether King shouted. But in the blink of an eye, the Nether King also fell asleep. Meow. Husband. Moushi meow. And the demons all fell asleep. The entire South Outer Continent fell into a deep slumber, causing the experts who thought the battle was over to fall into a state of shock once again. What was going on? The black gas rushed towards Zombie Yin Chuan. Boom! The Great Emperor's altar suddenly released a burst of white light, blocking the black gas. In an instant, apart from the battlefield, the entire great evil world fell asleep. Jiangchen! Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan's voice reverberated throughout the entire great vile world's living realm. Rumble! In the distance, Great Emperor Jiangchen slowly walked out of the roiling black gas, clad in golden robes. As expected, I took a fancy to you. You're actually unharmed. Emperor Jiangchen smiled from within the black fog. At this moment, all of the people of great accomplishment in the great evil world had fallen into a deep sleep. Yin Chuan glared coldly at Emperor Jiangchen. Emperor Jiangchen, are you here to pick the fruit? Yin Chuan asked coldly. Now that the Lotus Goddess had been defeated, the great evil world was empty. The great evil world could have easily swallowed the Yang realm, but Jiangchen had arrived. I'm here. The great evil world is mine. Jiangchen smiled confidently. Yours? I don't think you can take it, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Although Jiangchen was strong, only the boulders were worthy of his attention. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. Conquering a territory didn't just depend on the strength of an ambitious person. It also required a large number of subordinates to control the hearts of the people. Could Jiangchen take down the great evil world all by himself? In Yin Chuan's opinion, that wasn't realistic enough. Chapter 1532. Zombie Yin Chuan stepped onto the Great Emperor's altar and glared coldly at Jiangchen. Jiangchen was confident in his victory, but Yin Chuan didn't back down at all. Bang! A pair of black skeletal wings protruded from Yin Chuan's back. Fangs protruded from his mouth, and 19-colored light seeped out of his skin. His ferocious might surged toward Jiangchen. Jiangchen understood how powerful Yin Chuan was. Bang! A pair of golden wings protruded from his back. Fangs protruded from his mouth, and his skin glowed with 19-colored light. Apart from the color of their wings and the shape of their faces, they were practically identical. Rumble! Waves of evil energy surged from their feet in all directions. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan threw a punch at Jiangchen. He didn't use the power of the great Tao, only pure physical strength. Jiangchen also seemed to want to test Yin Chuan's body. He threw a punch of his own. Boom! Bang! The void was instantly torn apart for 50 million miles. Powerful strength, the purest physical strength fiercely collided. The loud noise echoed throughout the world. Countless experts trembled inwardly. What a powerful body, said Zhong Shan of the outer north continent. In the southeast continent, Emperor Huang Jin narrowed his eyes. The body of a Jiangchen? Waves of impact swept out in all directions. In the end, everything returned to normal. After the punch, Zombie Yin Chuan and Jiangchen retreated to their original positions. Zombie Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Your body is the same as mine. The same power, the same dominance. Zombie Yin Chuan's expression was extremely conflicted. He'd originally thought that Jiangchen had created the Jiangchen's physique because he wasn't confident enough in his own physical body. But now, it seemed that Jiangchen's body wasn't any weaker than his own. With such a powerful body, why'd he create the body of a Jiangchen for others to cultivate? Not bad, your body is as dense as mine. Jiangchen smiled in satisfaction. The same? What do you mean? Asked Yin Chuan in a low voice. He seemed to have noticed something unusual. The two experts stared coldly at each other. At the side, within the 3,000 heavenly Tao. Rumble. The lotus of atmosphere was constantly being disintegrated and dissolved by the heavenly Tao samsara, turning into power that Yin Chuan could control and gathering in the giant eye above. Jiangchen, who'd been staring at Yin Chuan, suddenly turned to look at the giant eye. Boom! The great lotus, which no longer had any petals, suddenly exploded and completely disintegrated, turning into surging energy that surged into the giant eye. The giant eye exuded a deadly aura, causing Jiangchen to narrow his eyes. At this moment, the power of the lotus deity in Yin Chuan's palm universe was getting weaker and weaker. Gradually he was on his last breath. Lotus goddess, you've completely lost. I've used up all of your divine power. Now, prepare to fall into a deep slumber, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Heh, the winner takes all. The lotus deity revealed a trace of bitterness. At this moment in the northeast continent, Dongfang Bubi stared at the lotus god in Yin Chuan's palm. Alas! Dongfang Bubi sighed softly. Suddenly, Dongfang Bubi stretched out his right hand and looked up at the sky. Countless motes of light suddenly appeared in Dongfang Bubi's palm. As soon as they appeared, they seemed to connect with the stars in the sky. The stars in the sky brightened even more. Countless stars in the shallow star layer, and even the deep star layer lit up. Yin Chuan in the south continent, however, suddenly looked up at the sky, his expression changing. Yin Chuan suddenly realized that besides himself, the power of the stars in the sky seemed to be being guided by another force. Not only that, but almost all the stars in the sky had lit up. All 3,000 stars in the deep star layer had lit up? After all, even Yin Chuan himself could only control 2,000 stars. But now, all 3,000 stars were under his control. What's going on? Who is it? Yin Chuan asked in shock. Who else besides him could control the power of the stars in the sky? If Yin Chuan saw Dongfang Bubi, he would be even more shocked. Because Dongfang Bubi's right palm was almost the same as Yin Chuan's universe in the palm. Rolling motes of stars revolved around Dongfang Bubi's palm. Dongfang Bubi looked at his palm, and his eyes suddenly focused. There seemed to be a small space torn apart in his palm. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in the small space torn apart. It was the dying Lotus God. Lotus God was suddenly transported to Dongfang Bubi's palm, far away in the south continent. Yin Chuan in his human form had a drastic change in expression. Lotus God was gone. A surge of power suddenly appeared in his palm and moved the Lotus God away. Who is it? Yin Chuan in his human form exclaimed. He turned his head to look around, but there was no sign of Lotus God. Yin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. To be able to steal the Lotus Goddess from his palm so easily, how powerful was that person? But who would save Lotus God? Yin Chuan's expression was extremely ugly. Bam! Yin Chuan in his human form withdrew the universe in the palm with a gloomy expression. Around the northeast continent, Lotus God was transported to Dongfang Bubi's hand. Dongfang Bubi withdrew the force in his hand. Buzz! The weak Lotus God fell in front of Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi looked at the weak Lotus God with a gloomy expression. Lotus God suddenly saw Dongfang Bubi and shuddered, as if she was extremely terrified. It was an instinctive fear. But soon, she recovered from her fear. She revealed a strong sense of bitterness. This unfilial disciple thanks Master for saving me again. Lotus God knelt down before Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi stared at Lotus God. Lotus God revealed a bitter expression. I was wrong. In the second era, I shouldn't have stolen Master's great lotus of air and escaped to the great evil world. I know I was wrong. Please punish me, Master. Lotus God knelt before Dongfang Bubi. She looked deeply remorseful. Dongfang Bubi stared at Lotus God for a while, as if he was thinking about how to deal with her. After a while, Dongfang Bubi said lightly, forget it. Since you've lost in the South Outer Continent, then stay in the Eastern Sect and teach your junior brothers. Yes, thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Lotus God quickly kowtowed. Dongfang Bubi waved his sleeve gently. Lotus God immediately stood up and stood respectfully behind Dongfang Bubi. Not far from Dongfang Bubi stood a group of Dongfang Bubi's disciples, including Meng Wenrua and Meng Rongrong's ancestor, Meng Lingtian. All of Dongfang Bubi's disciples were stunned. Their minds were blank. What was going on? Was this Lotus God, the realm lord of the great evil world? The realm lord Lotus God was their senior brother? Junior brother, why don't you try and slap me? Am I dreaming? Slap. Hey, you're really slapping me? Is it real? Is this a dream? Lotus God is my senior brother. The Eastern Sect's disciples were all ecstatic. In the past, Lotus God was arrogant and overbearing, and everyone was unhappy with her. But now that she was one of them, they were naturally overjoyed and no longer jealous. Chapter 1533. South Outer Continent. The Lotus divinity suddenly vanished. Yin Chuan's expression darkened, but he couldn't find anything. Are you looking for the Lotus divinity? Jiangchen suddenly laughed. Oh, you know? Said Yin Chuan in a low voice. Whoosh. The three Yin Chuans flew over and stood together, staring coldly at Jiangchen. No need to look for him. He went back. Jiangchen smiled. Went back? Asked Yin Chuan confused. The Lotus divinity is Dongfang Bubi's disciple. Although he committed treason by stealing Dongfang Bubi's great lotus and fleeing to the great evil realm, he's still Dongfang Bubi's disciple. You've already beaten him back to his original form. You should be satisfied. Dongfang Bubi's disciple? Yin Chuan's expression darkened. All this time, Yin Chuan hadn't been sure of Dongfang Bubi's identity. All he knew was that he was very strong. Yin Chuan had sensed Dongfang Bubi's ability to send Meng Rongrong into the heavenly demon realm. But he'd never imagined that Dongfang Bubi was the Lotus divinity's master. Rumor had it that Dongfang Bubi had refused to take Great Emperor Qinglong's altar, which was why he'd given it to Great Emperor Qinglong. In the past, Great Emperor Ziwei had dominated the world, but he hadn't dared act impudently in front of Dongfang Bubi. In the annals of history, Dongfang Bubi was rarely mentioned. Yin Chuan knew he was strong, but he hadn't expected him to have such a shocking identity. What? You guessed it. Jiangchen smiled. Does he have another identity? Dongfang Bubi has another name. He's called 1.5, said Jiangchen indifferently. 1.5. Dongfang Bubi, the strongest of the second epoch? Yin Chuan's expression flickered. Instantly, Yin Chuan understood many things. It seemed 1.5 had been the mastermind behind the transformation of the experts of the second epoch. 1.5 was the strongest of the early second epoch, even earlier than Jiangchen. Invincible East appeared at the end of the second epoch, said Jiangchen. He planned the 3,000 constellations and took on a disciple, the Lotus Goddess. That's all. I see. Yin Chuan looked at his palm. Someone had mobilized even more constellations than he had. Back then he'd guessed it, but now that he heard it from Jiangchen, he couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that the number one person in the second epoch had long appeared. The number one person in the second epoch? You're still a bit too weak, said Jiangchen in a low voice. Take another step forward. Take another step forward and I'll grant you a fair fight. A fair fight. The gates of the great evil world have already been opened by me. And I'm just waiting for Great Zhen to fully accept it. You want me to give up on the great evil world with just a few words? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. I'm not giving up. I defeated the Lotus Goddess easier than you did. No, I already defeated the Lotus Goddess in the past. But I didn't take the great evil world out of respect for Invincible East. Now that you've defeated the Lotus Goddess, Invincible East has no more excuses. That's why I accepted you. Your contributions are great. I'll give you 3 continents to complete your Great Zhen. What do you think? The 3 Yin Chuan looked at Jiangchen coldly. They fell silent for a moment. Zombie Yin Chuan in particular realized that Jiangchen didn't seem interested in him at all. Not only did he not want to deal with him, he even wanted him to become stronger. After a moment of silence, the 3 Yin Chuan nodded. Of the 9 great emperor altars, I originally guessed that the last one was in the hands of 1.5. But since 1.5 is Invincible East, then the whereabouts of the last great emperor altar are unknown. Do you know? Asked Yin Chuan in a low voice. Fine, there's no harm in telling you. Indeed, there's one last great emperor altar. The last one is in the hands of the Mun clan. The Mun clan? Ghostfire? Yin Chuan's expression changed. This clan cultivated in the cycle of reincarnation. Yin Chuan had encountered them many times. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan was a clone he'd obtained along with Ghostfire. The Mun clan's main altar is in the Great Benevolence World's Yang realm. Oh! Yin Chuan's expression changed. 3 months later. Xianyang's Skyward Palace Plaza. Yin Chuan returned. At this moment, Yin Chuan in human form stood in front of the Skyward Palace Plaza, gazing at the swaying starry sky. Rumble! A powerful suction force came from the sky. For a moment, countless mountains and boulders in the Great Benevolence World soared into the sky. The continent of the Great Evil World quickly merged with the Great Benevolence World. Boom! The entire outer East continent sank into chaos. It was the same in the Great Benevolence World. The outer East continent and the inner South continent were also in chaos. The 2 worlds were madly merging. From Wuxia, one could see that the sphere of the Great Evil World had once again merged with the First Realm. Although the Great Benevolence World's territory hadn't increased in the war against the Great Evil World, its original territory had grown several times stronger. Rumble! The city lords continuously pacified the people as they waited for the changes to end. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan and Gigazi worked together to deduce the 3,000 heavenly Daos of the Great Evil World, their eyes shining with silver light. Father, it seems Jiangchen has fulfilled his promise, Yin Dong-in said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded. From this day forth, Yin Dong-in is the 2nd crown prince of the Great Benevolence, and is conferred the title of Pluto. Eldest Crown Prince Fu Su is conferred the title of Punisher. Yes, Your Majesty, the officials answered. Greetings, Your Highness, the officials said respectfully. Thank you, Imperial Father. Yin Dong-in expressed his gratitude. Yin Chuan nodded, giving Yin Dong-in a proper status. Your Majesty, Jiangchen's methods aren't simple. Gigazi narrowed his eyes. That's right. Yin Chuan nodded. Our original plan was to reunite the Great Evil World and incorporate it into the Great Benevolence World as soon as possible. However, Jiangchen only has the Boulder tribe. It won't be easy for him to conquer the entire Great Evil World. Who would have thought that he could enter the dream on such a large scale? Gigazi said solemnly. The Great Dream Invasion technique planted a seed of faith in Jiangchen in the hearts of the Great Evil World's demons. The Lotus Goddess statue collapsed, but countless statues of Jiangchen were erected in a short period of time. Although a small number of demons refused to submit to Jiangchen, the majority of them have already converted to him, Yin Dong-in said with a frown. This is called taking advantage of the situation. Jiangchen took advantage of the collapse of faith in the Great Evil World's citizens. Yin Chuan said solemnly, Your Majesty, there's news from the Northeast continent. The Lotus Goddess has appeared in the Eastern sect. She's now Dongfang Bubi's eldest disciple. Lu Gang said. We understand. Yin Chuan nodded. Pass down my order to all the city masters. Great Evil World has merged with the territory of Great Evil World. Stabilize Great Evil World. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. An official behind him replied. First World Zhongtian Continent. At the foot of the sacred mountain, Sha Di, Meng San Sheng, and the others were standing. It's time. Sha Di said solemnly. Meng San Sheng's expression changed. Let ZZ bring the road to the underworld? Don't worry, third brother. I've already discussed this with Yin Chuan. Emperor Min frowned and said. Yin Chuan has just defeated the Lotus Goddess. His current strength is not to be underestimated. What are you afraid of? Our seals have been broken, and our strength has reached the peak of level 16. Eldest brother, second brother, and third brother can even fight against experts of level 17. What can Yin Chuan do? Sha Di said solemnly. Seventh brother, go to Xianyang. Sha Di said lightly. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng San Sheng replied. Chapter 1534. After 2 months of fusion, the 3 continents of the Great Evil World had merged with Dezhun. For a time, the Great Evil World was filled with auspicious lights and heaven and earth yuan qi. Countless people were excited. With the fusion of the 2 worlds, the Great Evil World's army quickly conquered the world and integrated the newly merged beings. The world regained its temporary peace until 2 guests arrived at Xianyang. They were Meng San Sheng and his granddaughter Meng Hongying. Before reaching Xianyang, the 2 landed on a mountain peak and looked at the majestic Xianyang in the distance. They're here again. Meng San Sheng sighed. Meng Hongying looked at Xianyang city excitedly, but soon she frowned. Hongying, follow me. Don't be alone with ZZ. Meng San Sheng said. But Grandpa, why didn't you tell me that you're hiding something from me? Meng Hongying frowned. I've said it before. Everything is for the realm of the gods. You have a good relationship with ZZ. Persuade her to use the Yellow Springs Road and return to the realm of the gods with us. Don't let anything happen to her. Meng San Sheng said. Meng Hongying was in a difficult position, but eventually nodded helplessly. All right, let's go. Meng San Sheng said. With that, the 2 flew toward Xianyang city. Xianyang's study room. Yin Chuan was discussing important matters with some important officials. Report. Your Majesty, Meng San Sheng and Meng Hongying from the realm of the gods would like to see you. Zhao Gao entered the study room. Oh. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan walked out of the study room and went to a square with some officials following behind him. Meng San Sheng was waiting for Yin Chuan in the square, while Meng Hongying and ZZ were chatting with each other. They saw Yin Chuan walking toward them from afar. ZZ immediately looked over with a smile. When Meng Hongying saw that Yin Chuan had left, she stopped talking and looked at Yin Chuan with a hint of affection in her eyes. However, Meng Hongying hid it well and soon returned to normal. Congratulations, Yin Emperor, for defeating the Lotus God and strengthening the celestial realm. Meng San Sheng said with a smile. Yin Chuan's strength made Meng San Sheng have no choice but to treat him seriously. After all, even if his seal was broken, he might not be able to defeat Yin Chuan. It's futile. Dezhun is still the same size as before. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Yin Di is too polite. I know that Yin Di doesn't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be straightforward. Meng San Sheng said with a solemn expression. Yin Chuan nodded. In the past, Yin Di had promised to let ZZ return to the God realm with me. Now that the time has come, I'm here to borrow the Yellow Springs Road. I hope Yin Di can fulfill his promise. Meng San Sheng said with a smile. Yellow Springs Road? Yin Chuan looked at ZZ. ZZ nodded lightly. God realm? Yin Chuan was also extremely curious about the divine world. According to the limited information he had, the divine world was born at the end of the first epoch. He knew nothing else. I'd like to go with you, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Of course. As long as ZZ takes the Yellow Springs Road, Yin Di can bring as many people as you want. Meng San Sheng said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded. By the way, are you Jin Dayu? Meng San Sheng looked at Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu was slightly stunned. Why was he called? Yes. Jin Dayu nodded. My third brother asked me to pass a message for you to go with him. He may have something to tell you, Meng Sansheng said with a smile. Third brother? Jin Dayu was slightly stunned. He immediately reacted. Sha Di. Jin Dayu had always suspected that Sha Di was his ancestor. After all, the immortal slaying gourd was the treasure of his ancestor, Lord Taoist Luya. Now that Sha Di had saved him several times, Jin Dayu had to be suspicious. However, Sha Di had never admitted that he was related to Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu had always been in a dilemma. Now was he finally going to lay his cards on the table? Jin Dayu was excited at first, then he looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan nodded. Okay, I'll definitely go. Jin Dayu said excitedly. Meng Sansheng nodded. I need to tell them that De Zhen will be separated by Yin and Yang in order to take the road to the underworld. We'll set off in 3 days. Yin Chuan said. Okay. Meng Sansheng replied. Hongying, come with me and wait outside the city. Meng Sansheng said immediately. Yes. Meng Hongying said reluctantly. 3 days. Let Hongying accompany me. Zizi said. Meng Hongying looked at Meng Sansheng expectantly. Meng Sansheng shook his head and said, if you want to talk to Hongying, we have plenty of time in 3 days. During these 3 days, we have other things to do. Zizi frowned. In the end, she nodded. Meng Sansheng left Xianyang City with Meng Hongying. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Sansheng's back and fell into deep thought. Meow. Meow suddenly jumped over. Yin Chuan? Are you going out again? I'll go with you, okay? Meow shouted excitedly. Boom. Instantly, the butterfly queen flew over. No, you can't go this time. The butterfly queen suddenly shouted. Meow was confused. Yin Chuan also looked at the butterfly queen curiously. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel danger. The butterfly queen said. Meow, I didn't ask you to go. Why do you feel danger? Meow was confused. The butterfly queen looked at Yin Chuan. Just now, sister and I were in the netherworld, but our hearts suddenly beat wildly. Sister said that she also sensed something and wanted to see you immediately. Sister arrived first. On the way, my heart was pounding. I felt like a huge threat was descending. Butterfly Queen explained. Meow, what do you mean? I didn't feel it. Meow shook her head. Meow. Yin Chuan looked at Meow with a frown. Meow said with a wronged expression. Okay, a little, but it's not as exaggerated as you say. In the past, my sister was the goddess of luck, and I was the goddess of misfortune. I'm very sensitive to misfortune. I can't be wrong. Especially after my father passed away. He gave us his inheritance, and our senses became more and more sensitive. The butterfly queen said. Meow, little liar, you said you wouldn't tell. Every time I wanted to tell Yin Chuan, you said that your father told you not to. Now, you're the one who revealed it. Meow looked at the butterfly queen with an unfriendly expression. The butterfly queen's expression froze. I let it slip. Meow. Yin Chuan looked at the two girls strangely. Fine, it's fine if I let it slip. Yin Chuan, do you remember that when my father was alive, he used a portion of the region's days to raise my sister and my cultivation? Meow Meow said. Back then, my father also gave us some things. But my father said that unless it was absolutely necessary, we shouldn't say it. He also said that the two of us will have great opportunities in the future. Meow said. Sister, my father didn't allow us to say that. The butterfly queen said anxiously. But, you said it yourself. I believe in Yin Chuan. Meow immediately said. I was wrong just now, but I didn't say the main point. The butterfly queen said. Forget it, Meow Meow. Since Chow doesn't want you to talk about it, there must be a reason. In the future, if I encounter a problem in the area you can tell me. Yin Chuan shook his head in understanding. Meow, okay. Meow said helplessly. Yin Chuan, I can sense misfortune. There will be a great disaster on your trip. It's better if you don't go. The butterfly queen said again. Disaster? Yin Chuan frowned. Beside him, Zizi said. Who will suffer the disaster? You. As for Yin Chuan, he doesn't seem to be affected. The butterfly queen said with a frown. Me. Zizi's face sank. Zizi's body. What else can you sense? Yin Chuan immediately became serious. I'm not sure. I just feel that this disaster is unavoidable for ZZ. The butterfly queen shook her head. What do you mean by unavoidable? Yin Chuan asked. I'm not sure either. I just feel that ZZ will be in great danger. A great disaster will linger. Since you want to leave Xianying, it's obviously related to this trip. The butterfly queen said. Then if I stay in Xianying, will I be able to avoid it? ZZ asked. The butterfly queen thought for a moment, then shook her head. Actually, speaking of which, after I discovered the ability to foresee misfortune, I tried many times. I found many mortals to try. When I saw someone facing a great disaster, I tried my best to protect them. However, I could only delay the arrival of the disaster. I couldn't completely eliminate it. In other words, it's unavoidable. ZZ frowned. It seems so. At the very least, I've never succeeded. The butterfly queen sighed. ZZ looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Let's set off in 3 days. Yin Chuan nodded. Since it was unavoidable, Yin Chuan was naturally prepared to deal with it. It was better to let it go. Yin Chuan didn't believe in fate. However, he still paid attention to it. Meow, I have luck. I'll go with you. Meow immediately said. No. This time, other than me, ZZ and Jin Dayu, no one else is allowed to go. Yin Chuan said firmly. Everyone was shocked. Just the 3 of us. Everyone else will stay in Xianying and be on standby. My orders will come at any time. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The officials answered. Meow. Meow was depressed. Meow, butterfly queen, the 2 of you stay in Xianying. I hope you can study this ability as soon as possible. I'll let Ah Feng study it with you. She also practices the life-stealing technique. Yin Chuan said solemnly. All right. Meow nodded. 3 days later, Yin Chuan dealt with all matters in Xianying and made arrangements. He met up with Meng Sansheng and Meng Hongying again. Rise! ZZ roared. Rumble! The road to the underworld suddenly trembled. Following that, it shook violently and gradually disappeared. ZZ had put it away. Just the 3 of you? Meng Sansheng looked at Yin Chuan, and the rest in confusion. Just the 3 of us. Yin Chuan nodded. If that's the case, let's go. Meng Sansheng smiled. Boom. The 5 of them stepped forward and headed towards the Middle Sky continent. At the same time, around the Southeast continent, a man in a white robe arrived in front of the Golden Palace. Jianao. Golden Sovereign's face darkened as he looked at the uninvited guest. I'm Jianao from the Great Thousand World. I'd like to challenge Golden Sovereign. Jianao said solemnly. Challenge? You want to challenge me? Golden Sovereign was surprised. Yes, please grant my request. Jianao said solemnly. Chapter 1535. At the entrance of the Golden Palace, Jianao challenged Golden Sovereign to a duel. Golden Sovereign squinted his eyes. Naturally, he recognized the person in front of him. In the past, Jianao challenged Tongtian, and his name shook the world. At that time, Tongtian broke through to the 16th heavenly layer through that battle. But even so, Tongtian was still defeated. Now Jianao actually challenged him? Why me? Golden Sovereign asked in a deep voice. I'm now at the 15th heaven. In the world, only you, Golden Sovereign, can help me reach the 16th heaven. Jianao said solemnly. Golden Sovereign's face darkened. Why? Because you're talented. You're a golden beast, the 2nd divine beast in the world. You have the help of the great Emperor Altar, and the first era's seal of virtue. You can block my full strength, but you can't cut my ability. Jianao said solemnly. Golden Sovereign's face darkened even more. So I'm just a sparring partner? I'm an expert who can defeat Lotus God. Now in your eyes, I'm just a sparring partner? 15th heaven? You're too arrogant. Golden Sovereign said coldly. Jianao's eyes gradually turned cold. If that's the case, I'll prove my words with a sword. Jianao said solemnly. While speaking, Jianao took out his green-edged longsword. Boom! As the sword pierced out, the sky shook and the world trembled. In an instant, the longswords of countless sword cultivators in the 36 territories of the Southeast continent trembled. A green sword aura rushed towards Golden Sovereign. There wasn't much sword chi, just a sword aura. The sword aura was like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Golden Sovereign. The sword aura was unstoppable. It had the momentum to destroy everything. Golden Sovereign's face changed. He punched at the sword aura. Golden Sovereign's right hand was golden in color. When he punched out, billowing power gathered. Boom! The sword and fist collided. The tremendous power caused Golden Sovereign to stomp his foot. Boom! With Golden Sovereign as the center, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ground below. The cracks were like a spider web, radiating in all directions. Boom! Within millions of miles, the earth was filled with cracks. Trenches appeared and destroyed all the buildings in the surroundings. Jiahu was everywhere. Many Xiuzha fell into the trench. The Golden Sovereign Zhou Che even caused the void to tremble. The two swords collided, and immediately, the sword and fist separated. Golden Sovereign looked at Jianao in shock. 15th heaven? This guy was only at the 15th layer of heaven? In front of him, wouldn't the 15th heavenly layer of the world be at his mercy? There was a sword mark on Golden Sovereign's fist, but Golden Sovereign was a 16th heavenly layer. Furthermore, golden beasts were known for their sturdy bodies. Golden Sovereign, how's my sword force? Do I have the qualifications to invite you for a battle? Jianao asked solemnly. Jianao's gaze was extremely resolute, as if he was forcing Golden Sovereign to take action. However, the Golden Sovereign wasn't afraid. Just as Jianao had said, the Golden Sovereign still had the Great Emperor altar and the virtuous seal. Fine. Since you've come to request for a battle, then let's do it. Golden Sovereign said coldly. Jianao looked around and said in a deep voice, the heavens are virtuous. The battle between you and me will definitely cause great destruction. Why don't we enter Wuji for a battle? Wuji. Golden Sovereign felt strange again. One should know that an ordinary 15th heavenly layer would be courting death if they entered Wuji. Even a 16th heavenly layer would find it extremely difficult to enter. But now Jianao actually wanted to challenge Wuji? What do you think? Jianao asked again. Since you're not afraid, why should I be? Let's go. Golden Sovereign replied. Boom! The two experts soared into the sky and headed straight for the starry sky. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The collision of sword and fist earlier had attracted the curious gazes of countless experts in the world. Yan Chuan and his group, who had just arrived at the southeast continent, naturally stopped immediately. At the peak of a mountain, Yan Di, shall we continue our journey? Meng Sansheng frowned. There's no hurry. Let's wait for a few more days. I want to know the result. Yan Chuan shook his head. Jianao. Golden Sovereign? Golden Sovereign's current strength was equivalent to that of Great Emperor Ziwei. With the addition of the Seal of Virtue, they were almost on par. Jianao, who was at the 15th heavenly layer, could challenge Golden Sovereign? Zhongtian continent. Sha Di stood at the peak of a mountain and saw the southeast continent. Behind him stood Huang Luo, Sovereign Min and Yulin. Sha Di did not feel anything when he saw Golden Sovereign fighting. But when he saw Yan Chuan and his group, he suddenly squinted his eyes. 3 of them? Jin Dayu is also here? Sha Di said with a gloomy face. 7th brother called him in the name of 3rd brother. Sovereign Min said. What? Sha Di looked at Sovereign Min abruptly. Sovereign Min's face stiffened slightly. Before 7th brother left, Big brother asked him to tell Jin Dayu that 3rd brother wants to see him when we arrive at Xianying. I want to see Jin Dayu? Sha Di's face darkened and he looked at Sovereign Min coldly. Yes. Sovereign Min said stiffly. Sha Di looked at Huang Luo and Yulin and said coldly. That is to say, all of you know about it but only kept it from me? Huang Luo and Yulin lowered their heads in shame. Ha 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 ha, good. You are really my good brothers. Are you guys lying to me? Sha Di stared at them angrily. Big brother asked us not to tell 3rd brother. He also said that the realm of the gods should be our top priority. Sovereign Min said with a wry smile. Humph. Sha Di swung his sleeves and snorted coldly. Sha Di turned his head and looked at Jin Dayu in the distance. When Sha Di saw Jin Dayu coming with Yan Chuan and his group, a complicated look flashed across his eyes. His 3 younger brothers did not say anything and retreated to one side. 3 days later, boom, the starry sky shook. Then two figures rushed down. Jianao and Golden Sovereign had returned once again. Rumble. Jianao was surrounded by a large amount of sword qi. The sword qi increased and decreased at times. A strong sword principle was about to burst out. On the other side, Golden Sovereign looked gloomy. Although there were no injuries, part of the horns on his long sleeves had been cut off. Jianao. Good move? Golden Sovereign said coldly. Thank you, Golden Sovereign, for your help. Jianao said excitedly. Help? Did Jianao make a breakthrough? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Golden Sovereign looked at Jianao coldly. Jianao looked at the Golden Great Emperor and finally said, I borrowed the Golden Great Emperor's pressure and finally broke through that layer of seal. I will soon be able to advance to the 16th heavenly layer. Finally, I have a piece of advice for Golden Sovereign. Oh, the most important reason why I can defeat Golden Sovereign is that the Great Emperor Altar and the Virtuous Seal conflict with each other. Be careful. Jianao said solemnly. As he spoke, Jianao strode towards the north. Swish. Jianao seemed to have turned into a long sword as he flew across a territory and continued to head north. Golden Sovereign was left behind with a gloomy face. Great Emperor Altar, Virtuous Seal conflict? Jianao left. He flew quickly. Wang. Suddenly, Jianao seemed to have sensed something and stopped. Boom. Jianao stopped in front of Yin Chuan and the rest. He stood in the void as sword intent erupted. Sword qi surged toward them. Meng Sanqing's face changed. He was about to make a move, but the sword intent disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jianao stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan! Jianao suddenly shouted. Jianao of the past has grown to such a level. Congratulations! Yin Chuan said solemnly. Jianao smiled and said, in the past, Jianao was young and inexperienced in the greater thousand realms. With the body of a mortal, Jianao challenged you, an ancestral immortal. I overestimated myself. That defeat has always been my motivation. After 1,000,000 years, Jianao's cultivation is not much different from yours. Once I stabilize my 16th heavenly layer, I will head to Xianyang and request for a battle with Yama Emperor. Boom! As soon as Jianao asked for a battle, the surrounding sword qi burst forth. I'll be waiting for you in Xianyang, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Jianao nodded at Yin Chuan. Thank you. He then stomped his foot. Boom! Jianao turned into a long sword again and flew toward the north, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meng Sanqing looked at Jianao coldly, because earlier, Jianao had actually not paid any attention to her from the beginning until the end, and he only had Yin Chuan in his eyes. Humph! Meng Sanqing snorted. Let's go. Let's continue our journey, Yin Chuan said. Okay. Meng Sanqing nodded. Boom! The group headed toward the Middle Sky continent again. Jianao's challenge to Golden Sovereign seemed to be just an interlude. At the entrance of Golden Palace, after Jianao left, a trace of blood seeped out from Golden Sovereign's right hand. Sword cultivator? What a good sword cultivator! Golden Sovereign's eyes were cold. Report. A subordinate came forward. What's the matter? Golden Sovereign asked. Having just been defeated, Golden Sovereign was still in a bad mood, and his tone wasn't friendly. Great Sovereign, Shadi sent a message through his life token. The subordinate said solemnly. Oh, Shadi invites you to the divine world of the Middle Sky continent. He has something important to discuss with you. At the same time, try to avoid other people in the divine world. The subordinate said. Avoid other people in the divine world? Golden Sovereign was stunned. Yes. Got it. Golden Sovereign waved his hand and asked the subordinate to leave. Golden Sovereign turned his head and looked in the direction of the Middle Sky continent. Soon he saw Shadi at the entrance of a palace. Shadi looked at Golden Sovereign and nodded solemnly. Stay in the Golden Palace. I have something to do. Golden Sovereign shouted. Yes. The subordinates answered. Golden Sovereign stepped forward and headed toward the Middle Sky continent. A few days later, Yin Chuan and the group arrived at the Middle Sky continent. In the divine world. In the sky above the divine world, there were countless auspicious clouds. Numerous immortal birds and divine beasts were circling around. It was a beautiful paradise. at the foot of the seven-colored sacred mountain. At this moment, 6 figures were standing. Each of them carried a big gourd. They were 6 of the 7 brothers in the divine world. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes from afar. The eldest and second brother of the 7 brothers are here too? The 2 old men in the lead, one carrying a red gourd, and the other an orange gourd, looked expectant. There was an unstoppable prestige in their eyes. They are waiting. Yin Di, please. Meng Sansheng said with a smile. Chapter 1536. Middle Sky Continent, Central Territory. Yin Chuan and his group flew over and saw the 7-colored sacred mountain from afar. Around the sacred mountain, there were countless powerful beings who were waiting in silence. They were all from the divine world. Outside the sacred mountain, there were countless experts looking on with different expressions. The Central Territory is so lively, Yin Chuan said with a frown. Something big is going to happen in the divine world. We have invited a group of experts from all the major forces in the Middle Sky Continent to attend the ceremony. Meng Sansheng said. Oh. Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. For example, De Zhen would not invite other people to attend the ceremony, except for his close friends. Usually others would come spontaneously. The divine world was really strange this time. My 6 brothers are waiting at the entrance of the sacred mountain. Yin Di, please. Meng Sansheng pointed at the 6 people carrying gourds at the foot of the 7-colored sacred mountain. Yin Chuan stepped forward and walked toward the 7-colored sacred mountain. At this moment, the arrival of Yin Chuan and his group lit up the eyes of countless experts. Meng Sansheng is back. It should be starting soon. Senior brother, do you know why the divine world has invited us to attend the ceremony? I don't know, but since the divine world has invited us, let's come and take a look. It's really strange. Almost all the experts from the 36 Middle Sky Continent are here. Even when Great Emperor Ziwei ruled the Middle Sky Continent, there was not such an exaggerated gathering. Let's wait and see. Countless experts were puzzled. They did not know why the divine world had invited them. At the same time, countless experts stood on their respective peaks and looked at the 7-colored sacred mountain in the center. Tens of millions of people were staring at the 7-colored sacred mountain. There were also countless experts standing at the 7-colored sacred mountain. They were all from the divine world in the past. As the seals of the 7 brothers of the divine world continued to be broken, the strength of these people from the divine world continued to increase. Sha Di and the others stood at the foot of the 7-colored sacred mountain and knew that Yin Chuan and his group had landed on the square where everyone was. Whoosh! Everyone in the surroundings was silent. Big brother, I've brought him, Meng Sansheng said with a smile. Welcome Yin Di to our god realm, the red-robed old man said with a smile. Dajin Yin Chuan, how should I address you? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. The red-robed old man in front of them was their eldest brother? Number 1 in the god realm? Although the red-clothed old man spoke politely, Yin Chuan could feel a surging power from his body. It was incomparably ferocious. I am Hong Yun, the red-clothed old man said with a smile. I am Tian Mao. He is ranked 2nd in the god realm. The orange-robed old man said with a smile. Boss Red Cloud. 2nd brother, Heavenly Eyes. 3rd brother Sha Di. Number 4 Rogue Luo. 5th brother, Emperor Min. 6th brother Yulin. 7th brother, Meng Sansheng. Yin Chuan nodded. Greetings everyone. Hong Yun turned to look at ZZ. There was a flash of expectation in his eyes. ZZ furrowed her brows and did not respond to him. Ho ho, in the sealed world. 7th brother let ZZ down and I have already punished him. Hong Yun said with a smile. Oh, ZZ replied flatly. Are you Jin Dayu? From the Great Thousand World? Hong Yun said with a smile. Jin Dayu was looking at Sha Di strangely. When he heard Hong Yun talking about him, he asked curiously. Do you know me? It doesn't matter whether I know you or not. What matters is that 3rd brother knows you. Right 3rd brother? Hong Yun looked at Sha Di with a smile. Sha Di frowned slightly. In the end he nodded and said, Yes, big brother. Excitement flashed in Jin Dayu's eyes. However, Yin Chuan was confused by Sha Di and Hong Yun's attitude. Third brother, you tell him. Hong Yin understood Jin Dayu's eagerness and said, yes. Shadi smiled bitterly. He turned to look at Jin Dayu. Millions of years ago, when the divine world was sealed, my spirit clone entered the great thousand world. At that time, I was reincarnated as Immortal Luya. Later on, I brought some descendants back to this world and gave them the surname Jin. My spirit clone, Luya, also returned to me and became one with me. Luya is me, but I am not Luya. Shadi said in a deep voice. No wonder you don't admit that you are my ancestor. Jin Dayu suddenly understood. Luya was only a part of Shadi. I, Jin Dayu, pay my respects to my ancestor. Jin Dayu bowed to Shadi solemnly. Alas! Shadi nodded, and did not say anything else. Jin Dayu was elated. Shadi looked at Yin Chuan again. Great Qin Heaven Emperoring? Oh, speaking of which, my spirit clone did not bring my memory back to the great thousand world, and was once an official under you, Demon Lord? Uncle Demon God? Shadi stared at Yin Chuan and asked. Shadi's eyes were honest and filled with gratitude. Thank you for taking care of Jin Dayu all these years, Emperor Yen. Jin Dayu is the army commander of Dezhun. I did not take care of him, but he fought for himself. Yin Chuan shook his head. Jin Dayu was elated. Suddenly, Jin Dayu's face darkened. Ancestor, you brought my Jin clan into this world, and then you disappeared. My Jin clan was then hunted down by a destructive force. The entire clan fled, but they were all killed. I am the only one left. Jin Dayu clenched his fists and said. Shadi's eyes turned cold. Then, the hint of anger that had just gathered dissipated. I have investigated this matter. As Dezhun grew stronger, I investigated more and more. However, I could not find the person who killed the Jin clan. Ancestor, do you know who it is? Could it be someone sent by Zhongshan? Jin Dayu asked with a frown. No. Shadi shook his head. Then Shadi said with a wry smile. I don't know either. Let's look for it later. Yes. Jin Dayu nodded. Hong Yun, who was standing aside, kept smiling as she watched the conversation between the grandfather and grandson. Yin Chuan gradually found that the atmosphere was unusual. When he asked about the enemy, Shadi denied that it was Zhongshan, and then said that he did not know. Since he did not know, how could he be sure that it was not Zhongshan? Could it be that Shadi knew who the murderer was, but did not want to say it? Yin Chuan's eyes revealed a tinge of confusion, but he did not ask. Let's wait and see. Hong Yin looked at Jin Dayu, and then at Zizi. Zizi, there is only one purpose for us to invite you here. Please help us break a seal. Hong Yin said solemnly. A seal? Zizi asked in confusion. Hong Yin clapped her hands gently. Clap, clap, rumble. The huge seven-colored sacred mountain behind them quickly decomposed into 7 mountains. Each mountain had a color, which corresponded to the color of the 7 gourds. Outside, the countless experts who had come to watch the ceremony all revealed surprised expressions. The 7-colored sacred mountain was the most secretive place in the divine realm. How could it be exposed? Look, there is a huge egg in the center. 3 feet tall? Is that a huge 7-colored egg? What is that on the egg? Why is there a pattern of a black chain on it? It is not a pattern but a seal. Look, there is a real chain in the pattern, hanging in the void. It is not hanging, but going through the void to connect to other places. A sealed 7-colored sacred egg? The tens of thousands of cultivators were talking loudly. Although they were far away, Yin Chuan and the others could hear them clearly. What is this? Zizi was surprised. It is the seal on the egg. It needs 2 paths to the underworld to be connected at the same time. We can undo the seal. Hong Yin said with a smile. Meng Sanqing said. Zizi, we do not ask much of you, just help us undo the seal. Zizi looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stared at the huge egg with a complicated expression. Undo the seal? Emperor Yin, don't worry. You can stand beside Zizi while the seal is undone. You will not be in any danger. If there is any danger, you can stop it yourself. Hong Yin said with a smile. Zizi helped you undo the seal on the egg. How do you plan to repay her? Yin Chuan looked at Hong Yin and asked. There are many things here. As long as you like them, you can pick any one of them. Hong Yin said with a smile. Pick anything? Yanchuan felt that something was amiss. After all, the butterfly queen had sensed danger from ZZ. Did the danger come from the egg? Yanchuan fell into silence. The 7 gourd brothers waited patiently. After a while, Yanchuan let out a long breath. Finally, he looked at ZZ. I will listen to you. ZZ looked at Yanchuan with a smile. Yanchuan nodded. It was better to let them go. The 7 gourd brothers were begging him. If he refused, they might resort to violence. He was not afraid, but ZZ was always in danger. All right, let's pick one then. Yanchuan nodded. Okay, Hongyan said with a smile. Yanchuan looked at the 7 sacred mountains in the distance, and the gourds on their backs. Hongyan, who was standing at the side, was smiling the whole time. I want him. Yanchuan suddenly pointed at Shadi. Everyone was stunned. Yanchuan pointed at a person? Shadi. Me. Shadi was surprised. That's right. After undoing the seal on the egg, you will be Jin Dayu's subordinate. Yanchuan said. Shadi was annoyed. Before Shadi could say anything, Hongyan, who was beside him, said, Okay, big brother. Shadi looked at Hongyan in surprise. Hongyan stared at Shadi with her eyes wide open. Shadi was stunned. Then he sighed. Okay. Shadi nodded. Yanchuan was bewildered. What was in the egg? Why was Hongyan willing to pay such a price? Well, Shadi has agreed. Now let's open the seal. Hongyan said solemnly. How? ZZ asked curiously. You and Shadi each have a road to the underworld. You only need to combine the 2 roads and pour the egg in. The rest will be done by us. Hongyan said solemnly. Okay. ZZ nodded. Chapter 1537. All right. ZZ nodded. Silence. Hongyan suddenly shouted in all directions. Boom. Everyone quieted down. Disciples of the realm of gods, guard the area. Kill anyone who dares to come close. Hongyan said. Yes, sir. Countless disciples immediately responded. At this moment, Hongyan looked at the huge egg again. Brothers, let's begin. Hongyan shouted. Yes. Everyone replied. Jin Dayu. Shadi suddenly shouted. Yes. Jin Dayu immediately stepped forward. Hongyan and the rest frowned and looked at Shadi. Help me carry the gourd. Shadi said. Yes. Jin Dayu replied excitedly. The gourd brothers looked at each other, but did not say anything. Grandfather, you will be opening the seal of the egg later. Shall I carry the gourd for you? Meng Hongying stepped forward and said. Meng Sansheng looked at Meng Hongying and Shadi with a frown. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, be careful. Yes. Meng Hongying smiled. Meng Hongying took the Hong Meng gourd and stood beside Meng Sansheng. Hong Yun and the rest looked at each other and called for a subordinate to carry the gourd for them. Hong Yun, Tian Mao, Shadi, and the rest of the group quickly surrounded the huge egg. The 7 of them stood beside a chain that was connected to the huge egg. All right, ZZ, let's begin. Hong Yun shouted. ZZ looked at Yin Chuan, and Yin Chuan nodded. River Styx appear. ZZ shouted. A torrential yellow spring suddenly appeared, rushing down from the top towards the giant egg. Boom. The river Styx road instantly flowed into the huge egg. Although there were no gaps in the huge egg, the river Styx continued to flow into it. Netherworld, show yourself. Shadi suddenly shouted. Boom. Another river Styx rushed into the huge egg. Rumble. The 2 river Styx road connected heaven and earth. As soon as the aura of the river Styx was released, the surrounding area darkened. For a moment, there were even some ghosts struggling on the river Styx road. However, the ghosts could not struggle for long and were soon sucked into the huge egg. The magnificent scene made the surrounding cultivators widen their eyes. They did not know what the people from the realm of gods were going to do. Absolute power red. Peerless power orange. Peerless power yellow. Peerless power green. Peerless strength Qing. Absolute power blue. Peerless power purple. The 7 Calabash brothers immediately let out a loud cry, and all kinds of power surged out along the chains, rushing toward the giant egg. Rumble. Surging power surged into the giant rainbow egg, and it instantly blossomed with millions of rays of light. Violent light instantly filled the entire world of the living. The sky was originally filled with sunlight, but in an instant, the entire world of the living was filled with colorful light. The powerhouses of the world were all alarmed. They all walked out of the main hall and looked towards the source of the light, towards the central heaven continent. Zhongshan, Dongfang Bubi, and Wu Jiong were all confused. Yellow Springs Road? Lotus God stood behind Invincible East and exclaimed in surprise. He actually used the Yellow Springs Road to break the seal. Could it be that this seal was placed by fate? Invincible East frowned. Master, there are Yellow Springs Road in every world. I also mastered it in the Great Evil World, but I didn't find anything special about it, Lotus God said curiously. The Yellow Springs Road in the Boundless World, Great Kindness World, and Great Evil World are just replicas of the first world. They are not the real Yellow Springs Road. Only the first world has it. And there are only 6 of them in this world. Invincible East explained. Oh, the outer South Continent and the outer North Continent each have 1. Meng Zizi and Sha Di each have 1. The last one is in Chao's hands. Unfortunately, the 5th one disappeared with Chao's fall. Invincible East said. Then what about the last one? The last one is in the hands of the Great Force Supremacy. Unfortunately, as the Great Force Supremacy ascended, it merged with the world's fortune. This is also the reason why Feng Shui masters can use the power of Feng Shui to travel between the 2 worlds. Invincible East said. I stayed in the outer South Continent for a while, but I didn't find anything strange about the Yellow Springs Road in the outer South Continent. Lotus God was confused. First there is the Yellow Springs, then there is heaven, Invincible East said faintly. Ah, Lotus God didn't understand, but she was surprised by his words. First there is the Yellow Springs, then there is heaven? There is only one thing to break the seal of fate, and that is the Yellow Springs Road. This egg is sealed by fate? Invincible East frowned. Fate? Invincible East didn't explain further, but looked at the giant egg curiously. Clatter. The sound of chains rattling could be heard from the giant egg. As the 7 Calabash brothers worked together with the 2 Yellow Springs Road, the chain pattern on the giant egg gradually materialized. The rattling sounds continued, and the chain pattern on the giant egg became fewer and fewer. Good, continue to work hard, Scarlet Cloud shouted. Boom! The 7 Calabash brothers poured in again, manipulating the Yellow Springs Road to work on the seal quickly. Walalala! More and more chains were released, and the giant egg gradually became clear. Until the last round, the chains were released continuously in the excitement of the crowd. Swoosh! The last 7 chains suddenly exploded and left the giant hall. The moment they left the giant egg, they were sucked into the void and disappeared. The seal of fate had disappeared. All the experts stopped, and they were extremely excited. Shadi and Zizi stopped, and the Yellow Springs Road stopped. The colorful light of the giant egg converged and was absorbed into the interior. The color of the giant egg gradually turned white. The milky white giant egg slowly emitted a soft halo. Crack! Above the giant egg, there was the sound of a shell breaking. Everyone suddenly opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss a single thing. Crack! 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 Like a spider web, it instantly covered the giant egg. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out from the giant egg. Endless white waves of air burst out from the giant egg. Boom! The vast white airwaves rushed out like a tsunami, soaring to the sky. In an instant, the sky of the Central Territory was suddenly covered by endless white light. An endless white gas covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, it rushed through the entire Central Territory. Buzz! In an instant, countless cultivators in the world were surrounded by righteous chi, as if they were welcoming the white light of the Middle Sky continent. Buzz! 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 In an instant, endless righteous chi flowed in the world, and the white light rushed to the sky. It was extremely dazzling. A monstrous aura radiated from the Central Territory and rushed to all corners of the world. Across a large number of territories, the peerless experts' faces all changed. In front of the Taiji Palace in the Great Zhou Realm, in the West Outer Continent. Such powerful energy! Wu Jiong exclaimed. Renjia's face changed. Great Emperor, this is not good. The righteous qi around me is so dense, as if there's a force stirring my heart and making me worship. Oh! Wu Jiong's face darkened. He waved his hand. Roar! The surging power of providence rushed toward Renjia, helping him resist the demon in his heart. Not only Renjia, but all the people who cultivated were the same. Countless small academies and great scholars in the world suddenly knelt down and worshipped the central territory. In the North Outer Continent, in front of the Immortal Palace, Zhongshan's face also darkened. He reached out his hand, and countless merits and providence flowed into the civil officials' bodies to stop the turmoil in their hearts. In the Northeast Continent, Dongfang Bubi's face also darkened. Master, this is righteous qi. What a surging righteous qi. It's drowning the entire central territory? Lotus Goddess said in surprise. Master, this can't be. Lotus Goddess's face suddenly changed. An expert of the first epoch, the great emperor of qi, Dongfang Bubi said with a gloomy face. The great emperor of qi? Lotus Goddess gasped. Not long ago, her strongest Dharma treasure, the great emperor of qi's Dharma treasure, was rumored to be the great emperor of qi's Dharma treasure. She had even transcended with the great emperor of qi's Dharma treasure. Just his Dharma treasure alone could help people transcend. How strong was the great emperor of qi? But now, the great emperor of qi had appeared? He had really appeared. Lotus Goddess stared at the central territory with wide eyes, not willing to miss a single thing. The great emperor of qi. Dongfang Bubi whispered the name. Central territory. The giant egg broke open, and the surging righteous qi rushed into the sky and swept across the world. For a moment, the entire world was illuminated by the righteous qi. The countless cultivators standing nearby were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Yin Chuan stared at the giant egg. The moment the giant egg broke open, the righteous qi surged out. Yin Chuan saw a white lotus flower slowly emerge from it. The lotus flower was in the shape of smoke, and a beautiful woman in white sat on the lotus flower. The woman in white's body also seemed to be in the shape of smoke, swaying with the wind and swaying. Plop, plop, plop. Peerless godly weapon Red Cloud greets the master. Peerless godly weapon Sky Eye greets the master. Peerless godly weapon Shadi greets the master. Peerless godly weapon Huang Luo greets the master. Peerless godly weapon Emperor Min greets the master. Peerless godly weapon Jade Qilin greets the master. Peerless godly weapon Meng Sansheng greets the master. The 7 Calabash brothers knelt down and worshipped the woman in the shape of smoke. Plop. Behind Yin Chuan, a disciple of the divine world looked at the woman in the shape of smoke. Suddenly, his eyes became hollow, as if his soul had been sucked away by the woman. Greetings, master. The disciple of the divine world bowed respectfully. Then, the eyes of the disciples of the divine world gradually became hollow. They looked at the woman in white, as if they were willing to sacrifice their souls. One by one, they knelt down and worshipped her. Not only the disciples of the divine world. Outside, the millions of experts who were invited to watch the ceremony were also in a daze. One by one, they knelt down and worshipped the woman in the shape of smoke. Millions of people worshipped her devoutly. The scene was spectacular. Everyone seemed to have lost their souls. The woman in the shape of smoke seemed to have a magical power that could steal people's souls, making them involuntarily worship her. At this moment, everyone suddenly became muddle-headed. Even Yin Chuan suddenly became absent-minded, let alone Zizi. The only ones who were awake were the 7 people who were holding the bottle gourds. At this moment they were awake. They looked at the amazing scene in front of them in astonishment. Chapter 1538. In the central weave, the surging righteous qi covered the sky and the sun, and the powerhouses in all directions could not see what was happening inside. Great Zhou realm. Is there any news from the central territory? Wu Jiong asked in a low voice. No. We seem to have lost contact with all of our spies. Shang Guanwaner frowned. Contact him again. Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Yes. Shang Guanwaner immediately retreated. Outer North Continent. Zhongshan stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood a group of subordinates. Sector Lord, there seems to be a peerless expert born in the Central Territory. We've lost contact with all of our people in the Central Weave, one of the officials said with a frown. Yes, a peerless expert was born. There is only one person who could command the righteous Qi of the world. He is the first epic's honorable Qi, Zhongshan said solemnly. Supreme Qi? The peerless experts of the first epic have begun to appear? For our greater realms, the most important thing right now is to fuse with the Netherworld's North Outer Continent. I have already met with old ancestor Nether River. I will fuse with the North Outer Continent immediately, Zhongshan said solemnly. Yes, the Northeast Continent. Eastern Training Hall. Invincible East and Lotus Goddess were looking at the Central Weave. Sect Master, it's bad. Not far away, a cry of alarm suddenly came. Dongfang Bubi and Lotus Goddess turned to look. He saw Meng Lingtian. Meng Lingtian, the ancestor of Meng Rongrong and Meng Wenrua, a former immortal of the Julu Academy, left the sealed realm and went to the eastern sect to follow Dongfang Bubi. In the past, he had obtained a vine demon like the Nether King. Boom! Meng Lingtian was surrounded by giant vines, forming a huge sea of vines in the blink of an eye. Within the sea of vines, a humanoid vine monster opened its mouth and roared. Countless vines connected to the sea of vines around it. Meng Lingtian was submerged in the blink of an eye. Sect leader, the vine demon is leaving me, Meng Lingtian exclaimed. Vine demon, a peerless divine weapon? Sixth, Lotus God's expression changed. Let it go, Invincible East said indifferently. Yes, Meng Lingtian revealed a trace of unwillingness. Wow. The vine monster soared into the sky and flew rapidly toward the Central Territory. At the same time, Underworld. The Nether King was currently patrolling a territory. Suddenly the vine monster, which had been under control, rushed out. Boom! The vine demons turned into a vast sea of vines. Wow! The vine monster soared into the sky. Stop! Vine demon, what happened to you? Nether King cried out in alarm. However, the Nether King couldn't stop it at all. The vine monster pierced through the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's going on? The Nether King's face sank. He turned around and headed towards the Great Qin City to report to Yinchuan. The Central Weave. On top of a white lotus in the form of mist sat an extremely beautiful woman. The eyes of the countless experts in the surroundings were empty. It was as if they had lost their souls as they worshipped the beautiful woman in the center. At this moment, Zizi's expression was empty. Even Yin Chuan was absent-minded. The woman was also in the form of mist. She didn't have a physical body, but she seemed to have a great magical power. Other than the 7 Calabash brothers who were kneeling on the ground, the other 7 people who were hugging the calabash woke up. Jin Dayu and Meng Hongying widened their eyes and looked at the scene in amazement. On top of the white lotus, the woman sat with her eyes closed. Gradually she opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, an even greater magical power was sucked out. Zizi couldn't help but want to kneel down. When the magical power was released, it affected Yin Chuan and wanted to make Yin Chuan kneel down as well. Buzz. 2 emperor altars suddenly appeared under Yin Chuan's feet. The emperor altars appeared instinctively and resisted the magical power that suddenly appeared. Yin Chuan suddenly jolted awake. At this moment the misty woman looked at ZZ. Before Yin Chuan could react, the misty woman suddenly dove down towards ZZ. She was so fast that she arrived in front of ZZ in the blink of an eye. As the misty woman moved, a surging wave of righteous energy rushed out. Boom! The violent wave of energy sent even Yin Chuan flying. So powerful, Yin Chuan exclaimed. However, this wasn't what shocked Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was shocked to see the misty woman in front of ZZ. ZZ's eyes were empty, and she didn't resist at all. Instead, she was waiting for the misty woman with reverence. The misty woman reached out and passed through ZZ's body. ZZ's body suddenly trembled. Fusion? Possession? Immortalized and returned? Yin Chuan suddenly exclaimed. Yin Chuan remembered that Kong Huangtian had taken Kong Outyin's body when he was reborn. Emperor Rosefinch had taken Miao Rilai's body when he was reborn. Jiang Chun had taken Pan Sheng's body when he was reborn. Now, the misty woman in front of him wanted to possess his body after she was reborn. She wanted to possess Zizi? In an instant, Yin Chuan was furious and wanted to rush over. However, it was too late when he was knocked away. No! Yin Chuan exclaimed. Zizi's body was about to be possessed. At this moment a red figure suddenly appeared. Boom! The red figure stood in front of Zizi. Rumble! The misty woman rushed into the red figure's body. At that moment, Yin Chuan saw her face clearly. Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying was the one who saved Zizi the moment she was about to be possessed. At the same time, she replaced Zizi with her own body. Were they close sisters? That didn't seem to be the case. When Meng Hongying saved Zizi, she wasn't looking at Zizi. Instead, she was looking at Yin Chuan, who was not far away. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and time seemed to have slowed down. Meng Hongying was about to lose her consciousness after being attacked by the misty woman. However, she looked at Yin Chuan with a sad but beautiful smile. That smile was filled with satisfaction and regret. Meng Hongying smiled when she saw Yin Chuan's anxious face. At the same time, Meng Hongying felt her consciousness suddenly sink into oblivion. Her consciousness gradually faded. Meng Hongying instinctively pushed Zizi toward Yin Chuan. Bam! Zizi was pushed toward Yin Chuan. Let's go! Meng Hongying said in a hoarse voice. Boom! The misty woman entered Meng Hongying's body immediately. Yin Chuan hugged Zizi. Looking at Meng Hongying's final look of despair and satisfaction, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Bam! Meng Hongying's body fell to the ground. However, white mist soon emerged from Meng Hongying's body again. The misty woman slowly came out of Meng Hongying's body. Master, please forgive me. I have failed to take care of this girl. Meng Sanxing immediately knelt down in Jiaohu. Yin Chuan did not hesitate, and flew into the sky with Zizi in his arms. Boom! Yin Chuan quickly flew toward the east. While flying, he turned his head and looked at Meng Hongying, who was lying on the ground with a complicated expression. Zizi was unconscious, and he had to leave this place as soon as possible. The misty woman was too strange and too powerful. Where are you going? Hong Yin, Meng Sanxing, and Huang Luo shouted as they grabbed their gourds and flew into the sky. Rumble! The misty woman slowly came out of Meng Hongying's body. How dare you take away the body that I want? The misty woman shouted. Boom! Stepping on the surging righteous energy, the misty woman soared into the sky and chased after Yin Chuan. The righteous qi was like a surging river as it chased after Yin Chuan. In the central territory, countless devout cultivators were still kneeling with empty eyes, as if they had lost their souls, waiting for the return of the great exalted qi. Jin Dayu saw that the situation was not right, and immediately wanted to fly into the sky. Kid, where are you going? Yulin blocked Jin Dayu. What are you trying to do? Jin Dayu was surprised. Isn't he the younger brother of the Great Lord? Why is he stopping me? Third brother? Tell me, what should we do now? Yulin looked at Shadi. Great Lord. Jin Dayu was surprised. Yulin, get out of the way. Shadi said. Tian Mao, Emperor Min, and Yulin's faces darkened. Third brother, have you forgotten our mission? Sovereign Min cried out. Shadi looked at Emperor Min coldly and said, Fifth brother, do I need you to teach me what to do? Third brother, what do you mean? What do I mean? Humph. Do you think I don't know that you are chasing after my descendants? Do you think I'm a fool? Shadi's eyes were cold. Third brother, we were afraid that you would feel sorry for them, so we helped you. How could you do this? Yulin frowned. Third brother, you have changed. Emperor Min shouted. Jin Dayu, who was holding the killer god gourd, suddenly understood. The people who were chasing after the Jin family were from the divine world. They were the ones in front of him. Shadi knew it from the beginning. Shadi had refused to recognize him because he wanted to protect him. These people wanted to kill him. Jin Dayu, leave now. Shadi shouted. Yes. Jin Dayu quivered. He turned into a golden crow and soared into the sky. Stop. Where are you going? Emperor Min shouted angrily. Boom. Emperor Min soared into the sky with the ice-toed gourd in his hand. Whoosh. Shadi grabbed the killer god gourd, and stood in front of Emperor Min. Fifth brother. Shadi shouted coldly. Third brother, you can't keep making mistakes. Emperor Min shouted angrily. Let him go. Shadi insisted. Humph. Tian Mao soared into the sky and arrived in front of Shadi instantly. Second brother. Shadi's face darkened. Yulin, go after Jin Dayu. Emperor Min and I will stay here. Tian Mao said. Yes. Old Sixth Yulin immediately rushed up to the sky, chasing after Jin Dayu. Shadi did not stop him. He only blocked Tian Mao and Emperor Min. Third brother. Are you going against the rules? Tian Mao said. Second brother, allow me to be presumptuous for a while. You have killed the other descendants. Let Jin Dayu go. Shadi pleaded. Jin Dayu's speed was extremely fast, and he flew far away in the blink of an eye. However, Yulin was faster. Soon he caught up with Jin Dayu. Ha ha ha, trying to escape? Yulin pounced on Jin Dayu. Wah! Jin Dayu screamed and tried to escape. However, Yulin was about to catch him. Jin Dayu screamed. At this moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a golden fist appeared. Boom! The punch landed heavily on Yulin's body. The immense force instantly sent Yulin flying backward. Golden Sovereign? Yulin's expression changed the moment he was sent flying. Let's go! Golden Sovereign rolled up his sleeves and disappeared with Jin Dayu. Stop! Yulin shouted angrily. On the other side, Great Master Qi Hongyun, Huang Luo and Meng Sanxing were chasing after Yin Chuan. Boom! Yin Chuan had long blood-red hair. Stepping on the great monarch's altar, he carried ZZ and flew away at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1539. Yin Chuan carried ZZ and flew towards the east. Hong Yun, Huang Luo, and Meng Sansheng were hot on his heels. Boom! For afterimages were left in the air. They were extremely fast. ZZ! Yin Chuan shouted anxiously. ZZ's eyes were still closed in his arms, as if she had lost her soul. Yin Chuan's face was filled with worry. Stop! Yin Chuan, stop! Leave my granddaughter behind. How dare you, Yin Chuan? The three behind him shouted angrily. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with anger. It wasn't that Yin Chuan was afraid of them, but that ZZ seemed to have been bewitched. He had to find a place for ZZ to recover. Moreover, Yin Chuan guessed that the person who broke the seal was Senior Qi. Senior Qi would catch up soon. Although he wasn't afraid, what about ZZ? Shameless God Realm. I and ZZ helped you break the seal out of kindness. And this is how you repay us? Yin Chuan shouted angrily. The three behind him looked gloomy, but they weren't moved by Yin Chuan's words. Yin Chuan, Master chose Meng ZZ to be his reincarnation. That is her fate, her fortune, Hong Yun said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan, ZZ is my granddaughter. Meng Sansheng shouted. Bullshit granddaughter. ZZ has nothing to do with you. Yin Chuan shouted angrily. Yin Chuan, no matter what, ZZ must stay. You can't run away. We're just chasing you first. Master will be here soon. Huang Luo shouted. Yin Chuan's face sank. Yin Chuan's hair was red. He had pushed his strength to the maximum, but it was still difficult to get rid of the three, especially Hong Yin. Blood God Son, come out! Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Boom! All of a sudden, 3,000 Yin Chuan silhouettes appeared in the void and gathered together. They formed a team of two and immediately shot out in all directions like a swarm of bees. What? Meng Sansheng's expression changed greatly. Suddenly, he didn't know which one to chase. Big brother, what do we do now? Meng Sansheng asked in alarm. Hong Yin also stopped abruptly. She was at a loss. What should she do? 1,500 directions. How was he supposed to catch up? If only second brother was here. Let's make the first move, Hong Yin said anxiously. Treasures, please accept. Meng Sansheng shouted loudly, and his strength surged towards the blood god's clones. Treasure, please go on a trip. Rogue Luo also shouted. Instantly, a large number of blood god's illusions were wiped out. However, there were still many groups that ran away. The three of them felt helpless. He could only chase after them based on his instincts. Boom! At this moment, a mass of righteous energy chased after them from behind. It was so fast that it caught up to them in the blink of an eye, Wherever the boundless righteous energy reached, the heavens and the earth lit up. An incomparably majestic aura rushed out in all directions. It was as if he was the supreme god of heaven and earth, overlooking all living things. Lord Hongyan, Rogue Luo, and Meng Sansheng gathered towards the boundless righteous energy. Inside the boundless righteous energy, the Great Lord stood on the white lotus and chased in a direction. Hongyan and the other two lost Yin Chuan, but the Great Lord could see through them at a glance. Boom! Wherever the Great Lord arrived, countless weak-willed cultivators knelt on the ground, as if they were worshipping the Great Lord. Yin Chuan carried ZZ and flew quickly. ZZ in his arms was still expressionless. Yin Chuan was anxious. What's going on? ZZ, is your soul taken? Yin Chuan asked anxiously. Rumble. Behind him. Yin Chuan already felt a huge aura rushing towards him. It's coming. Yin Chuan's face sank. Yin Chuan had already flown to a sea. Continue flying east? It was too late. The Great Lord was about to catch up. How could he continue flying? Humph. Yin Chuan's face was ferocious. He stepped forward and stabilized himself in the air. He turned his head and looked at the Great Lord who was rushing towards him from afar. Boundless blood sea. Boom. In the vast sea, Yin Chuan stepped on the blood waves, coldly waiting for the arrival of the Great Lord. Above the blood sea, towering cypress trees connected the sky full of stars. For a moment, the stars in the world lit up. Boom! The Great Lord arrived in an instant. Billows of chi rushed out. The boundless righteous energy formed a vast sea of righteous energy, surrounding heaven and earth. The surging boundless righteous energy surrounded the entire blood sea in the blink of an eye. The boundless righteous energy was unparalleled. In the sea of righteous energy, the Great Lord's body was still in the form of smoke. As he swayed, he stepped on the white lotus, looking dignified and majestic. Boom! Hongyan and the other two followed behind, and stood behind the Great Lord of the Qi clan. On the opposite side, Yin Chuan's face was ferocious. Great Lord, my wife and I were kind enough to release your seal. Is this how you repay us? Yin Chuan shouted. On the opposite side, the Great Lord looked at Yin Chuan. You are? Fourth epoch, Lord of the Great Heaven Realm Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan said solemnly. 16 levels of heaven? Far from enough. The Great Lord said lightly. Regardless of whether it is enough or not, those of us who came later are constantly working hard to do our part for the world. Let's not talk about our persistence. At the very least, you came out because ZZ released your seal. You are indebted to ZZ, yet you want to take her body? Yin Chuan shouted. The Great Lord looked at ZZ. She was created by me. She released my seal. It's only right. The Great Lord said lightly. Ha! You created her? Yin Chuan was in disbelief. Not far away, Hongyan said. Yin Chuan, the God realm was created by the Great Lord. We 7 brothers were also created by the Great Lord. We are weapons refined by the Great Lord. ZZ's parents were born by Meng Sansheng. ZZ was born because of us. She was created by the Great Lord. Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched wildly. They were all created by the Great Lord. In that case, ZZ was indeed related to the Great Lord. Great Lord, there are countless experts in the God realm. Why are you only interested in my wife? Yin Chuan frowned. Her body is the most compatible with my will. Only she can restore me to my former self. The Great Lord said solemnly. He was not unreasonable, but there was an undeniable dominance. I don't care who you are. ZZ is my wife. No one can touch her. Yin Chuan shouted. She has given her soul to me. You can't take her away. She only believes in me. Even if you take her away, she will come back on her own. The Great Lord said lightly. Soul? Yin Chuan's eyes widened. ZZ's eyes were empty. Did she lose her soul? Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold as he looked at the Great Lord again. Great Lord. You have just awakened and don't have a body. You are not at your strongest right now. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Oh. The Great Lord looked at Yin Chuan. Towering cypress trees, filling the sky with the power of the stars. Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Rumble. The cypress tree spun slowly, and the rolling energy rushed towards Yin Chuan's palm. The blood sea roared. and the rolling energy rushed towards Yin Chuan. The Great Emperor altar also surged with endless energy. Great Void Arcane Art. Yin Chuan's hand of Tao pushed towards the Great Lord. Rumble. The rolling river of stars rushed towards the Great Lord. How dare you? Hong Yun and the others shouted. 16 levels of heaven? You can actually unleash the power of 17 levels of heaven? Not bad. The Great Lord laughed. Suddenly, the Great Lord pushed out his palm. Rumble. The rolling awe-inspiring vital energy condensed into a giant white palm and crashed towards Yin Chuan's river of stars. Boom! The two forces collided with each other. The huge explosion instantly tore the void apart, but it was quickly filled up by the awe-inspiring vital energy. Yin Chuan used almost all of his strength when the two forces collided. In the shallow star layer, all the stars shone. In the deep star layer, more than 2,000 stars shone, and the rolling energy came. Yin Chuan's face was fierce, and he used all of his strength. On the opposite side, the Great Lord who was facing Yin Chuan's palm narrowed his eyes. The awe-inspiring vital energy increased again. Rumble. The awe-inspiring vital energy slowly pushed the river of stars back. Yin Chuan's attack could not do anything to the Great Lord. Yin Chuan versus the Great Lord's consciousness. All the experts in the world were watching. Zhongshan, Wu Jiong, and Jiangchen all looked gloomy. The Great Lord's power was too strong. This was merely a body of consciousness. Yin Chuan's power was definitely at the 17th level of heaven, but it was slowly being pushed back by the Great Lord. In the river of stars, stars exploded one after another. Yin Chuan's Great Void Arcane Art was gradually at a disadvantage. Yin Chuan's face was gloomy. The Great Lord was too strong. In his other hand, Yin Chuan took out a jade talisman, which the Snake Clan had given to Yin Chuan in the past. It could help Yin Chuan resolve a crisis. But could Fuxi block the Great Lord? Blocking was not the most important thing. The most important thing was ZZ's soul. He had to get ZZ's soul back. Roar. Yin Chuan exerted more strength in his hand. However, the Great Lord's expression became more and more serious, and his power became stronger and stronger. Yin Chuan's river of stars was gradually losing. Was the divine power of the second era not enough? Yin Chuan was about to crush the jade talisman. Suddenly, Yin Chuan felt the power of his river of stars increase. In the deep star layer, there were 3,000 stars. Yin Chuan could mobilize the power of more than 2,000 stars. However, there were still nearly 1,000 stars that he could not mobilize. But at this moment, the 1,000 stars suddenly lit up, and a wave of star power quickly rushed into the cypress tree. They were mobilized by Yin Chuan. Huh! Yin Chuan was slightly taken aback. Why did his power suddenly increase? However, this was not the point. The point was to kill the Great Lord and get ZZ's soul back. Break! Yin Chuan shouted, and all the power of the constellations gathered into the river of stars again. This was the true power of all the stars. It was extremely vast and surging. Around the northeast continent Dongfang sect, countless stars suddenly surrounded Dongfang Bubi's palm, connecting the 3,000 stars, and allowing the power of the 3,000 stars to converge on Yin Chuan. Master, are you helping Yin Chuan? Lotus Goddess asked in surprise. Dongfang Bubi nodded and did not speak. He just stared into the distance with a grave expression. Dongfang Bubi helped Yin Chuan mobilize the power of the 3,000 constellations for the first time. Boom! The terrifying power tore through the endless righteousness and rushed toward the Great Lord of Qi. Oh! The Great Lord of Qi's expression changed. Break! Yin Chuan roared. Boom! The righteousness shattered. The power of the river of stars was unstoppable. It rushed out and all the righteousness collapsed. Even the consciousness of the grand supremacy of Qi had suffered a heavy blow. Boom! The consciousness of the great exalted Qi exploded with a loud bang, completely disintegrating. Meng Sanxing and Ruolua were suddenly knocked back. Only Hongyan barely stood firm. Master! Hongyan exclaimed. Master's consciousness has collapsed? No! Hongyan exclaimed. Chapter 1540. The righteous energy in the surroundings suddenly shattered. Even the white lotus beneath the supremacy of Qi collapsed. The power of the Milky Way was boundless, tearing through the void. A loud explosion shook heaven and earth. The entire mortal realm was shaking violently, and the entire world was trembling violently. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook. A group of ambitious and ruthless people watched with wide eyes. Great Zhou realm! So powerful! Yuan Tiangang exclaimed. A divine ability from the second era? Wu Jiong clenched his fists. According to the legends of the third era, Bai Huang was truly powerful. He actually created such a divine ability. Shangguan Wan'er exclaimed. Jiangchen Celestial Realm. Jiangchen stood at the Yellow Springs path in South Outer Continent, his eyes narrowed. He stared at Yin Chuan, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. Yin Chuan, you can't be too weak, he said solemnly. Eastern Sect. The Lotus Goddess stared at the scene with wide eyes. Even she might not have been able to block that attack just now. Invincible East let out a long sigh, and slowly withdrew the stars in his hand. When Invincible East withdrew his hand, the distant Yin Chuan suddenly sensed that he'd lost contact with nearly 1,000 stars. Yin Chuan turned to look at the Eastern Sect. He happened to see Invincible East withdraw his hand. As expected, Yin Chuan said in a low voice, apart from his grandfather and himself, the only person who could mobilize the stars in the sky was the strongest person in the second era, Invincible East. No, Master. Some were delighted, while others were worried. The supremacy of Qi had been killed in the blink of an eye. The three Calabash brothers immediately cried out in alarm. The supremacy of Qi wasn't just their master, but also their faith. Had their faith crumbled? No, Master won't die. As long as the karmic luck remains, Master won't die, Scarlet Cloud suddenly cried out. Everyone's expressions changed at Scarlet Cloud's words. Indeed, the supremacy of Qi had transformed the world's karmic luck in the first era. As long as the karmic luck remained, the supremacy of Qi couldn't be killed. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the world's karmic luck still surged. Take Xianyang for example. In the past, it had gathered karmic luck. Later it absorbed karmic merit luck and the way of karmic luck. Karmic luck. As long as one's destiny is not exhausted, Xianyang will not vanish. His luck was still there. Then the Great Reverend could not have been killed. Yin Chuan's complexion also abruptly changed. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He jerked his head around. Not far away ZZ, who was wrapped in a sea of blood, suddenly looked spirited. 218-colored beams shot out from ZZ's eyes. There wasn't much light, but it was extremely dazzling. A torrential Qi wave suddenly erupted from ZZ's side. Boom! Boundless righteous energy instantly exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. Yin Chuan was the first to bear the brunt of the impact, and was even sent flying by this tremendous force. Honorable Qi practitioner? Yin Chuan, who was flying backwards, suddenly shouted in shock. Boom! The surging righteous Qi once again gathered at Purplish Purple. Purplish Purple stepped on a pure white lotus, and floated into the sky. An aura that was even more powerful than before was suddenly emitted. Boom! It was as if the might of the heavens had descended upon the mortal realm. The common people of the Middle Sky continent, and the 36 dominions were suddenly forced to kneel down. It was the same in all the continents. The mortals all knelt down, and the cultivators were all terrified. Wu Jiong's face darkened. He waved his hand. Roar! Above the sea of karmic luck clouds, the golden dragon of karmic luck roared, trying to resist this great pressure. However, just as it roared, the golden dragon of karmic luck suddenly rebelled. What? Wu Jiong's expression changed. The golden dragon of karmic luck suddenly bowed to the Great Reverend in the distance. Oh no! Wu Jiong's expression changed. Boom! Boundless karmic merit luck and way of karmic luck crashed into the golden dragon of karmic luck. Immediately, the golden dragon of karmic luck was drowned. It was the same in Xianyang. The golden dragon of karmic luck was originally resisting the pressure from the Great Reverend's aura, but in an instant it turned around. Ong! Ong! Above the sea of clouds, karmic merit, luck, and way of karmic luck each turned into a golden dragon of karmic luck, a golden dragon of karmic luck, and a golden dragon of way of karmic luck. The three dragons suppressed the golden dragon of karmic luck at the same time. Karmic luck, way of karmic luck, and way of karmic luck instantly drowned it. The major celestial realms were fine, but some of the smaller nations were miserable. In the Middle Heaven continent, the karmic luck of some of the smaller celestial dynasties and holy palaces immediately bowed to the Great Reverend, even ignoring their respective kings. The karmic luck of the world bowed to the Great Reverend. The karmic luck of the major academies also all bowed to him. Even the karmic luck of the Eastern sect bowed to the Great Reverend. Invincible East's face darkened, and he waved his hand. Boom! Rolling stars suddenly appeared in the sky, connecting with the power of the stars and trapping all the karmic luck of the Eastern sect. Invincible East looked coldly at the Great Reverend in the distance. The Great Reverend had possessed ZZ's body. My lord! Congratulations, my lord! Congratulations, my lord! Hong Yun, Huang Luo and Meng Sansheng were overjoyed. The Great Reverend stood in the void, surrounded by righteous energy, commanding the karmic luck of the world. At this moment he was staring at Yin Chuan opposite him. How can this be? I've already protected ZZ. How can you still possess her body? Yin Chuan's face was extremely ugly. Was the great calamity of ZZ that the Butterfly Queen had mentioned really unavoidable? ZZ's entire temperament had changed. She emitted a domineering aura. An endless karmic luck bowed to her. She was the ruler of the world. No one can stop my recovery, the Great Reverend said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan's mind was in a mess. His mind was filled with memories of ZZ. Don't come over, don't come over. You can still laugh. No, you don't understand, this is fate. No one can escape. No one can escape. Yin Chuan, Zhu Jiansheng and the rest should have told you about my evil ways. Back then, our parents set the marriage. I won't force you. Write a letter of divorce and we'll be even. I like to be alone, it's quieter. I'll listen to you. When his mind was filled with ZZ's laughter and trust, Yin Chuan's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. In the end, all his memories stopped at the words, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. ZZ trusted him, so she let him make all the decisions. In the end, she was possessed by the Great Reverend? Give me back ZZ. Yin Chuan shouted angrily again. He reached out his hand and summoned the blood sea again. The Great Reverend snorted. This time, the Great Reverend attacked first. As he reached out, his palm struck toward Yin Chuan. The void shattered, and endless righteous energy gathered. The palm, 10 times stronger than before, instantly arrived in front of Yin Chuan. Break! Yin Chuan shouted. However, the difference in power was too great. Gathering the power of the world's providence, the Great Reverend's palm was unstoppable. It instantly shattered Yin Chuan's palm and arrived in front of Yin Chuan's face. Boom! The blood sea in Yin Chuan exploded in an instant. It was too fast, too powerful. He destroyed Yin Chuan in an instant. The heroes of the world shuddered. Was this the power of the First Era? The Great Reverend of the First Era? Yin Chuan, whose name shook the world, was only a match for one palm in front of the Great Qi Lord? Just one palm? Countless experts who were watching the battle suddenly quivered. At Xianying Pass, Father, Fu Su exclaimed. Yin Chuan. Mou she also exclaimed. This battle had shaken the world. Naturally, many peerless experts were paying attention to Xianying Pass. When they saw Yin Chuan being destroyed by the Great Reverend, everyone exclaimed in horror. The Great Reverend had destroyed Yin Chuan with one palm. Our Lord is invincible. Hong Yun and the others were overjoyed. He was too powerful. That was Yin Chuan. He destroyed him with one palm. The First Era. This was the power of the First Era. Let's go back, the Great Reverend said lightly. Stepping on the White Lotus, the Great Reverend returned to the divine world. Yes, the 3 Calabash brothers followed behind and left quickly. Leaving behind countless shattered voids, they slowly recovered. The void slowly recovered, but the experts of the world were still staring. Dead? Was Yin Chuan really dead? Many experts glanced at Xianying. Above Xianying, fate, merit, fortune, and Tao of Fortune were still there. Everyone's eyes gathered again. He saw that there were things gathering towards the center of the void from all directions. They were pieces of minced meat. Yin Chuan's minced meat. Large amounts of minced meat quickly gathered in the center and gradually became one. Rumble, The minced meat changed shape and turned back into Yin Chuan's appearance. Restored. The lotus goddess's expression changed. Explosive beast explosion restoration. Dongfang Bubi said in a low voice. He stepped onto the great emperor altar. Yin Chuan clenched his fists and stared at the great reverend who was leaving. The great emperor altar was restoring Yin Chuan's body. Great reverend, no one can take away my empress. So what if it's the first era? Humph. Yin Chuan snorted. Yin Chuan turned around and shot toward the northeast continent. At that moment, Yin Chuan almost crushed the jade talisman of the Naga clan, but Yin Chuan suppressed it. After all, the Naga clan's promise was to help as much as they could, but the current great reverend might be beyond their ability to deal with him. He might not be able to achieve what he wanted. The first era? The first era was too strong. He couldn't resist at all. Yin Chuan's target was the Eastern sect. At the same time, when the world's heroes saw Yin Chuan come back to life, they all heaved a sigh of relief. They weren't worried about Yin Chuan, but about the great reverend's ability. If someone as strong as Yin Chuan was killed without any resistance, the world would belong to the first era. Fortunately, Yin Chuan was still alive, which meant that the great reverend might not be able to rule the world. In Xianyang, Mo Yushi and the others were crying tears of joy. As long as Yin Chuan was fine, it was fine. Yin Chuan headed straight for the Eastern sect. Dongfang Bubi and the Lotus Goddess also saw Yin Chuan coming. Master, Yin Chuan seems to be looking for you? The Lotus Goddess frowned. Yes, Dongfang Bubi nodded. What's he doing here? The Great Reverend is so powerful. Does he want you to help him take revenge? The Lotus Goddess frowned. Yin Chuan deliberately killed the Great Reverend just now. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. He wants to get rid of the Great Reverend first, then gather his strength to kill him. Dongfang Bubi nodded. He really wants to kill the Great Reverend now. The Lotus Goddess was surprised. Chapter 1541. Tian Mao and Emperor Min stopped Shadi. Yulin chased after Jin Dayu. Unexpectedly, a golden sovereign appeared and punched Yulin away. Then, he took Jin Dayu and left quickly. Where are you going? Yulin chased after them anxiously. On the other side, Shadi looked at second brother and fifth brother and smiled faintly. Third brother, that's right. You have to remember that we are all masters' weapons. We are all masters' peerless divine weapons. We can't have our own independent consciousness. We belong to master. Emperor Min said solemnly. I didn't say that I would betray master. Shadi said flatly. Third brother, you've changed a lot since you went to the Great Thousand World. You left your bloodline outside because you want to get rid of the divine realm one day, right? Emperor Min said, shaking his head. At the 17th level, one can comprehend the heavenly emergence Tao. Eldest brother and second brother are at the 17th level. Third brother, you are only one step away from the 17th level. As long as Jin Dayu is alive, one of his descendants will be reborn sooner or later. Emperor Min said. Meng Sancheng's descendants, except for Meng Zizi, have all stayed in the divine realm. They only follow master's orders. Back then, you thought of another way out. That's why we chased after them. Third brother, wake up. Emperor Min advised. Tian Mao raised his eyebrows suddenly. Second brother, what's wrong? Baby, please open. Boom. The orange gourd behind Tian Mao suddenly shot out a light screen. On the light screen, the scene of Golden Sovereign attacking was shown. What? Golden Sovereign? Emperor Min's face changed. Third brother, you're really meticulous. Tian Mao said coldly. Second brother, you're meddling too much. Shadi said coldly. Go, catch up with Yulin and kill Jin Dayu. Tian Mao said. Yes. Emperor Min rushed up to the sky. Where are you going? Shadi rushed toward Emperor Min. Boom. Tian Mao stood in front of Shadi. Third brother, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. Tian Mao said coldly. Shadi looked cold and ferocious. Baby, please turn around. Swish. The immortal slaying gourd immediately shot out the immortal slaying flying saber, rushing straight toward the heavenly eye. Bastard. Boom. The two of them began to fight. Emperor Min, however, flew in a different direction. Stop. Shadi chased after him while fighting. Tian Mao and Shadi also left the divine world in the chaotic battle. The Calabash brothers left. At this moment, the heavens and earth rumbled. In the distance, Lord Qi was battling Yin Chuan. After a while, the world became clear again. Boom! An enormous aura descended from the sky. Honorable Qi returned with Hong Yin, Luo Luo, and Meng Sansheng. Boom! Heaven's might surged out. Greetings, my lord. Countless experts bowed respectfully from all directions. Meng Hongying, who had blocked Qi Master earlier, also knelt respectfully before him. The great reverend stood on a white lotus and looked around. Master, these are the leaders of the major forces of the Central Sky Continent. They have come to attend the ceremony and pay respects to Master. Hong Yun said respectfully. Everyone, take care of your duties and gather the Middle Heaven Continent. Honorable Qi said calmly. Yes. Tens of thousands of experts bowed respectfully. The group of experts quickly returned to their respective territories with boundless devotion to Honorable Qi. It was foreseeable that the entire Central Sky Continent would soon pay respects to Honorable Qi. Honorable Qi stood on the White Lotus and looked at the Great Thousand World, and then at the Great Evil World. Finally, his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the two worlds and look at the Great Kindness World of the Netherworld. The three corpses are about to merge? Honorable Qi frowned. Master, too many changes have happened in the world in the years since Master ascended. We have experienced 4 eras. Hong Yun said respectfully. Oh. Then, Hong Yun respectfully described some of the major events that had happened in the world in the past few years, and the birth of many peerless experts. Boom. While Hong Yun was talking, a rattan monster suddenly flew in from the west. Wow! The rattan monster arrived and bowed respectfully to Honorable Qi. Boom! 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 One by one, the rattan monsters returned. There were 7 of them in total. They formed a huge sea of rattan monsters. Around the northeast continent, eastern sect. Yin Chuan flew over quickly. From afar, he could see 2 types of power gathering above the eastern sect. Merit and Providence each occupied half the sky. Merit and Providence condensed into a golden dragon. But at this moment, the golden dragon was extremely restless. It was trapped by the power of the stars. Standing in midair, Yin Chuan looked for a while and finally looked at Dongfang Bubi, who was at the entrance of a hall. Yin Chuan greets sect leader Dongfang. Yin Chuan said solemnly, "Please." Dongfang Bubi said. Whoosh. Yin Chuan stepped in front of Dongfang Bubi. Lotus deity stood behind Dongfang Bubi. Lotus deity stared at Yin Chuan, resentment flashing in her eyes. But in the end, she could only sigh. Yin Chuan glanced at Lotus deity and was not too surprised. After all, Yin Chuan already knew about Lotus deity's whereabouts. After one glance, he stopped paying attention and stared at Dongfang Bubi. Thank you, sect leader Dongfang, for your help in facing the enemy, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Regardless of the final result, Dongfang Bubi had helped him. It was nothing. Furthermore, I snatched Lotus deity from you in the past. Dongfang Bubi said indifferently. Yin Chuan nodded and said, I have something to discuss with you this time. Oh. Dongfang Bubi looked at Yin Chuan. I'm sure sect leader Dongfang knows my purpose, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Tell me. Kill him, Honorable Qi, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Kill. Dongfang Bubi stared at Yin Chuan with narrowed eyes. The peerless experts of the first epoch have begun to be reborn. The first to be reborn is Great Supremacy. Great Supremacy's rebirth disrupted the world's operations. In the past, she was the embodiment of the world's providence. Now that she has been reborn, the providence will definitely return to her. I'm sure sect leader Dongfang doesn't want your providence to disappear, right? Yin Chuan explained. You want me to help you kill Great Supremacy? Dongfang Bubi stared at Yin Chuan. Great Supremacy's strength is monstrous. I'm sure the world knows about the previous battle. I just want to take back my wife, Zizi. I don't care about anything else. Inviting sect leader Dongfang is just one of the reasons. I will also invite other peerless experts of the world to attend the Supremacy Slaughtering Assembly, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Supremacy slaughtering assembly? Dongfeng Bubi seemed interested. Supremacy slaughtering assembly? Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Lotus deity sneered and said, Supremacy slaughtering assembly? Ha! Do you think all the experts of the world will go crazy with you? Dongfeng Bubi frowned slightly, unhappy that Lotus deity interrupted. Master, please forgive me. Lotus deity immediately stopped talking. If I say it, I will naturally do it. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Chapter 1542. Netherworld North Outer Continent Chujiang Hall. Zombie Yin Chuan stood in front of Nether River Patriarch with his hands behind his back. The two seemed to have talked about something, and Ice God, who was behind Nether River Patriarch, looked surprised. Nether River Patriarch frowned and looked up at the sky. Honorable Slaughtering Assembly? Nether River Patriarch narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan invited you. Nether River Patriarch, are you willing to go? Zombie Yin Chuan asked. Nether River Patriarch looked at the sky and was silent for a while. Have you thought about it? Nether River Patriarch suddenly looked at Yin Chuan seriously. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Honorable Qi is the main force against fate. If you want to kill her, you have to sharpen a sharper blade to replace her. Nether River Patriarch said. All the powerhouses in the world can replace her to fight fate. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Nether River Patriarch smiled and said, It's not that simple. You want to invite all the heroes in the world to kill Honorable Qi. You have to understand that Honorable Qi is not like others. When you kill her, fate might appear. Fate? Yin Chuan was slightly stunned. Isn't Bai Huang's death the first time fate appeared? Zhong Shan, the great Thousand Domain Lord, should have faced it directly before. Nether River Patriarch shook his head. Yin Chuan nodded and finally said, I will take the lead this time. Are you willing to go to the Honorable Slaughtering Assembly? Of course, why not? I also want to see what fate is like. Nether River Patriarch said with a smile. Yang Realm North Outer Continent. Great Thousand Domain. In a palace, Yin Chuan and Zhong Shan sat facing each other, each holding a cup of tea. Fate. Zhong Shan frowned slightly. How is it? Before the four realms merged into one, I did fight fate once. However, that should only be a part of fate's consciousness. It was very powerful. At that time, one of its consciousnesses appeared in Wuxia outside the Great Thousand Domain. It was vast and majestic, and the Great Thousand Domain was under such great pressure that all the people in the world fainted. It erased all the people's memories of it. Zhong Shan said. Oh, he disappeared after achieving his goal. I didn't fight against him for long. Zhong Shan said. I understand. Yin Chuan nodded. Several days later, Heavenly Demon World in front of Fuxi. Yin Chuan handed over a jade talisman and said, I don't need you to deal with the Great Lord. I only need you to protect my wife, ZZ, and her spirit that hasn't melted yet. ZZ's consciousness is still there? Fuxi asked indifferently. Yes, because Empress ZZ's statue is still above the clouds of Dezhen's providence. Yin Chuan affirmed. All right. Fuxi nodded. Around southeast continent, at the peak of a huge mountain, the Sha Di carried the Immortal slaying gourd and stood in front of Golden Emperor and Jin Dayu. Tian Mo, Emperor Min, and Jade Qilin surrounded the three of them. Old Third, don't be stubborn. Tian Mao said coldly. Third brother, now that things have come to this, you have nowhere to run. Sovereign Min advised. Sha Di sneered and looked at Tian Mao. Second brother, I understand. Your gourd allows you to see anywhere in the world. No one can hide from you. You've killed most of my descendants. Now I'm the only one left. Second brother, please be merciful. Sha Di said in a deep voice. No. Tian Mao said coldly. Second brother, the seven of us were born from the same vine. I don't want to destroy this relationship, but Jin Dayu is my only descendant. I have to protect him. I know you're at the 17th heaven, but I still want to try. Sha Di said coldly. As he spoke, Sha Di released a fierce aura and rushed toward Tian Mao. Tian Mao's eyes turned cold. Yulin and Emperor Min looked at Tian Mao. Well, old third, do you really want to challenge me? Tian Mao said coldly. Second brother, please. Shadi flew 100 feet and didn't fly any higher. Tian Mao turned to look at Yulin and Emperor Min. Wait for me to come back. Don't attack. Yes. The two of them answered. Boom. Shadi and Tian Mao soared into the sky and rushed into the heavenly demon region. Boom. The two of them entered Wuxia and started fighting. When the two of them rushed into heavenly demon region, Yin Chuan had just finished talking with Fuxi. He turned around and saw the two gourd brothers fighting. Shadi was at the peak of the 16th heaven, but he was extremely fierce, as if he was born to fight. Tian Mao was at the 17th heaven, so he was naturally much stronger than Shadi. The two brothers were fighting fiercely in Wuxia. Although there was no sound, one could feel the peerless power of the Tao just by looking at the strength of the two. Below, Yulin and Emperor Min stared at Golden Emperor and Jin Dayu. Golden Emperor closed his eyes and recovered from his injuries. He hadn't recovered from his injuries from the battle with Jian Ao, but he had come to help Shadi. Now that he stopped fighting, he naturally needed to recover. However, Jin Dayu was anxious. Looking at the two gourd brothers, Jin Dayu's eyes were filled with hatred. At the same time, he was worried about his ancestor. The four of them waited for a day. Above the starry sky, Shadi and Tian Mao both fell. Boom. When the two of them fell, a large area of the ground collapsed. Shadi's face was covered with blood, and he looked fierce. Tian Mao's hair was disheveled, and he was in a mess. Well done. Tian Mao looked at Shadi in surprise. Second brother? Yulin and Emperor Min both came over. Shadi shook his head. Second brother, you're at the 17th heaven. I can't defeat you. But it's not that easy for you to defeat me. Humph. Tian Mao snorted. The fierce look on Shadi's face gradually disappeared. He said bitterly, Second brother, I know what you're worried about. I'm still at the 16th heaven and can't immortalize. I'm willing to destroy my consciousness now. I only beg you to let Jin Dayu go. Destroy your consciousness? Yulin suddenly exclaimed. Tian Mao was also surprised. Ancestor, what are you doing? Jin Dayu exclaimed. Shadi looked at Jin Dayu and smiled bitterly. Then he said seriously, Jin Dayu, you must live. As he spoke, Shadi took out a small ball and handed it to Jin Dayu. I've prepared this for you. Read its information later. Shadi turned around and looked at Tian Mao again. Second brother, I'll obliterate my consciousness and turn into a peerless divine weapon with no consciousness. This way you can rest assured, right? I only beg you to let Jin Dayu go. Shadi said seriously. Tian Mao's face twitched. Finally he said bitterly, Third brother, why are you doing this? Second brother, please fulfill my wish. Shadi said again. Third brother, why? Why are you sacrificing yourself for your descendant? This isn't your style. Why? Emperor Min was puzzled. You don't understand my world. After being reincarnated into Luya in the Great Thousand World, I've understood many things that I didn't understand before, Shadi said with a smile. Chapter 1543. You don't understand my world. After being reincarnated into Luya in the Great Thousand World, I have understood many things that I didn't know before, Shadi said with a smile. Second brother, please fulfill my wish. Shadi said again. Tian Mao, Emperor Min, and Yulin stared at Shadi with a frown. They could not understand what Shadi was thinking. Sacrificing himself to fulfill his descendants? What a joke. However, Shadi actually made such a request. Third brother, are you crazy? Yulin exclaimed. Third brother, please think twice. Emperor Min said anxiously. However, Shadi stared at Tian Mao. Second brother, please fulfill my wish. Shadi said solemnly. Tian Mao looked at Jin Dayu, who was in shock, and his face darkened. Shadi was willing to give up his life for Jin Dayu. Second brother, please fulfill my wish. Shadi emphasized for the third time. Yulin and Emperor Min were extremely anxious. Tian Mao closed his eyes and pondered. All right, you chose your own path. Tian Mao nodded at last. Second brother? Emperor Min and Yulin exclaimed. However, Shadi looked relieved. Second brother, I'm honest. You can do it. Erase my consciousness. Shadi said with a smile. Di walked to Tian Mao with the immortal slaying gourd on his back. Tian Mao had a complicated look on his face. Eventually, he put his hand on Di's head. Di turned his head and looked at Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu, remember to live on. Don't let me down. Ancestor. Jin Dayu's eyes were wet. Golden Emperor, thank you so much for your help. Please send Jin Dayu to Xianying. Di asked sincerely. Golden Emperor's eyelids twitched. He could not understand why Di was seeking his own death. Don't worry. Golden Emperor nodded. Tian Mao exerted his strength. An orange light shot out from his palm toward Di's head. Buzz! Di did not resist, and allowed Tian Mao to erase his consciousness. The immortal slaying gourd trembled. However, after sensing that Di did not resist, it gradually calmed down. Boom! With a loud bang, Di's eyes suddenly became hollow. Ancestor. Jin Dayu's Jiaohu. However, Di could no longer speak. Second brother? Both Sovereign Min and Yulin looked pained. At this moment, the Slayer's consciousness had been wiped out, and his body was under the control of the heavenly eyes. Sai, perhaps you shouldn't have developed consciousness in the first place. Heavens, I said indifferently. Sovereign Min and Yulin clenched their teeth and looked at Jin Dayu together. It's you. You bastard. You killed my third brother, said Emperor Min coldly. The murderous aura of the two rushed towards Jin Dayu, as though they were going to avenge the Di. Although the Di had asked for death and had been killed by the Sky Eye, the two of them could not help but blame Jin Dayu. Me? No. It's you who killed my ancestor. Jin Dayu roared. Humph. You're the one who killed my third brother. I want you to die with him. Emperor Min said coldly. Jin Dayu quivered. Although Jin Dayu's strength had reached the 14th heavenly layer, he was still a far cry from the two of them. You promised my ancestor. You want to go back on your word? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. Go back on my word? Humph. My third brother is dead. As long as I avenge him, I don't care about anything else. Emperor Min said in a low voice. Golden Sovereign? Jin Dayu suddenly looked at Golden Sovereign. After all, the Di had asked Golden Emperor to take care of him before his death. Golden Emperor, we didn't promise my third brother that we wouldn't kill you. Emperor Min threatened. Golden Emperor looked at the unconscious body of the Di, then at the three experts of the divine world, and then at the heaven continent, where Senior Qi was. Finally, Golden Emperor said with a wry smile, I'm sorry. When the Di is alive, we owe you a favor. When the Di is dead, we owe you nothing. Golden Emperor? Jin Dayu said angrily with his eyes wide open. Does Golden Emperor want to stay out of this? Was my promise to the Slayer fake? Since it's a private matter of the divine realm, I shall not disturb you any further. Golden Sovereign said. Emperor Min and Yulin nodded with satisfaction. Boom! Golden Emperor left suddenly. Wow! Seeing Golden Emperor's ruthlessness, Jin Dayu turned into a golden crow and flew toward the east. Go! Where are you going? Emperor Min snorted. He did not even use the gourd. With a sway of his body, Sovereign Min suddenly appeared above Jin Dayu. He extended his hand and struck at Jin Dayu. The void collapsed. The power of this palm was not something that Jin Dayu could withstand. Wah! Jin Dayu screamed in despair. Boom! The void was torn apart by the huge impact. Emperor Min, who had hit him with his palm, flew backward. Jin Dayu was fine. A figure appeared in front of Jin Dayu and blocked Emperor Min's attack. Who is it? Emperor Min screamed as he flew backward. The void slowly recovered, revealing Yin Chuan's figure. Great Emperor, Jin Dayu said in surprise. Yin Chuan looked at the three people coldly and said, the divine world's reputation is indeed untrustworthy. Yin Chuan, Yulin and Emperor Min said seriously. Emperor Min, Yulin, come back. Heaven Eye shouted. Second brother. The two people flew forward. Heaven Eye looked at Yin Chuan and said, it's Emperor Yen. I saw what happened just now. Why? It's fine if you don't keep your promise to others, but you also break your promise to your brother? Yin Chuan said coldly. The Sky Eyes looked coldly at Jin Dayu for a while, and then at the Slayer's body that was like a puppet. Fine. Di's consciousness is gone. Let this little bastard live. Haven't I said indifferently? Second brother? Emperor Min and Yu Lin were still reluctant. Yin Chuan said, Shadi's consciousness is gone. I wonder if you can keep your promise to the divine world. Haven't I raised his eyebrows? Open the seal on the giant egg, and let me choose anything in the divine world. I chose Shadi. Do you still want to deny it? Yin Chuan asked again. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Min burst into laughter. Although my third brother's consciousness is gone, he's still a peerless divine weapon. How can we let you have him? Yu Lin sneered. Has the divine world decided to go back on their word? Yin Chuan asked again. What do you want? Haven't I said coldly? 20 days later, I will go to the divine world and seek justice. Yin Chuan said seriously. Go to the divine world? Ha 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 ha. Emperor Min laughed disdainfully. With the great revered Qi in charge, if Yin Chuan came, wasn't that just courting death? Emperor Min, Haven't I, and Yu Lin were also disdainful. Jindayu, let's go. Yin Chuan ignored them. The two turned and headed east. Sky Eye coldly watched Yin Chuan's group leave. In the end, he didn't choose to continue the chase. Let's go. Haven't I took the two people and one corpse and flew to the divine world in the Middle Sky continent. A few days later, in a hall in Xianyang, Yin Chuan Gigazi, the Nether King Fu Su, Mo Yushi, and others were standing there. Everyone looked at Jin Dayu. Great Emperor, my ancestor left this item for me. He told me to read it in the future. Jin Dayu said as he took out the small ball. The Shadi? He is resolute, and not the kind of person who will die at will. Gigazi shook his head and said, How is the array outside? Yin Chuan asked. Don't worry, Great Emperor. This hall is completely isolated. No one can peek inside or even deduce. Gigazi said seriously. Yin Chuan nodded. Open it, Jin Dayu. Yin Chuan said. Jin Dayu nodded and squeezed the small ball in his hand. Crack! A crack appeared on the small ball. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of murderous aura rushed out from the crack, and instantly filled the entire hall. Screech! A saber radiance suddenly flew out. It was so fast that everyone in the hall was shocked. The Immortal slaying flying saber? Gigazi was shocked. A golden saber flew out and floated in the air. The saber had eyebrows and eyes, and a murderous aura shot out. Isn't this the Immortal slaying flying saber in the Immortal slaying gourd? The Immortal slaying flying saber flew in the hall for a while and gradually changed its shape. Buzz! The Immortal slaying flying saber turned into a transparent human figure. The Shadi! The Nether King said in surprise. My ancestor? Jin Dayu said in surprise. The human figure was the original form of the Shadi. Phew! The Slayer's virtual shadow let out a long sigh. He still looked frightened. Then he laughed. Ha 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 ha. The Shadi's phantom laughed. Everyone waited quietly for a while. After the Shadi vented his excitement, he turned around and looked at everyone. Thank you for your help, the Shadi said with a smile. You're the Shadi? The consciousness of the Shadi. Yin Chuan said with a frown. Yes, I'm the Shadi. Only a part of my consciousness is left. But I managed to escape. The Shadi's consciousness said with a smile. Oh, then the consciousness that the third eye destroyed was? That was the consciousness of the Immortal slaying flying saber. Over the years, I have refined the consciousness of the Immortal slaying flying saber into my doppelganger. My consciousness entered the Immortal slaying flying saber and escaped. The Shadi's consciousness said in a deep voice. Ancestor, you're fine. That's great. Jin Dayu said excitedly. The Shadi nodded. Escaped? Yin Chuan looked at the Shadi. Yes, that's right. Peerless godly weapons. We're all refined by His Majesty, no by Great Master. We're just weapons. We don't belong to ourselves. It's not the end yet. The 7 of us will merge into one and become a real peerless godly weapon. At that time, everyone's consciousness will be united and no one will be the other. The Shadi said in a deep voice. Oh, maybe I've fallen. I just don't want my current consciousness to disappear. I'm me. Since I've been born, I should live forever instead of being someone's tool. The Shadi said with a gloomy face. A carefree life, that's what I want the most. Sooner or later, my consciousness will be destroyed. I'd rather fight for it. The Shadi said solemnly. In the hall, everyone looked at each other with a hint of joy on their faces. The Sha Di, I, Yin Chuan, sincerely invite you to join the Slaughtering Master's assembly and kill the Great Master. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Kill the Great Master? The Sha Di's expression changed. Then his eyes gradually became firm. Okay. Chapter 1544. The Sha Di had to agree to the alliance. He had betrayed the Great Master, and there was no turning back. However, I need a body as a temporary host, the Sha Di said solemnly. That's okay. Most of the leaders of the demons in the great evil world were experts in the 15th heaven. You can host all of them. Yin Chuan said seriously. After defeating the Lotus God, the Lord of the Abyss had exchanged his body for a group of peerless experts in the great evil world. The Sha Di shook his head and said, No, I want Jin Dayu. Me. Jin Dayu frowned. Don't worry. I won't take over your body. After this battle, I can even take back my original body, the Sha Di said in a deep voice. Oh, Yin Chuan was confused. My consciousness has been entrusted to this immortal slaying flying saber. Speaking of which, it's for the day when I can reclaim my body. Jin Dayu is my descendant. We share the same bloodline and origin. I can use him to the greatest extent. When I take back my body, Jin Dayu will be as good as new, the Sha Di said affirmatively. Yin Chuan stared at the Sha Di for a while. After making sure that the Sha Di was not hiding anything, he looked at Jin Dayu. Ancestor, I'm willing. Please use my body. Jin Dayu nodded affirmatively. Jin Dayu knew that if the Sha Di wanted to harm him, he would have been dead long ago. He could not have saved him so many times. Okay. The Sha Di nodded. The shadow walked to Jin Dayu. While everyone was worried about him, Buzz, the Sha Di immediately invaded Jin Dayu's body. A strong willpower was emitted from Jin Dayu's body. Boom. A wave of air suddenly surged around Jin Dayu. Apparently, his cultivation had been greatly improved. Jin Dayu closed his eyes and lowered his head. After a while, he slowly raised his head and opened his eyes. Boom. Two ferocious gazes shot out from his eyes, causing the space in front of him to tremble. The immortal slaying flying saber is indeed extraordinary, Gigazi exclaimed. The Sha Di's incarnation, Jin Dayu nodded. Yin Di, I don't know how you're doing, but I want to tell you that the Great Master will have 3 peerless divine weapons. The Sha Di said solemnly. Oh. The first one is for us 7 brothers to combine into a peerless divine weapon. The second one is the fusion of the 7 vine demons into a peerless divine weapon. The third one is the 7-colored sacred mountain. It will transform into a peerless divine weapon. They are all at the peak of the 17th level heaven. I think the Great Supremacy will absorb all the fate in the world and use it to nourish the 3 peerless godly weapons, hoping that they can all break through to the 18th level heaven. The Sha Di said. Oh, 18th layer of heaven? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. There is still time. Yin Di, hurry up. Sha Di said. I got it. Yin Chuan nodded. With the birth of the great exalted Qi, the fate of the world began to surge. All the luck in the 4 major worlds was flowing toward the Zhongtian continent, the first world. Surging luck was like a surging river. In the sky above the middle sky continent, there were countless golden lights, and luck was overflowing. In the past, the luck of the heaven world was far worse than here. The various academies were all jiahu. All the luck was gone in the blink of an eye. The great evil world and the great thousand world were fine, but the young realm of the great kindness world was in chaos at the moment. Many emperors were at a loss. In the world, only the heaven world and the eastern sect could lock up the fate of the world. The 20th day was coming soon. Yin Chuan looked up at the struggling golden dragon of luck in the sky. His loyal companion in the past had to submit to the Great Supremacy now? People of the Great Perfection world, raise your right hand and borrow my power. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Yin Chuan's voice suddenly spread all over the world. At this moment, the people of the Great Perfection world were very convinced by Yin Chuan. They quickly raised their right hand, and surging power rushed toward the golden dragon of luck in Xianying. Rumble! The surging power poured in. carrying the will of the people of the great perfection world. The golden dragon of luck expanded several times. Roar! The golden dragon of luck roared in pain, trying to break free from the will of the people of the world and enter the Middle Heaven continent, but the will of the people was too strong. It controlled the golden dragon of luck. Boom! The surging power rushed toward Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan's body suddenly expanded. He stepped on the two great emperor altars, locked up the power, and looked at the Middle Heaven continent. In the great Qin city of the Netherworld, Zombie Yin Chuan also gathered the power of the world, locked up the fate, and absorbed it into his body. Yin Yang open! Gigazi shouted. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan was sent into the Yang realm by Gigazi using Feng Shui. The two Yin Chuan carried surging power. Let's go! The human Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! The human Yin Chuan and zombie Yin Chuan instantly headed toward the Middle Heaven continent. At the same time, in the outer North continent, Zhong Shan absorbed the power of the world into his body and stepped toward the Middle Heaven continent. In the Northeast continent, Dongfang Bubi had the Lotus God swallow all the fate and head toward the Middle Heaven continent. In the outer South continent, Jiangchen looked and also stepped toward the Middle Heaven continent. One by one, the powerhouses quickly headed toward the Middle Heaven continent. In the Middle Heaven continent, the Great Lord sat on a white lotus and stretched out his hand to control the endless fate for his own use. Not far away, the Rainbow Divine Mountain split into 7 pieces and quickly rumbled. Boom! The Rainbow Divine Mountain collided, and the surging fate above was drawn down as endless power gathered. Mountain God, wake up! The Great Lord said calmly. Rumble! The 7-colored divine mountain rumbled. Roar! A loud roar filled the sky, and the entire Yang realm suddenly shook. A small portion of the surging fate was immediately absorbed. Gradually, a dark-skinned old man with white hair appeared. Although the old man's face was old, his body was extremely sturdy. His figure condensed and emitted a monstrous ferocious aura. As soon as the monstrous ferocious aura appeared, countless heavenly realm disciples all knelt down. The mountain god stomped his foot. Rumble! Suddenly, countless stone mountains in the central territory soared into the sky. It was as if they were born to control the mountains. The mountain god of the peerless divine weapon greets the Great Lord. The mountain god said respectfully. The Great Lord nodded. He waved his hand and immediately, the same fate rushed toward the 7 vine demons. Rumble! The 7 vine demons quickly merged, and the surging fate surrounded them. Rumble! The 7 vine demons merged into one and gradually transformed into the appearance of a handsome man. The man exuded the same ferocious aura as the mountain god. When the man waved his hand, countless vines rushed into the sky, and the entire central territory instantly turned green. The vine god of the peerless divine weapon greets the Great Lord. The vine god said respectfully. The Great Lord nodded. He was satisfied. Hong Yin, Tian Mao, and the others stood respectfully in front of the Great Lord. Merge, I can already smell fate. The Great Lord said solemnly. Fate is about to appear? Meng Sansheng's expression changed. However soon, except for Shadi's numb body, the other 6 people immediately said respectfully, yes. The 7 of them gathered together. Boom! Once again, the surging fate rushed down and poured into the 7 people's bodies. Rumble! Endless light bloomed on their bodies. Under the intense tremor, the light was so dazzling that no one could see what was inside. Boom! The endless fate converged. The interior was exposed again. The 7 people had disappeared and turned into a young man in a golden robe. The young man had golden hair and carried a golden gourd on his back. The King Kong of the peerless divine weapon greets the Great Lord. The young man in the golden robe bowed respectfully. The mountain god, the vine god, and the King Kong stood respectfully in front of the Great Lord. There are some people in the world who sees a large amount of fate. This is also the reason why you can't reach the perfect level 18. Kill them and seize their fate, and you can reach the level 18. The Great Lord said solemnly. Yes. The 3 of them answered. However, even so, at the level 17, you are at the peak of perfection. With your special physiques, you can fight against the level 18. the great lord said with satisfaction. Thank you, great lord. The three of them said respectfully. We will not disappoint you. We will kill the people who are guarding the fate as soon as possible to strengthen ourselves. The mountain god said solemnly. No need, they are already here. The great lord smiled faintly. After that, two figures from the east arrived first. It was the two Yinchuan. They stepped on the great emperor's altar and stopped in front of the great lord. Boom! A strong wind blew, and the surrounding righteousness drifted. In this life, although the great lord had given his fate to the three peerless divine weapons, there was still endless righteousness for him to use. Yinchuan, you dare to come? The King Kong with the golden gourd on his back said coldly. Countless experts in the realm of the gods wanted to rush over, but Yinchuan's aura was too strong. Apart from the three peerless divine weapons, no one could get close. Yinchuan looked at the three peerless divine weapons. Finally, he looked at the great lord. Although it was the great lord, it was ZZ's body. Yinchuan's eyes flashed with pain. The great lord. The human Yinchuan said solemnly. You are not dead. You are indeed a variable. The great lord said lightly. The 10 great divine beasts were all variables, and their respective superpowers were also variables. I want to thank the great lord for your disdain last time, but this time, there is no more chance. Yinchuan said in a low voice. Oh, the great lord said lightly. The first era? Ah, the experts of the first era transformed into the cultivators of the world. They were originally admired by the world, just like you, the great lord. In this life you were reborn. Other than me, you were admired by the world. Unfortunately, you wanted to take back all the fate of the world and destroy the foundation of the world's major forces. Admiration became a mortal enemy. Yinchuan said solemnly. The fate of the world was originally mine. The great lord said solemnly. I know, but unfortunately you have already spread it out. How can you take it back? It is like a mortal tycoon who has spread his money to the people of Zhou, but now wants to take it back. Won't the people of Zhou see him as an enemy? Yinchuan said with a smile. While they were talking, beams of light shot out from all directions. Boom, boom. Dongfang Bubi, Lotus Goddess, Zhongshan, Wujiang Jiangchen, Golden Emperor, Jingdiyu, Huang, and the Nether River Patriarch came one after another. The arrival of the heroes stirred up a storm. A murderous aura gathered in the central territory. Chapter 1545. Wu Jiong didn't plan to come to the central territory. Although his fate didn't listen to him, Senior Qi was too strong. How could he stop him? However, when he saw the experts of the world coming, Wu Jiong finally came. Whether he fought or not was one thing, but whether he came or not was another. Yinchuan had personally invited all the heroes of the world. No matter what the result was, it would shock the world. If Senior Qi won, the Great Zhou domain would be inferior to the world. If Senior Qi lost, the world's fate would be redistributed. Apart from Wu Jiong, Jiangchen was the same. Jiangchen didn't come to defeat Senior Qi. He didn't even plan to interfere. Many people had such thoughts. Yinchuan also understood that these people had different thoughts. But Yinchuan didn't care. Just like the Golden Emperor? Previously, he was afraid of Senior Qi and went back on his word. Why would he fight Senior Qi now? Senior Qi looked coldly at the group in front of him. Juniors of the various epochs? Senior Qi said indifferently. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. These three are your peerless divine weapons, right? Senior Qi, since you've come out, are you ready to face the world? Yinchuan said coldly. Senior Qi looked at Yinchuan in human form. You came prepared indeed. You want to take back my body? That's my wife. I can't let her wander outside. Yinchuan said coldly. The Great Exalted scanned the group of experts and said indifferently. If that's the case, come at me. Let me see which peerless experts have been born in the various eras. Not far away, Zhongshan was the first to speak. Fourth epoch, Great Thousand World, Challenge Mountain God. Zhongshan narrowed his eyes, and a fighting spirit shot out of them. Haha, that's great. If I take your fate, I can break through to the 18th layer of heaven. Mountain God immediately answered heartily. Senior Qi watched quietly from the side. Yin Chuan, on the other hand, looked at him gratefully. After all, Zhongshan was the first to speak. The supremacy slaughter meeting had truly begun. Second epoch, Dongfang cult, challenge Vine God. Dongfang Booby said indifferently. Lotus God stepped forward and glared at Vine God. He sect leader Dongfang? Lotus Goddess. The Vine God did not think much of it. The great senior nodded and swept his gaze over the others. Fourth epoch, undying sect, I challenge Vajra. The emperor suddenly said. Fourth epoch, great celestial realm, I challenge Vajra. Jindayu suddenly said. Jindayu? Ha 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 ha. King Kong suddenly laughed disdainfully. You killed my ancestor. Even if I die, I will avenge my ancestor. Jindayu said with hatred. You overestimate yourself. King Kong said coldly. Then, King Kong looked at Huang. Little girl, you want to attack me too? King Kong said coldly. The emperor smiled coldly. A gust of saber intent rushed out. Boom. As soon as the powerful saber will was unleashed, the surrounding awe-inspiring righteous chi immediately collapsed. The expressions of the group of experts suddenly turned solemn. The emperor's growth was too fast, wasn't it? Only Jiangchen, Patriarch Nether River, the Golden Great Emperor, and Wu Jiong remained. The great senior glanced at the four of them. Beside him, Yin Chuan said, No need to look. I will challenge you. You. The great senior was slightly taken aback. Wu Jiong and the others were also slightly taken aback. Yin Chuan, challenging the great senior? Not long ago, wasn't Yin Chuan unable to fight back in front of the great senior? Now he actually dared to challenge the great senior? This is the world we share. In such a battle, the world will certainly collapse. Enter Peerless Realm, Yin Chuan said. The great senior smiled strangely and finally nodded. Boom. A group of experts rushed into the sky, and into the starry sky. Soon, they rushed into the heavenly demon world and entered Peerless Realm. In the heavenly demon world, Fuxi stepped forward, leading Snake Spirit, Meng Rongrong, and a group of subordinates to stand on the peak of a mountain and watch the battlefield in Peerless Realm. Once they entered Peerless Realm, Zhongshan was the first to attack. A large saber slashed at Mountain God. Heavenly rule myriad waves. Boom. The long saber seemed to have slashed 10,000 times in an instant. The same trajectory stacked up and slashed at Mountain God. Mountain God's face darkened, and he stomped his foot. All of a sudden, huge mountains appeared in all directions. Mountain God used his fist to hit Zhongshan's saber. Boom. Under the huge collision, tens of thousands of huge mountains collapsed with a loud bang. Such power. Mountain God's face darkened. Not bad, Zhongshan said solemnly. Boom. The two experts took the lead in the battle. On the other side, Lotus God stepped into the void. Countless lotus flowers bloomed in Peerless Realm and surrounded Vine God. Vine God waved his hand, and countless vines appeared in all directions, rushing toward the countless lotus flowers. Boom. The Lotus Sea and the Vine Sea intertwined. Lotus God against Vine God. Dongfang Booby stood on a lotus flower not far away, as if he was guarding Lotus God. As for Emperor, he didn't like to speak much. The long saber in his hand slashed fiercely at King Kong. Boom. The golden gourd suddenly blocked in front of him. Thousands of sparks shot out. Jindayu flew to the side, waiting for an opportunity. Rumble. The three battlefields began to fight. Yin Chuan also came in front of Air Lord. With your cultivation, if you could challenge me, you would have used all your strength last time. This time, you must have something to rely on, right? Air Lord said lightly. Yin Chuan smiled and turned his head. Whoosh. Suddenly, a sea of blood appeared in all directions. Yin Chuan's hair once again draped over his waist. The sea of blood expanded and burst out. Although Peerless Realm was constantly being consumed, the sea of blood continued to surge. Yin Chuan's body was even covered with a layer of blood-colored armor. Blood Sea superpower? This isn't the Blood Sea superpower from before, right? Air Lord said in a deep voice. From this sea of blood, Honorable Qi could feel a boundless power. This is the primeval sea of blood that I borrowed from Nether River Patriarch, Yin Chuan said. Oh. Air Lord looked at Nether River Patriarch, who was watching the battle not far away. Nether River Patriarch smiled. Nether River of the Third Era. Greetings, Air Lord. Here are some superpowers for you to appraise. As he spoke, a vast black river suddenly rushed out from behind Yin Chuan in the distance. The rolling black river went against the flow, emitting a monstrous will. Wherever the black river passed, the righteous energy was polluted and dissolved. Nether River Great Tao. Air Lord's expression changed. For the first time, Air Lord took it seriously. This is my blood sea Nether River. Air Lord, I hope you can break it and find a flaw for me. Nether River Patriarch said confidently. Not far away, Jiangchen and the others looked over solemnly. Yin Chuan wasn't done yet. With a wave of his hand, countless stars once again revolved in his palm. Behind him, a towering cypress tree suddenly appeared beside the black river. As it spun, all the stars in the first realm lit up brightly, surging with stellar power. Not only in the shallow star layer, but also in the deep star layer, all 3,000 stars lit up. Air Lord's eyes narrowed as he looked at Dongfang Bubi. I lend the power of the stars of the second era to Yin Chuan. I hope Air Lord can find a flaw for me. Dongfang Bubi smiled. Standing on the great emperor's altar, Yin Chuan's surging power erupted, gradually enveloping Air Lord. The two Yin Chuan stood above the blood sea. They gazed at Air Lord. Primeval blood sea rise. Yin Chuan roared. The blood sea, which was already roaring, suddenly swelled and quickly enveloped the grand air supremacy from all directions. Stellar power break. Yin Chuan roared. Boom. Surging stellar power rushed toward Air Lord. The sea of blood surged and enveloped the two Yin Chuan, and the great Lord of Qi in a ball of blood. Rumble. The giant ball rumbled. Yin Chuan wasn't the only one fighting. Dongfang Bubi and the Nether River Patriarch's combat arts were involved as well. Both Dongfang Bubi and the Nether River Patriarch stared at the blood sea with grave expressions. Others couldn't see what was inside, but these two peerless experts could sense everything through their combat arts. The blood sea shook violently. The power of the first, second, third, and fourth eras clashed fiercely. It's sealed so we can't see inside. How boring. Jiangchen said coolly. Jiangchen also wanted to see the battle inside, but the Nether River Patriarch's blood sea wasn't so easy to spy on. If you're interested, Emperor Jiangchen, you can test it out for yourself in the future. Nether River Patriarch smiled. Very well. Jiangchen smiled. The two of them chatted casually, as if they hadn't noticed the ferocity of the battle at all. On the other side, Zhongshan fought Shanshan fiercely. Mountains and a sea of blades clashed. Neither of the two peerless experts was willing to concede defeat. Emperors were at a disadvantage against Vajra, but emperors' abilities grew in adversity, as they were suppressed to the point where they could catch their breath and slowly strengthen themselves. Jin Duyu held the Divine Emperor Bell, ready to provide assistance at any time. Only Wu Jiong and the Golden Emperor remained silent. The two of them looked at the battlefield. Wu Jiong clenched his fists, jealousy flashing through his eyes. Why didn't such a huge power belong to him? Wu Jiong could only stare helplessly. As for the Golden Emperor, his expression gradually became complicated. The Golden Emperor held a shrunken virtuous seal in his palm, but he didn't make a move. He looked at the battlefield in silence. In the distance, the Lotus Goddess fought the Vine God. The Lotus Goddess was still at a disadvantage. The Vine God's strength suppressed the Lotus Goddess. However, just as the Lotus Goddess was about to retreat, Dongfang Bubi suddenly flicked his finger. The Lotus Goddess's power surged, suddenly blocking the Vine God's suppression. The Vine God was extremely depressed. He thought it would be easy to deal with, but he couldn't do anything to the Lotus Goddess. Just a little more every time, the Vine God shouted gloomily. Roar! There were countless vines, but the Lotus Goddess still blocked them. What are you waiting for? The Vine God suddenly shouted. As he shouted, the Golden Emperor suddenly took a step forward. Boom! The virtuous seal suddenly surged, and a huge power rushed toward the Lotus Goddess. Golden Emperor, what are you doing? Dongfang Bubi instantly appeared in front of the Golden Emperor. Dongfang Bubi? The Golden Emperor's face stiffened. He was about to launch a sneak attack on the Lotus Goddess, but he was stopped. Wu Jiong, Nether River Patriarch, and Jiangchen looked over curiously. The Golden Emperor is a dog of the divine realm. Sect leader Dongfang, be careful. Jin Dayu shouted. Oh! Dongfang Bubi's face sank. The Golden Emperor's face changed. The Golden Emperor was secretly nurtured by the Sha Di in the past. At the end of the Second Era, he even went to the Grave Clan and buried the Golden Emperor. He didn't expect the Golden Emperor to be a traitor. While he submitted to the Sha Di, he colluded with other people in the divine realm and deceived the Sha Di. Jin Dayu said coldly. How did you know? The Golden Emperor exclaimed. Chapter 1546. How did you know? Golden Sovereign was surprised. Jin Dayu ignored Golden Sovereign and focused his attention on the battle between King Kong and the Emperor. Although the Emperor was forced to retreat again and again, it could be seen with the naked eye that he was growing stronger and stronger. What kind of monster is this? King Kong was surprised. On the other side, Invincible East stood in front of Golden Sovereign. Golden Sovereign couldn't back down. What are you waiting for? Why do you care what he knows? Why aren't you attacking? Vine God rebuked. Vine God shouted. Golden Sovereign immediately understood that this wasn't the time to hesitate. He took out the seal of virtue again. Golden Sovereign? Take another step and you'll die. Invincible East said coldly. Haha, die. Then you'll have to ask my seal of virtue first. Golden Sovereign shouted. Boom. The seal of virtue suddenly enlarged 10,000 times and emitted a monstrous light of virtue, suppressing Invincible East. Everyone looked over. No one knew Invincible East's strength. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Everyone widened their eyes. Sure enough, the deterrence of the seal of virtue was huge. 18-colored light shone in all directions, and a huge power suppressed Invincible East. At that moment Invincible East moved. He suddenly pulled out the long sword at his waist. Shing! As the sword slashed out, an extremely intense white light suddenly burst out. The white light instantly illuminated the dark surroundings. The dazzling light made people avoid it involuntarily. The moment Wu Jiong closed his eyes, he broke out in cold sweat. This light! He couldn't help but close his eyes. If it was during a battle, this moment was enough for the opponent to kill him many times over. Shing! When Wu Jiong opened his eyes, Invincible East's longsword had already returned to its sheath. The seal of virtue was suspended there, and didn't descend any further. As for Golden Sovereign's body, it was split vertically from the head. Endless essence was bursting out from the gap. The Golden Great Emperor remained motionless as his spiritual essence shot out in all directions. He was killed. Wu Jiong's face changed. That was Golden Sovereign. Just one slash. Golden Sovereign was defeated and split into two on the spot. Rumble! Boundless energy gushed out from the Great Sovereign altar and rushed towards Golden Sovereign, attempting to repair his body. Boom! All of a sudden, Golden Sovereign's body exploded. Billions of sword chi burst out from his body and exploded. Golden Sovereign instantly exploded into countless fragments. That was Dongfang Bubi's sword chi. It was sealed in the Golden Great Emperor's body, and it suddenly erupted. Let the Golden Sovereign be consigned to eternal damnation? Countless fragments floated around Limitless, and were quickly destroyed by Limitless. Gradually, they disappeared completely. Golden Great Emperor was killed by Invincible East with a single strike? Wu Jiong felt his scalp go numb. Nearby, Vine God's expression also changed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Vine God exclaimed. The Lotus Goddess was overjoyed. Her master's power made the Lotus Goddess fighting spirit soar. Jiangchen and the Nether River Patriarch narrowed their eyes. Ha ha ha! As expected of the number one person of the second epoch, Patriarch Nether River praised. Jiangchen took a deep breath and nodded. 18th heaven? Dongfang Bubi actually reached the 18th layer of heaven? At this moment, the Vine God was extremely anxious. Fortunately, Invincible East did not interfere again. With a wave of his hand, the Great Virtue Seal and Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar left behind by Golden Great Emperor landed before Invincible East. He looked at the two items. Invincible East grabbed the Great Virtue Seal and gently wiped it. Some of the imprints on the great virtue seal immediately dissipated. He reached out and grabbed a lotus flower and imprinted it on it. Boom! The great virtue seal immediately bloomed with thousands of rays of yellow light. Master! The lotus goddess in the distance looked surprised. I've already refined it for you. Take it. Invincible East threw the great virtue seal to the lotus goddess. The vine god. Thank you, master. The lotus goddess was overjoyed. Not far away, Wu Jiong revealed a look of deep jealousy. They were both masters. Why was the lotus goddess's master so good to him? Invincible East looked at the great emperor's sacrificial altar, and suddenly threw it to the nearby Jindayu. This item is useless to me. Take it as an exchange for your advice. Invincible East said casually. Wu Jiong. Jindayu. No one expected Invincible East to be so valiant. He won just like that. He was disdainful of the great emperor's sacrificial altar? Not far away, Zhongshan fought the mountain god. Heavenly rule. Million heavy waves. Zhongshan shouted. A dazzling blade radiance shot out in all directions. Instantly, a huge force slashed the mountain god's right arm. Boom! The mountain god's right arm slashed down. Mountains around the mountain god collapsed. Whoosh! As the right arm slashed down, it overflowed with providence. Once the providence appeared, Zhongshan took a deep breath and sucked it into his stomach. No, it's impossible. How can you defeat me? The mountain god shouted in disbelief. You've already lost, Zhongshan said coldly. As he spoke, he slashed down again with an invincible force that could break heaven and earth. Boom! With one slash, thousands of mountains collapsed. The mountain god was instantly slashed in half, and the surging providence burst out. Rumble! Before the surging providence could dissipate into Wuji, it was forcefully absorbed by Zhongshan. The mountain god was dead. With the death of the mountain god, the other experts in the battle looked even worse. With the great virtue seal, the lotus goddess's battle became even more valiant. On the other hand, the vine god kept retreating. As he retreated, a huge amount of providence overflowed from his body. Invincible East reached out his hand. Swish! The surging providence rushed into Invincible East's palm. Boom! Boom! With Invincible East's help, the lotus goddess became stronger and stronger. Finally, after 3 days, the huge great virtue seal pressed down. Boom! The vine god collapsed, and the surging providence was instantly absorbed by Invincible East. With Invincible East holding the fort, defeating the vine god was expected. No one else paid any attention to it. Everyone only remembered Invincible East's stunning sword. The emperor fought against King Kong. Although he was completely suppressed in the beginning, the emperor was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually they were evenly matched. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the emperor's body, and a wave of air rushed out. The emperor had broken through. You broke through? 17th level of heaven? King Kong's face darkened. Thanks to your suppression, I have reached the 16th level of heaven, the emperor said lightly. King Kong's face instantly darkened. Impossible. You fought me with the 15th level of heaven just now. You can't do it. King Kong shouted in shock. The emperor looked at King Kong coldly. Instead, he slashed with his saber. Boom! After the dazzling saber light, King Kong was forced to retreat. King Kong seemed to be on the verge of being defeated. At this moment, the emperor's strength was only at the 16th level of heaven. King Kong couldn't accept this fact. He was at the peak of the 17th level of heaven. How could he be defeated by a 16th level of heaven? Are you kidding me? Gradually, King Kong's face became more and more ferocious. He suddenly threw the golden gourd in his hand. Please, baby, freeze! King Kong shouted. A large amount of golden light suddenly emerged from the golden gourd and directly sprinkled on the emperor. Buzz! The emperor held the long saber in his hand and instantly froze in the Wuji. Only his eyes could move and stare at King Kong. Ha 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 ha. Even if you are talented, so what? I am the world's #1 gourd, the light stabilizing gourd. Unless you are stronger than me, no one can escape. King Kong said with a ferocious face. Crack, 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 crack. There was a burst of cracking sounds around the emperor, and a tyrannical force broke the light stabilizing gourd. The emperor's body trembled slightly. The golden light shook as if it could collapse at any time. King Kong's face stiffened. Die! King Kong shouted in panic and reached out his hand to grab the emperor's head. Slash! Jindayu suddenly shouted. Boom! His whole body rushed toward King Kong, and his whole body turned into a blade. He rushed toward King Kong with an unstoppable momentum. Humph, little bastard, don't overestimate yourself, King Kong shouted in disdain. King Kong turned his palm and slashed toward Jindayu. Swoosh! The blade that Jindayu turned into suddenly turned and rushed toward the light-stabilizing gourd. What? Boom! In an instant, the blade that Jindayu turned into rushed into the light-stabilizing gourd. King Kong was slightly stunned. Wasn't this courting death? This gourd was the combination of 7 gourds in the past, and naturally had the power of each gourd. Wasn't he afraid of melting into a stream of essence when he put it in? However, reality didn't develop as King Kong expected. The golden gourd suddenly trembled and no longer spewed out golden light. In an instant, the emperor was freed. Slash! Boom! A ferocious blade shot out and immediately slashed King Kong's body. King Kong was instantly sent flying backward with a bloody mark. Please, baby, stabilize, King Kong shouted. But at this moment, the gourd was trembling violently and didn't listen to him at all. Slash! The emperor slashed again. Boom! King Kong was instantly seriously injured. Impossible! Why isn't the light-stabilizing gourd working? King Kong was anxious. However, the gourd didn't listen to him at all, and the emperor kept chasing after him. After a while, King Kong was suddenly covered with wounds. Why? King Kong roared in grief. Come in! The light-stabilizing gourd suddenly roared. A suction force rushed toward the seriously injured King Kong. At this moment, King Kong didn't have much strength to resist and was instantly sucked into the gourd. Shadi! Is that Shadi's voice? King Kong suddenly exclaimed when he was sucked into the gourd. Rumble! The light-stabilizing gourd was shaking rapidly. The emperor stood aside and stopped attacking. He stared at the gourd. After 2 hours, bang! Jindayu and King Kong suddenly flew out. Huh! The emperor's eyes turned cold. Don't attack. He's not King Kong. He's my ancestor, Shadi, Jindayu said excitedly. Oh! The emperor said in a deep voice. Sure enough, King Kong's eyes were no longer the same as before. They were extremely deep and bright. Shadi. The emperor frowned. Thank you, Shadi said solemnly. At this moment, Shadi not only took back his body, but also the body of the 7 gourd brothers. His strength had greatly increased. Ancestor, did you improve my cultivation? Jindayu suddenly looked at himself and said with joy. Shadi nodded. Mountain God, Vine God, and King Kong were all killed. Master Chi's peerless magic weapon had all become someone else's. There was only one battlefield left. Yan Chuan was fighting against Master Chi. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.